Something hard is pressing into my palm, and it's pressing hard enough that it hurts. That's the first thing. Not the light, not the trees, not the fact that I'm lying on a slab of rock like a sacrifice nobody bothered to finish. Just a small round object jammed into the meat of my hand, and my fingers clamped around it so tight my knuckles ache. Then the smell arrives, wet leaves, something green and rotting and enormous. Then the sound, which is insects, thousands of them, layered like a wall. Then my eyes open, and I'm looking up through about 200 feet of jungle canopy at a sky I do not recognize at all. I sit up. I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts that are not mine. I mean that literally. These have never been mine. I went to sleep in my own apartment, in my own bed, in a city with a subway and a convenience store on the corner, and I have woken up in the world's most aggressive terrarium, wearing somebody else's gym outfit. And then a voice starts talking inside my skull. Welcome to the world of survival. Your sole objective is to survive. Cool, great, very clear job description. You have been granted one treehouse seed. Plant it within 3 days. Once planted, it cannot be moved. Never abandon your treehouse. It is your only refuge. I open my hand. There it is. A pale yellow seed about the size of a walnut, the exact color of the dirt around it, which is a design choice I want to have a conversation with somebody about. For the next 3 days, no beast will attack you. This is your newbie protection period. Use it well. Then it stops. No menu, no tutorial, no little arrow pointing at a quest marker, just a man on a rock holding a nut. I pinched myself. I want that on the record because everybody says they do it and nobody actually does it. I pinched the skin on the back of my hand hard enough to leave a mark, and it hurt, and the mark stayed, and that was the moment my stomach dropped out of me entirely. And then the voice came back, and this time it sounded different, flatter, mechanical, like a machine reading a form, unlocking the Survival World Creator Authority. I sat straight up. Creator Authority. Whatever that was, it had the word creator in it, and I was a guy in a jungle holding a nut, so I was extremely interested in being upgraded. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Okay. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Okay, sure. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Unlock failed. Attempting again. Unlock failed. Attempting for the 7th time. Seven times. I sat there on that rock listening to the universe try the same key in the same door 7 times in a row and get nothing and sit with that for a second. Everyone else on this planet got handed a door. I got handed a lock and a stranger jiggling it and a polite little apology each time it didn't open. You have unlocked part of the Creator Authority. Item identification is now available. Part, not the thing, part of the thing. And then the world lit up, not brightly. It's hard to describe. It was like every object around me suddenly had a color it had been hiding. The rock under me went white. The moss going up the tree trunks went white. A cluster of leaves off to my left glowed a soft green. And further out, at the very edge of what I could see, something glowed a green so much richer than the rest that it looked like a lamp. I put my hand on the rock and words appeared in my head. Slate, white, the spawn point. Serves no purpose other than making survivors sore from sleeping on it. I laughed out loud. Alone, in a jungle, on day 1, the system had jokes. I got up and started touching things like an idiot at a museum. White, white, white. A very pretty red and white mushroom growing at the foot of a tree turned out to be an amanita, white grade, described to me as a poisonous fungus you can eat when you want to die. Noted. Thanks. Saving that one for a rainy decade. And underneath everything, the ground itself had a color. Barren soil, white. Ordinary soil, green. And the description of my seed had 3 lines to it, one for each. Barren soil grows a low small treehouse. Ordinary soil grows a small treehouse. Fertile soil grows a tall small treehouse. So the nut was not a nut. The nut was a lottery ticket, and the dirt was the drawing. I looked around at a jungle that was, as far as my eyes could reach, entirely white. Well, time to go shopping. I walked toward the green light. It took most of the morning, and the jungle did not make it pleasant. There is no path. There are no trails. There is a wall of vegetation that has never heard of a human being and does not particularly want to. Every branch I pushed aside came back and hit me. By the time I broke out of the undergrowth, my shins looked like I'd lost a fight with a cat the size of a refrigerator, but the green light turned out to be a stream, fresh water, green, about 2 meters across, running fast and clear over pebbles that also glowed green. I put my face in it and drank until my head hurt, and I did not think once about parasites, because when you are that thirsty, your entire education leaves your body. The pebbles were green grade, the water was green grade, and down the bank a low bush with fat red berries on it, green grade, described as edible. I ate 4. They tasted like somebody had explained the concept of a strawberry to a plant over the phone. I picked the rest, and then I hit my first genuine logistics problem, which is that I had 2 hands and no pockets, and the shorts I'd been issued did not come with a bag. So I took off my shirt, knotted the sleeves and the neck, and turned it into a sack. That's it. That's the whole first day of my survival career. Shirtless man with a bag made out of his shirt, ankle deep in a stream, extremely proud of himself. I found an apple tree. I found mushrooms. I found a low grassy plant that lit up green and told me it was hemostasis grass, which stops bleeding, and I decided a man with legs like mine should probably take all of it. And then it started getting dark, and I realized I was very far from the rock and had nowhere to be. The cave was maybe 100 meters up the slope, and it glowed green from the outside, which was reassuring right up until I read what it said. Black Bear Cave, green, home to extremely ferocious black bears. However, a mysterious force has caused them to vanish. They will not return for at least 3 days. At least 3 days. There's a phrase that does not let you sleep well. Not gone. Not dead. Vanished for at least 3 days, which is exactly as long as the nice voice promised nothing would eat me. Somebody had timed that. Somebody had sat down and made a decision about how long the bears got to be somewhere else, and that decision had a countdown attached to it. I slept in the mouth of the cave anyway, because the alternative was the open jungle. Before I lay down, I put the hemostasis grass between 2 flat stones and ground it into a paste, then smeared it all over my legs. It stung like a personal insult. When I woke up, my legs were perfect, not better, perfect. Smooth skin, no scabs, no marks, like the entire previous day had been peeled off me. I stood there in the mouth of a bear cave at sunrise, running my hands up and down my own shins like a lunatic, and that was the moment I stopped thinking of this place as a jungle and started thinking of it as a game with rules I had not been given. Rules are fine. I can work with rules. I spent the second day walking downstream, and I spent it looking at dirt. Here's what I figured out. Soil of a given grade grows plants of that grade, and every so often it coughs up something 1 grade higher. White dirt makes white plants, and sometimes a green one. That's why there were exactly 5 green patches in an entire day of walking, each one about the size of a bath mat. Each one with something green sprouting out of it, which meant fertile soil was not just better dirt. Fertile soil was where blue things came from, and blue was 2 whole steps up from everything I had touched so far. I did not find any. I walked until my feet went numb, and the stream got wider and slower, and then the trees opened up, and I was standing at the edge of a lake. Not a pond. A lake. Big enough that the far shore was a smudge. Reeds, lotus pads, fish turning over in the shallows, the whole postcard, and on the bank, glowing so blue it hurt to look at, a single bush. Large red berry, blue, grants 2 hours of night vision, from a berry, and under it 1 square meter of soil, and 1 square meter only, in the entire visible world. Fertile soil, blue. I want to be honest about what happened next, because I've told this story a few times and I always make myself sound calm. I did not walk over. I ran. I ran like a man being chased, across open ground, past a lake I had every reason to be afraid of, and I dropped to my knees in that 1 square meter of blue dirt and I dug a hole with my hands. The bush vanished the second the seed went in. Just gone, like the ground could only hold one idea at a time. 2 hours to grow, said the voice. So I spent 2 hours doing laps. I found 2 more blue plants along that shoreline, which tells you everything about how the lake was different from everywhere else. Premium shiitake, blue, 20 of them clustered in the shade, and the description said eating them permanently and slightly increases intelligence. Permanently. I ate all 20, standing up, raw. I have no idea if I got smarter, and I refused to consider the possibility that I did that for nothing, and then I walked back, and the tree was there. I don't have a good comparison for it. It was a banyan, and it was 20 meters tall, which is about 7 stories, and the canopy came down in a solid green dome that covered a couple 100 square meters of ground. The bottom edge of that canopy hung 10 meters up in the air. It looked less like a house and more like a small weather system that had decided to settle down. I put my hand on the trunk. Tall, small treehouse, purple. Those who obtain this treehouse are either incredibly lucky or incredibly wealthy. Which one are you? Which one are you? I'm a token holder, I said out loud, to a tree, and then I noticed the roots. Some of them hung down from the canopy like ropes, and the moment I touched one, something happened that I still can't describe properly. It was like putting my hand on my own arm. The tree was not a thing near me. The tree was a part of me, the way your leg is, and when I thought about going up, the root wrapped around my waist and lifted me, and the canopy above me opened like a curtain. 3 floors. Every one of them over 100 square meters. Wooden floors, wooden walls, windows already cut, and when I put my face to a window, I could see the whole lake, and when I went back down and looked at the same window from the outside, it was solid bark. I owned a house that could see out and could not be seen into. On the 3rd floor, there was a screen grown directly into the wall, about 100 inches, and a cardboard box on the floor with 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of bread in it. Somebody's idea of a housewarming gift. I touched the screen and it woke up. Treehouse host startup. There was a whole menu. Most of it was gray. 2 things weren't. Basic resource crafting, and something called the area channel. Crafting first. A stone axe, a stone pickaxe, a stone shovel. White grade, 200 durability each, made out of rocks and sticks. A crafting table that would cost me 50 green wood and 50 green stone. And furniture, which is where I learned that whoever wrote these descriptions was having a worse week than I was. White wooden chair. If it weighs over 90 kilograms, just burn it as firewood. Wooden bed, white. The only difference from sleeping on the floor is that it creaks. Then the area channel. Chat and trade with the survivors of your region. Jungle Area 188. Current number of survivors, 9,998. I read that number 3 times. 9,998, not 10,000. There had been 10,000 of us sometime in the last 2 days, and now there were 9,998, and I had spent that entire time eating berries and admiring dirt. Also, the channel would not open for me yet. It said it opened on the final day of the protection period. So I got to sit there for a full day and a night knowing there were 10,000 people out there in the same jungle and not one of them could hear me. That's the part nobody warns you about, not the bears. The waiting room. I went down. The wall had a round pattern carved into it, and when I put my hand on it, the wood went soft like clay and a root came up and lowered me to the ground, and I stood under my own house in the dark feeling like the richest man alive, which, as it turns out, I sort of was. Here's the thing I didn't understand until the next morning. Every survivor gets a basic appraisal stand. It's white grade, it's the size of a dining table, and it does exactly one thing. You put an object on it and it tells you what grade the object is. It cannot leave your treehouse. So here's everybody else's day. Walk out into the jungle, pick up whatever looks interesting, carry it home for 6 hours, put it on the table one piece at a time, and find out that 99% of it is garbage. I don't have to do that. I look at a hillside and the good stuff glows. From a kilometer away, through my own tired eyeballs. That's the gap. That's the entire gap. It's not that I'm stronger than anybody, it's that everyone else is playing this game with the lights off. So I started chopping. White poplar took 5 swings, green poplar took 10, which was annoying and would become important later. I built furniture out of the white wood because it was free, and the alternative was sleeping on a floor with opinions about it. Then I ate a blueberry, and the world turned to daylight. Night vision is an incredible thing when the night vision is a fruit. I walked to the stream in the dark, picked out green pebbles like I was shopping, and then walked up to the Black Bear Cave and put my new pickaxe into the wall. 10 swings, stone block, green. And while I was in there, I heard wind. Not wind outside, wind inside. Air moving somewhere in the back of that cave, coming from a direction where the map in my head said there was nothing but rock. I looked for it for 20 minutes, and I didn't find it, and remember that. That cave and I are not done with each other. The next morning, I built the crafting table, and the crafting table changed the game. Backpack, green. 10 slots reduces the weight of what you carry to 20%. Cost, 1 green beast hide and 3 white ropes. 1 green beast hide. There are no beasts. The beasts have vanished for at least 3 days. So the world had very politely shown me the thing I needed most and then locked it behind the one resource that did not currently exist on this planet. At 6 in the morning on day 3, the voice came back. The area channel is open. Jungle Area 188. Current residents, 9,997. From today on, you are no longer alone. And this is the last time I will tell you. Do not abandon your small treehouse. 9,997. Then the channel opened, and it was like standing next to a building collapsing. 2 days. 2 days. Do you know how I've spent these past 2 days? Does anyone know how to get back? I haven't saved my game. Is this real? Please tell me this is real. I need somebody to tell me this is real. And then worse. And this went on for hours. People calling names, first names, full names, hometowns, looking for their brother, their girlfriend, their roommate, anybody. Thousands of names scrolling past. Almost nobody answered. I set my display name to anonymous and I sat there and watched. You learn a lot from a panicking crowd if you keep your mouth shut. I asked one question, just one, and I asked it flat. How old is everybody? 18, 22, 26, 29, 30. Nobody younger, nobody older. Healthy. Single, no young children. One guy wrote, and I have thought about this line more than I would like. Yesterday was my 31st birthday. I almost didn't have to come. So that's the selection criteria. They took the people whose disappearance changes the least. They also, apparently, all got the same house. Low, small treehouse, 1 floor, about 20 square meters, roughly the size of a studio apartment you'd complain about online. Every single person in that channel had a 20 square meter box. And then somebody typed a sentence that made me sit up. Low, small treehouse? Isn't it just called a small treehouse? Oh no, I forgot to turn off voice input. Not anonymous. Full name attached. Chen Xin Yu. Somebody with a bigger house than everyone else who had just accidentally announced it to 9,000 people. I made a note of the name. The trading platform was mostly a landfill. 20 white wood for a bottle of water. Somebody offering their bread ration for information about how to get home. Sad, desperate stuff, all of it worthless. And then one listing that was not worthless. Green iron ore, in exchange for any blue-grade material. Posted by Chen Xinyu. Think about what that ad means. She has an appraisal stand, obviously, but she also has enough iron ore to give away in bulk, which means she's sitting on a mine. And she is specifically shopping for blue, which means she already knows blue exists, which means she has some. I messaged her privately. She sent me a description first, which I respected. Stone, blue. When used to craft stone tools, a single piece dramatically increases the tool's effectiveness. A single piece. Dramatically. Holy crap, I said out loud. Voice input was on. She got it. She got the words holy crap from a stranger as our second exchange. I have never recovered from that, and neither has she, because she brings it up to this day. We made a deal in about 4 minutes. 3 blueberries for 60 iron ore, 60 green wood for 3 blue stone. And then, before I'd sent her anything, before I had given her one single thing, a blue stone appeared in my inventory with a message attached. Here's the first one. Quickly make a new axe. She just sent it. To a person she'd known for 4 minutes, whose actual name she did not have, who had greeted her by swearing. I made the axe. Stone axe improved. Green. Capable of felling blue-grade trees. 200 durability. I walked up to a green poplar that had cost me 10 swings the day before. It came down in 2. I want to tell you I said something clever. I didn't. I stood in a clearing for about a minute and a half swinging a rock on a stick and giggling like a maniac, and then I chopped down 11 more trees for no reason at all. She called me that afternoon. Voice first, and then, about 90 seconds into a conversation with a total stranger in a survival world, she switched it to video. Here's my reasoning, and I stand by it. Being careful doesn't mean showing nothing. That's not careful, that's just scared, and scared people trade badly. She'd already handed me a blue stone on credit. If I hid my face from her after that, I'd deserve whatever happened next. So I picked up. Short hair, cut around the jaw, the kind of face that's already halfway to laughing before you've said anything. She looked at me for about a second and said, "Oh, you're pretty handsome." Correct, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have turned the camera on. Then she got competitive. She swung the phone around her place and announced with genuine pride, "My treehouse has 2 floors. I said. "I think mine has 3. There was a pause. She said. "Ah?" She showed me her iron ore, which was blue, which was ridiculous. I showed her my wall and told her the grade. Purple? Purple? So purple is above blue? She had not known there was anything above blue. Nobody had. I'd been alive here for 3 days, and I was already handing out the map of reality. So I gave her the soil rule for free. Barren, ordinary, fertile. Where the good stuff comes from and why. She could have paid me for that, and she didn't have to. Then she narrowed her eyes at me through the screen and said, half joking, "You don't have some kind of special ability, do you?" And I looked her dead in the camera and said, "You got me. I hold the creator authority of this world. I can rewrite it at will." "Shh," she said. "Okay, now you're overdoing it. That is the single most successful lie I have ever told, and every word of it was true. I got 2 more things out of those first days, and both of them mattered later. The first was the improved shovel, which came with a line I read 4 times, 50% chance to obtain seeds. The old one had said the chance was extremely low, so now every second stump I pulled up gave me a poplar seed, and I spent an evening replanting every clearing I'd made because a man who chops down his own forest and doesn't replace it is going to have a very boring second week. The second was the boundary. I walked west, away from the lake, further than I'd gone before, and about a kilometer out, the world changed, not gradually. There was a line. Behind me, half the ground glowed green and every third tree had something worth taking on it. In front of me, everything was white as far as I could see, with the occasional lonely green dot like a stain. I was standing inside a resource area, roughly a kilometer square, 1,500 acres of the good stuff, with a hard edge, and my house planted right in the middle of it. I looked out at all that white for a while, and then I turned around and went home, and I did not cross the line. That's the other thing about being handed a broken lock instead of a door. You get very interested in keeping what you've actually got. Oh, and one more. On the way back, I found an orange tree, blue grade. Orange, blue. Grants 1 hour of full alertness with no side effects. I ate one to test it, and here is what I learned. That hour doesn't just keep you awake. That hour replaces sleep. You come out the other side of it rested, like you'd had a night. An entire third of every human life, available as fruit. I stood there under that tree doing math I did not like the answer to, and somewhere out past the boundary, in the white part of the world, a chat channel full of 9,000 people was slowly learning that nobody was coming to help them. That night, I met my business partner. I was outside after dark, which was allowed for exactly one more day, and something moved in the bushes behind me. I picked up a log because that is what you have instead of a weapon on day 3, and I said, "Come out, brother, I can see you." What came out was a red panda, an actual red panda, rust-colored, ringed tail, small round face, and there were leaves stuck all over its head like it had lost an argument with a hedge. It walked right up to me, grabbed a fistful of my shorts, and made a noise I can only describe as a complaint. I gave it a blue berry. It ate the berry. It squinted with its whole face while it ate the berry. Then it let go of my shorts and walked back into the dark without so much as a nod. And I stood there thinking one very specific thing. The bears were removed. The world reached down and took every bear in this cave and put them somewhere else for 3 days. The rules of this place are absolute, and they are enforced on everything with teeth. So how is this thing walking around? The next day I built a better version of everything. Blue iron ingot, 1 blue ore, and 4 green ones. A blue grill, which sounds like nothing and is not nothing because it let me cook the shiitake properly, and I sat on my own floor eating 20 premium mushrooms that were making me measurably smarter, while a wooden screen the size of a wall showed me the end of the world, because that's when Gao Howren showed up in the channel. He didn't ask for anything. He just started posting guides. Clean, numbered, correct. What to do if you have a stone axe and no green wood. How to purify water. What the appraisal stand actually measures. The man had a crafting table, which put him in a very small club, and he was handing out the club's homework for free. And the channel, being 9,000 terrified people, responded to a stranger giving away free help the way crowds always do. Resources should be distributed equally. Yeah, there it is. Some guy with 3 days of survival experience and no shoes has decided that the correct move is for the people who figured something out to hand it over on demand. I read that message, laughed, and closed the channel. Chen Xinyu told me one useful thing that day, and she told me by accident. She said the system warns you if you go too far from your treehouse, not stops you, warns you. There's a radius, roughly 3 kilometers, and if you push past it, something in your head starts saying, you shouldn't be here. I filed that away. And then the sun went down for the last time on the protection period. Newbie protection has ended. Phase 1 begins. Weapon and armor crafting is now unlocked. And then, in a different tone entirely, on this dark and terrifying night, the beasts, suppressed for 3 long days, begin to stir. Only by surviving tonight's beasttide can you usher in a true rebirth. I want to describe what a jungle sounds like when everything in it wakes up at once. It isn't a roar, it's a rising. The insect noise I'd stopped hearing days ago suddenly had things moving underneath it, big things, in every direction, and then something went past my 3rd floor window with a wingspan of 2 meters, and I sat down on the floor very hard. Wolves started up somewhere north. Something coughed like an engine to the west, and I have still never found out what it was. And then the lake moved, not waves. The whole surface of the lake tilted, the way water does when something underneath it decides to come up. And what came up was a head, 6 or 7 meters of head, a neck behind it as thick across as a car is long. White scales, and under a full moon, white scales do not look beautiful, they look like bone. It rose out of that lake until it was standing higher than my 3rd floor, and it turned, and it looked at my house. Not at the jungle, not at the 50 animals scattering along the shoreline like someone had kicked a bucket over. At my house. It hung there in the moonlight with its head level with my window, and put out a red tongue, slow, the way you do when you're looking at a plate of something good and deciding which end to start on. Every animal within 200 meters of that lake ran, not from each other, from it. I did not move. I did not breathe in any organized way. I stood in the dark of my own living room with a wall between me and a snake that could have swallowed the room, and I understood for the first time and completely what the voice had meant. Never abandon your treehouse. It is your only refuge. It wasn't advice. It was the entire game. I crafted a spear that night because my hands needed something to do. The weapons menu opened up with a wooden stick, a wooden hammer, and a boning knife, which are 3 ways of saying you are going to die. Then the weapon and armor table unlocked the real list. I went with a spear, and I'll defend the choice. Everyone reaches for a sword, because a sword looks like a weapon, but go back and look at the actual monsters of history and they're carrying polearms. Lu Bu had a halberd. Dian Wei had halberds. There's a reason. Reach beats edge when the other guy has claws. Stone spear, blue. Durability 1000. And then the voice came back. Unlocking the Survival World Creator Authority. Oh good. My favorite game show. Unlock failed. Attempting again. 7 times. Again. 7. The exact same 7. I have thought about that number for a long time. Something is standing in front of a door with a full ring of keys and it does not have the right one. And every time it tries, I get a splinter of what's behind it. That's all I am to whatever that thing is. The stuff that falls off the door. You have unlocked part of the creator authority. Map permissions is now available. And a map opened in my head. I don't mean I imagined one. I mean there was suddenly a map sitting in my mind the way your own address sits in your mind, with everywhere I'd walked lit up in soft light and everywhere else dark. And in the dark, red dots. Not the animals I could see, all of them, everything hostile, everywhere, whether I'd ever been there or not. The jungle around my house was speckled like a rash. A dot at the tree line, 4 dots moving together north of the stream, 3 near the boar cave, and in the lake, 1 dot so bright it looked like somebody had left the sun in there. I watched that dot for a long time. It sat under the water, unmoving. Then it drifted down, and instead of vanishing at the shoreline the way things do when they leave the map, it faded, slowly. Like it was going somewhere the map could still just barely reach and then couldn't. It had not left. It had gone deeper. Then something started fighting directly under my house. 4 wolves and 1 black bear. My black bear, presumably, back from wherever the world had parked him. The wolves had him surrounded, and they were doing it properly, taking turns, and he killed one of them by hitting it, just once. And after that, the other 3 took a piece of his eye and decided the arithmetic had changed. They left. So now there was a bear under my house, blind on one side, exhausted, standing over a dead wolf with his back to me. I ate a blue orange. Picture the geometry. My canopy hangs 10 meters off the ground. The bear was directly below, head down, eating. I took a root in one hand and the spear in the other, and I leaned out over 10 meters of empty air, and I lined the point up on the back of his skull, and I counted. 3, 2, 1. I let go. 100 kilos of terrified man plus 1 blue spear plus 10 meters of free fall goes through a bear's skull and out the other side. It made a sound I still hear sometimes. I stood there over him with my hands shaking so hard I couldn't get them off the shaft. "I'm sorry, brother Black Bear," I said. "I really need the materials you have." That was the first thing I ever killed. Before that night, the largest life I had ever personally ended was a mosquito, and I'd felt bad about a spider once. The roots pulled 200 kilos of bear up into my first floor like a crane. The boning knife did the rest. Bear pelt, green, 200 kilos of meat, bones, and one thing that glowed blue. Bear paw, blue. When properly cooked, permanently and slightly increases strength. Permanently. Again, this world keeps offering me permanent things and charging me in ways I don't find out about until later. The wolf hide got turned into a backpack. Green grade, 10 slots, everything inside weighs a fifth of what it should. Then I tried it again with the torn hide off the dead wolf and got a mended backpack, white grade, 5 slots, half weight, and learned the rule that runs this entire world. Garbage in, garbage out. The material sets the ceiling, always. And down in the corner of my screen, the number kept moving. 9,990. 7 when the night started, 8,156 when I looked again, 8,155 while I was reading it, almost 2,000 people in a few hours. That's a stadium. Gauhauren saved a good chunk of the rest with 3 sentences, and I'll give him this forever. He posted, "The treehouse blocks your scent. Never shout, never stand at the window, because your shadow in the window is what brings the birds." Hundreds of people are alive today because a stranger typed that. Then the summary came in. Mortality rate for this event, 32.76%, and immediately after it, jungle exploration activity begins at 9 o'clock, no pause, no morning off. A third of us were gone and the schedule did not care. In the morning, I went out for owl feathers, because feathers make bolts, and I was going to need bolts. There were no bodies, not one. Every animal that had died out there in the night had been cleaned up by the world overnight, and I stood in an empty clearing understanding that nobody here gets anything for free, ever. Then the red panda came back. I checked the map, and I want to be precise about this, because it matters later, and it matters a lot. The map shows every hostile thing in the world. The map showed a beetle in a log 40 meters away. The map did not show the panda. I picked it up by the scruff. It hung there, entirely unbothered, looking at me. "Why don't you come with me?" I said. "I'll give you one of those every day." It lifted a paw and held up 2. I was being negotiated with by a red panda. I paid it, obviously. You don't argue with a professional. And in the middle of that transaction, I learned something about this world that nobody else knew for weeks. I offered it a blueberry still on the bush, and it turned its head away. I picked the same berry off the same bush and held it out, and it took it instantly. The blue doesn't exist until a survivor picks it. Until then, it's just a berry. We're not finding treasure out here. Something turns it into treasure the moment one of us touches it. I tried out names: Harry Ball, which it hated; coffee, which it ignored; chocolate, which got me a look; mochi, that one got a chirp. Then I cooked the bear paw with real fire and no salt, and it was still the best thing I have ever eaten. And about a minute after I finished it, I picked up a full basin of water with one hand without thinking about it, and stood there holding it, and realized I had gotten stronger while chewing. Chen Xinyu called and immediately started haggling for the white backpack, 2 blue stones and 2 blue ores and some bear meat. Hey, she said, 2 kilos of bear meat. Why do you want 5? I looked off to the side and whistled. Then Mochi walked into frame and Chen Xinyu lost her entire mind. Wow, what is that? What is that? It's so cute. I picked up Mochi's paw, waved it at the screen, said, say goodbye to your big sister, and hung up. 9 o'clock came, and the voice explained the rules of the jungle exploration activity, and they were simple, and they were vicious. Within 3 kilometers of every treehouse there are 3 chests. The bronze one is open. Inside the bronze one is the key to the silver one. Inside the silver one is the key to the gold one. Do not go further than 3 kilometers from your treehouse. And then, the 50 survivors of this region with the lowest total value of obtained resources will be permanently removed from this beautiful world. The channel went off like a bomb. Isn't this a reward event? Why are people dying? My dad is somebody who can help me. I'll pay anything. And I sat there and read the sentence again, because the sentence had a hole in it big enough to drive a bus through. It did not say the lowest value of chest loot. It said the lowest value of obtained resources. Any resources. There is a blue-orange tree about 400 meters from my house. If you have blue anything in any quantity, you are not in the bottom 50. You don't need to fight a guardian monster. You need to pick fruit. I told exactly one person. I sent Chen Xinyu 2 blue oranges and a sentence explaining why, and she asked what she owed me, and I said, nothing. This is an investment. I did not post it in the channel, and neither did anybody else who worked it out, and I've made my peace with that. Somebody is always going to be in the final 50. Nobody wants it to be them. A crowd that size doesn't share a lifeboat, it just gets quiet. Mochi led me south. I'd like to say I chose the direction. I didn't. She got about 10 meters ahead and kept looking back until I followed, and after 15 minutes of that I started paying attention to what she was walking toward. That's when I noticed the grass. The grass was leaning, all of it in a slow curve, and so were the low bushes, and when I looked up, so were the poplar leaves. Everything within a couple hundred meters was tilted a few degrees in the same direction, like the world had a slight slope only plants could feel. There was no wind. There had been no wind all morning, so I stopped following the panda and started following the arrow. 400 meters later, my chest went cold, which I was learning to trust, and on the map, a red dot came up right under my feet. Slowly. Not the snap of an animal appearing. Slowly, like something surfacing. The ground split and 3 vines came out of it, each one thick as my arm, dark green with red threads running through them like veins. They braided together in the air into a single spiral, and that spiral came down where my head had been. I was already moving. It hit the dirt hard enough to throw a spray of it into my back. It struck twice, missed twice, and then it stopped and hung and waited. And 10 minutes later, it was dead. I don't mean I killed it. I stood at a distance and watched it dry out. The green went pale, then brown, then gray, and when I finally walked over and poked it with my spear, it crumbled like a dead flower somebody left in a book. Nothing had touched it. It had come up out of the ground inside my territory, and my territory had killed it. And at the time, I did not understand what I was looking at. Under the vine, in a root swollen up like a knuckle, was a bronze chest. Natural organic fertilizer, green, 50 portions, turns barren soil into ordinary soil. 50 portions, 50 patches of dead white dirt made alive. Also birch seeds, which grow fine wood, and pine seeds, which grow round wood, and a silver key, and a compass that points at the silver chest and works once every 2 hours. By the time I got home, the channel said 7,987. It had said 8,140 that morning. 150 people in one morning, and this time I knew exactly what was killing them, because they were describing it live. Everybody's bronze chest had a guardian. One guy's was a snake as thick as a bowl. Another one had a dozen rats the size of house cats. One woman opened a chest and got a swarm of insects. And one message that has never left me. Somebody typed, his leg got bitten off by a beast. He's just lying there waiting. And the reply, from the same guy, a minute later. You seem to have a pretty good attitude about this. That's the channel. That's what it was like in there. The compass pointed west, toward the Black Bear Cave. I went in, and I heard the wind again, coming out of solid rock, from a direction that did not exist. I looked for it for half an hour. I found nothing. 2 hours later, the compass recharged and pointed somewhere else entirely, across the stream. The stream was 2 meters wide and knee-deep and freezing, and I got exactly 3 steps into it before my whole body told me to leave. Nothing in my life has ever moved me that fast. I was back on the bank with my spear up before I decided to move, and the stream drained. That's the only way I can put it. The water level dropped, because something under it had displaced enough of the water to matter, and then a crocodile came up. 20 meters. I'm not exaggerating and I'm not rounding up. 20 meters of armored animal in a stream 2 meters across, which meant most of it was somewhere else, which meant that stream connected to somewhere I did not want to think about. This was not a crocodile the way a wolf is a dog. This was the thing crocodiles are a rumor of. It was not on my map, no red dot, nothing. 20 meters of prehistoric death standing in front of me, and the map insisted the spot was empty. It didn't attack. It looked at me. Then it opened its mouth. And inside its mouth, sitting on its tongue between rows of teeth the size of my forearm, there was a silver chest. I said out loud, the silver chest, inside the crocodile's mouth. Can we not have some fun with this, even once? It lowered its head and dropped the chest on the bank in front of my feet. Then it sank, without a ripple, and the water came back up. Here's what I learned that afternoon, and it reorganized everything. The map doesn't show me monsters. The map shows me enemies. Mochi isn't on it. That crocodile isn't on it. There are things in this world that the world does not consider hostile to me, and one of them is a 20-meter apex predator that just did me a favor for reasons it has never explained. Brother Crocodile, I said to a stream that was already flat and empty. Thanks a lot. I'll bring you something good next time I'm passing through. The water turned over once in a small, slow circle, right where it had gone down. The silver chest held 3 things, and one of them changed the shape of my house forever. Treehouse renovation contract blue, interior modification, and in the same line, external mounting of weapons and armor. External mounting of weapons. I could put a gun on my house. The contract dissolved into my chest when I used it and made me measurably stronger on its way in, which is a strange bonus to attach to a building permit. And then my crafting list grew a whole new limb. Interior walls, doors, a stone stove. Treehouse wooden armor, which is exactly what it sounds like. Plates you bolt onto your own trunk. And this. Automatic heavy crossbow. Green. Automatically attacks enemy units. Requires 10 fine wood and 2 beast tendons. Automatically. Also a gold key and a gold compass that recharges once every 5 hours instead of 2, because the difficulty curve in this place is not subtle. Chen Xinyu called that evening covered in scratches from her hairline to her elbows and grinning like she'd won something. Her bronze chest had been in a vine root too. Everybody's was. Somebody designed that. The channel said 7,568, and then I did something that felt stupid at the time. I put the bronze chest and the silver chest down next to each other on my floor because I'd noticed the lids both had patterns carved into them, and the patterns both ran off the edge. They lined up. The bronze one was a tail and 2 hind legs. The silver one was a torso and 2 forelegs. Put together, they made most of an animal, a big one, covered in overlapping scales, built low and heavy like something that could take a hit from a truck. There was no head. The head was on the gold chest, and the gold chest was somewhere out there in the dark. I went out the next night, and the next night was moonless. No moon at all, and the sky over that jungle without a moon is not dark, it's the opposite. The Milky Way came down to the tree line like somebody had spilled it. On the way past the lake, I threw a stone into the shallows to see what happened, because apparently I only learn things the expensive way. The water boiled. Piranhas. A carp came up in the middle of it and was gone in about a second and a half, and I mean gone. And I took several steps backward and made a note that the lake had graduated to a permanent no. I went northwest, and about 3 kilometers out something started happening to my head. It wasn't fear, it was the opposite, and that's what made it dangerous. I wanted to keep walking. There was a very reasonable, very calm idea sitting in my mind that the interesting thing was just up ahead, and I should go and see it. And I took 3 steps past the line before Mochi shifted against my chest, and the movement snapped me out of it like cold water. I stopped. I stood there with my heart going and looked down at my own feet on the wrong side of nothing. The ground broke open in front of me and a vine came out, and this one had thorns on it that were dark red at the base like they'd been dipped in something, and it came at my chest, and then it stopped, 2 feet from my face, at a line I could not see. It hit something and could not come any further. It strained at that spot the way a dog strains at the end of a chain, and then it whipped away and went back into the earth. So I stepped back inside, waited, and did it again on purpose, because I needed to be sure, and because I was already the kind of idiot who tests things. Same result. Exactly the same. There is a wall out there, 3 kilometers from my trunk, and it is not made of anything, and it holds. The thing pulling at my brain turned out to have a source, and the source was a smell. Half a kilometer on, the jungle opened into a meadow, and the meadow was full of small yellow flowers, thousands of them, and the smell coming off them was sweet in a way that made you want to lie down in it. I took my shirt off and tied it around my face, which is now officially my answer to every problem. In the middle of that flower sea, sitting in the open, was the gold chest. Mochi made a noise. Then she made it again. A small, confused, questioning sound, and when I looked down at her, she was looking at me, not at the chest. She couldn't see it. I got very still. And then I looked at the lid. properly, the way I should have looked at it in the first place. The bronze lid was a tail and hind legs. The silver lid was a torso and forelegs. Both of those had been clean, deliberate carvings. This one was scribble. Beautiful, complicated, meaningless scribble. There was no head on it because whatever made it had never seen the real thing. I walked up and hit it with my spear. It rang like a rock, because it was a rock. The illusion came apart, and the rock came apart with it, and what came out of the middle of it went up 10 meters into the air in about a second. A flower. Scarlet, the petals as wide as doors, and in the center, where a flower keeps the parts that make more flowers, there was a ring of teeth going down into the dark like the inside of a lamprey. The stalks around it were not stalks. They were arms. One of them came around and hit a poplar tree a meter thick, and the poplar came apart in the middle like a snapped pencil. Then one of them got my leg and started reeling me in. I went over on my back and got dragged through the flowers toward that mouth, and I hit the vine on my ankle with the spear 3 times and did absolutely nothing to it. And then a small furry weight landed on the vine behind me, and Mochi bit through the base of it. I got up. I threw the spear away and pulled the axe. Because here's the thing, and I only worked it out with about 2 seconds left. A spear is for meat. This was a plant. I had been trying to stab a tree to death. The axe went into the pistol and kept going. The flower closed over me, all of it, all those doors folding in at once, and the last thing I saw was the world going red. And then it dried out, right there, with me inside it. The red went out of it like a light. The petals went stiff and gray, and I came up through the middle of my own coffin and it broke around me into flakes. Because it had come up. Inside my territory, because 3 kilometers of roots under my feet had been quietly eating it the entire time we were fighting. I turned around and the meadow was gone. Every yellow flower for 200 meters had gone brown and folded up while I wasn't looking. From a field to a wasteland in the time it takes to lose a fight. Under where the boulder had been, there was a hole going down. Mochi stood on the lip of it and made a rectangle in the air with both paws, which is her sign for chest, which she had invented that week and which I understood immediately. And that is the exact moment I stopped thinking of her as an animal. I widened the entrance into a ramp before I went in, not for comfort. Because if something happened down there, I wanted to be able to run up it, and you cannot run up a ladder. It went down 20-30 meters and dead-ended. The dirt at the dead end was a different color, so I dug. 10 minutes in it turned reddish, and the reddish soil had a name. Contaminated soil, gray, corrupted by an unknown force. Useless, not white, not the bottom of the scale, below it. This world has a grade for things that have been ruined. If something happens down here, I told Mochi, we die together. She thumped herself on the chest with a paw. Agreed. Signed. 2 shovel strokes later, I hit metal. Not a chest. A door. A hatch. Set flat into the earth 30 meters down. Made of iron. With a handle. It was not locked. I lifted it about 10 centimeters, and a red gas came out from under it, and the smell that came with that gas took me off my feet. I have smelled dead things. This was not that. This was chemical and organic at the same time, like a can of rotten fish somebody had stored with mold. And I went down on all 4s in the dirt and emptied my stomach for a solid minute. The gas was lighter than air. It rose. So I waited until the hatch had breathed itself out, and then I went down, bent almost double with my face near the floor. An iron ladder, 4 or 5 meters, into a room with no windows. A vault. Sealed, square, silent. There was a man against the far wall, what was left of one. A skeleton, sitting up, still wearing the shreds of what had been serious outdoor clothing. Boots. A jacket with actual pockets, and a bag. Inside the bag, a multi-tool with the blade snapped off. A lighter, empty. A flashlight with a cracked lens. Things from Earth. I sat down on the floor of a sealed room under a jungle in another world, holding a flashlight with a cracked lens and turned it over, and the writing stamped into the plastic was in Greek letters. There was a ration pack in there too, foil, and on the foil there was a date. April, 1980. 40 years. Somebody came here 40 years before me, from a country I could point to on a map, and got as far as this room, and stopped. I moved the skeleton to see behind it, and the whole thing came apart. Just collapsed, the way they do. And the skull rolled off the pile and turned and came to rest facing me with its eye sockets pointed at my face, and I have been in worse situations since, and not one of them frightened me the way those 10 seconds did. Behind where he'd been sitting there were letters scratched into the wall, same alphabet, deep, ragged, done fast, and around the letters, in a spray, old brown stains. I couldn't read a word of it. I still can't. Whatever he needed the next person to know, he took it with him. On the other side of that room there was a second door, round, thick, the kind of thing you'd see on a bank vault with a wheel in the middle. I opened it and there was no room behind it, there was a cliff. The door opened out into open air, and below it, most of a kilometer straight down, there was a world. I need you to understand the scale, because I got it wrong at first, and thought I was looking at a cave. It went to the horizon. There was a horizon. Down there, under the ground I had been walking on for a week, there was weather, vines the size of highways, emerald and crimson, moving, not swaying, moving in coordinated waves like a field of grass with intentions. A flower like the one that had just tried to eat me, except that one had been 10 meters, and this one was a landmark, and it was busy eating something with a spine and 4 legs that would have made a bear look like a house cat. Something else was pulling those vines up in armfuls and stuffing them into itself, and it was covered in what looked like weed, and it was tens of meters long. Insects went past below me with their bodies lit up from inside, and they were the size of cars. There is no good word for it. Demons, dancing, that's the closest I got at the time, and I haven't improved on it since. I was an insect in the gap between a lampshade and a ceiling, looking down into somebody's lit room. Congratulations, you are the first among this batch of survivors to discover the underground world. And immediately after, in that flat voice with no joke in it at all, do not share the secrets of this world with those who do not know them, or you will be severely punished. Then I looked up at the ceiling of that enormous place, and I stopped being amazed and started being sick. Because the ceiling had things growing down out of it. Bumps, clusters, hundreds of them, spaced out evenly across everything I could see, hanging down into the dark like the roots of plants coming through the roof of a cellar, which is what they were. That's us. Every one of those is somebody's treehouse, seen from underneath. 9,000 of us up there thinking we live in a jungle, and we are the moss on the ceiling of the actual world. Mochi was shaking against my chest hard enough that I could feel it through the armor. The gold chest was in a side passage, and its lid had the head on it. Scaled, heavy jaw, blunt horns. Put the 3 lids together and you get one animal, and it isn't any animal I know. Inside were 2 things, and both of them were purple. Special treehouse root treatment, purple. Pour it at the base of your treehouse. Protection radius increased by 3 kilometers. Automatic metal crafting, unlock contract, purple. Unlocks all metal recipes. The contract went into me like the last one, and this time it took the clutter out of my head with it, and standing there in a tunnel under the world with a dead Greek man behind me, the whole thing finally assembled. The roots. My treehouse has 3 kilometers of root under it in every direction. That's not a foundation. That's the wall. That vine that came at me and could not cross the line, that flower that dried out with me inside it, that bronze chest guardian that crumbled at a poke 10 minutes after it attacked, none of those things were killed by me. They came up into a net, and the net drank them. Anything from down there that surfaces inside my radius gets pulled dry and turns into pressed flowers in about 10 minutes. Never abandon your treehouse. It is your only refuge. It was never a suggestion, and it was never about shelter. It's about the fact that we are all standing on the roof of a place like that, and the only thing between us and it is a net of roots and a rule. The door slammed behind me on the way out, not swung, slammed, on its own, with a boom that went up my spine, and then the red gas started coming out of the seams around it. Nothing has ever got me up a ladder like that. Gold chest strapped to my back, 30 meters of ramp, gas about 2 meters behind me the whole way, and gaining on the flat, and I came up out of that hole into open air and turned and dropped the hatch and sat on it. I got home at dawn and poured the purple treatment on my own roots. Roots entering secondary growth. Duration 2 hours. Entry and exit are not possible. 2 hours. I had just walked 6 kilometers through a jungle at night. I had fought a plant. I had met a dead Greek man, and I stood at the base of my own house, which would not let me in, and I sat down in the dirt with my back against the trunk and watched the sun come up over the lake. That's the job. Nobody tells you about the 2 hours in the dirt. While I was sitting there, I noticed the water. The piranhas had moved. Their whole range had shifted, and it had shifted toward the shore, and the shore was where I lived. 2 hours later, protection radius expanded to 6 kilometers. The event results came in the next morning. First place, Lin Yi, obtained the gold, silver, and bronze chests. Second, Gao Haoran, all 3 as well. Third, Zhou Lihua. Fourth, Chen Xinyu, who I want on the record had done that with a bow, on foot, alone. Last place was 7,132nd. And then the voice said the last 50 would be given 10 minutes to say goodbye. I have read a lot of things in that channel. That 10 minutes is the worst of it. Some of them begged. Most of them just talked. Somebody said, and I'll never get this out of my head, that in the last 10 minutes of his life, he wanted somebody to pass a message to a girl he'd been seeing, and the message was, "Go to hell, I'm not doing this for you anymore." 10 minutes later, every single one of those names stopped mid-conversation, not one at a time, all at once. The channel just got smaller. First place reward, mechanical treehouse watch, purple. All functions of the treehouse screen, usable anywhere inside your protection radius. The face is durable enough to stop a knife. My house, on my wrist, 6 kilometers of it. And when I put the 3 empty chests side by side one last time, the animal on the lids finished itself and all 3 of them melted together into one item. Intermediate mount contract. Blue. Contracts a beast up to 300 kilograms. Fully heals its wounds on binding. A mount. Somewhere out there was an animal I was going to ride, and the world had wrapped its portrait around 3 chests and made me collect the whole set to find that out. Gao Haoran messaged me before I'd finished reading it. You already know the secrets of this world, don't you? I didn't answer. 30 seconds later he called, and the first thing he said out loud was, the underground world. You know what I'm talking about, right? We were the only 2 people alive in that region who did. He had a proposal ready, and it was a good one, and it was ruthless. There are exactly 9 people out of 10,000 who got a silver chest or better. Only those 9 can bolt weapons onto a treehouse. Only 2 of us can forge metal at all. So, we form an organization, we set one price, and everyone else in the region buys their crossbows and their armor from us and pays in raw materials. We stop chopping wood. 9,000 people chop wood for us. Good grief, I thought. A monopoly. 2 weeks in a jungle, and we've reinvented the trust. I asked him one question. I asked why he hadn't told the channel about the loophole, the one where you just pick blue fruit and you're safe, and he said, 50 people are going to die no matter what. Why would I help? The best possible outcome is that the 50 stupidest ones die. I didn't argue with him. I didn't argue, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise because at the time I'd shared it with exactly one person myself. He had a theory as well, and it's held up. 3 tiers of monster. Beasts on the surface, which are just animals. Things in the soil, mid-sized, which come up and get drained. And the giants down below, which never come up at all. And the ones in the soil, he said, are scaled-down copies of the ones underneath. Same species, same design, smaller. Somebody made them. Somebody put them there so we'd meet the enemy in miniature first. We're a training program. Guinea pigs with houses. My private messages had 4,000 unread by then, all of them people who had learned my name off the leaderboard and wanted something, and I turned the whole thing off for everybody except 2. The fertilizer took a birch tree from 10 days of growth down to 10 hours, which meant I now had a lumber supply that regenerated faster than I could cut it. And then Chen Xinyu sent me 8 blue iron ingots, just sent them, no trade, no terms, and when I asked what she wanted, she said, my room is too small to fit all the ore, and the furnace has been running non-stop, please take some. That is what a person with a mind sounds like when they are also a person who remembers being given 2 oranges. 8 blue ingots is 2 full sets of armor. Iron greaves, blue. Despite being iron armor, it's as lightweight as cloth. Iron armor set, 4 pieces, blue, enhances strength. I put it on and I could run in it. I could jump in it. The only downside was the noise, and the noise was significant because when you walk in a full set of blue iron, you sound like a kitchen falling downstairs, and out here everything with ears knows what a kitchen falling downstairs means. We'll get to that. I went northwest into the hills, into a cave, and found a black boar the size of a motorcycle digging white crystals out of the wall. There's an old line about this. First the pig, then the bear, then the tiger. People hear it and assume it's a joke about farm animals. It isn't. It's a ranking, and the pig is first, because a bear will decide it isn't worth it, and a tiger will pick a different meal, and a boar in a temper will run through a wall to get to you and keep running after you're down. It heard my armor immediately. Of course it did. I got a poplar between us, and it hit the poplar, and its tusks left 2 grooves in the trunk deep enough to lose a finger in. And then a red panda landed on its face. I did not tell her to do that. She launched off my shoulder, hit the boar between the eyes, got a grip on one ear and hung on, and a 200-kilo animal that cannot see anything except panda ran directly into a tree. I put the spear through its eye. Wild boar tendon, green, tendon. Do you know what tendon is for? Tendon is a bowstring. Tendon is the thing standing between me and a crossbow. And the white crystals it had been digging turned out to be salt. Salt. Actual salt. In a world where 9,000 people had been eating unseasoned boiled everything for 2 weeks and had all silently accepted that as their new life. The herd came back while I was collecting it. 11 of them. I got up the thickest poplar in reach and sat in the branches for half an hour while black boars took turns hitting the trunk hard enough to shake my teeth, and when they finally lost interest, one stayed behind to keep digging. So I did the bear thing again. 10 meters, spear first, straight down. I'm not proud of how quickly that became my standard opening. I couldn't carry the meat. 600 pounds of pork and a backpack that holds 20% of it and 13 kilometers between me and my kitchen. Then I remembered the watch. I opened the trading platform standing in a field with a dead pig at my feet, sent Chen Xinyu 400 pounds of pork to hold for me, and gave her a tenth for the trouble. Then I walked home empty-handed, whistling, and that is the moment a survival game turned into a logistics company. From the top of that hill, I could see 2 things. The first was a second resource area, a basin ringed by hills with a small lake in it, and the whole bowl was green with blue scattered through it like somebody had shaken glitter over it. There was a tiger down there, a herd of bulls, deer, The second was further off, and it was not natural. 4 stone pillars, 10 meters tall, arranged in a square with statues on top of them, and all 4 of them glowing blue. I'd looked in that direction before, days ago. The statues had changed. I killed a snake on the way home by stepping on it, which sounds insane and was actually the safest possible option because it bit the greave and its fangs snapped off against blue iron. Exquisite snakeskin, blue. A venom sac, which the crafting table was extremely interested in. Poison bolts, 20 of them. At home, I set up a salt distillation extractor and made pure salt, and then I built the crossbow, the kind you cock with your foot in the stirrup, and I bolted an iron automatic heavy crossbow to the outside of my own house. I test-fired it once. The bolt went through a poplar, out the other side, and knocked the tree over. Then I salted a piece of boar and put it on a blue grill. I had been in this world for 2 weeks. I'd fought a bear, a plant, and a pig, and I had looked into the basement of reality. And I sat on my own floor with a piece of properly seasoned pork and understood that I was never, under any circumstances, going back to living without salt. Mochi ate meat that night for the first time in her life. She has never once gone back to berries as a main course, and I hold myself entirely responsible. The channel said 6,998, and somebody posted something that took the shine off the whole evening. The first friend I made here got the bronze chest and finished in the top 1,000, but he was hurt too badly, and this place cannot treat something like that. Today, his name is grayed out. That's the part of the design nobody had noticed yet. You don't die in the fight. You survive the fight, and you win the event, and then you lie in your 20 square meter box for 4 days with a wound nobody can close. Which is why, when a woman ranked 8th in the entire region messaged me offering a trade, I paid attention. Hemostasis grass, blue. Instantly heals severe wounds. Not scratches, severe. She wanted armor. She got armor, and I got 2 of them, and we haggled the side terms from 50 blueberries down to 40 because she was good at this and I was better. Her name was Liu Malin, and I did not yet know what she actually was. 2 days later, jungle hunting activity. 2 days long. Points for beasts. The last 50 are removed, and the jungle filled up. I don't mean animals came back. I mean the jungle filled up, the way a stadium fills up, in about 10 minutes. A vulture went past my 3rd floor window with a 5-meter wingspan and blocked out the light. There were monkeys in my canopy. There were things moving in the undergrowth in every direction I looked. And then, under my house, 20 silver wolves came out of the tree line and put a deer in the middle of a circle. The leader was the size of a black bear, silver from the shoulders forward, moving like he'd never had to hurry for anything in his life. I had a mount contract in my pocket that worked on anything up to 300 kilos. I sat down at the heavy crossbow lever with my hand on it and waited for my moment, and my moment did not come because something else came out of the trees first, a brown bear, over a ton of it. The wolves did not fight. 20 animals that had just taken down a deer together opened up and let it walk through the middle of them, and it took the kill without hurrying, and then it did something I did not expect. It flopped down on its back on the carcass, belly up, and started playing with the pack leader, like a cat with a shoelace, batting him around, letting him get a grip, shoving him off. This bear-sized wolf, this thing that ran 20 other wolves being handled like a toy. And the leader took it for about 30 seconds, and then he snapped and went for the throat. 1 swipe, that's it. The bear hit him once without getting up, and he went 4 meters and landed on his side with his throat open and his shoulder skinned to the bone. The pack looked at him, then the pack left. They didn't even hesitate. The thing that had led them the day before was now just a noise on the ground, and they walked off into the trees and left him there. I took off my armor. All of it. Because it clanks, and he was already terrified, and I climbed down and walked over to a dying wolf the size of a bear with nothing in my hands. "You want to live?" I said. "Then sign a contract with me." He was still snarling, and then he wasn't. He put his head down on the dirt and made a sound that I have never heard from a wolf before or since, a thin whining noise, and it was not fear. I used the contract. 10 seconds. 10 seconds and the throat closed and the shoulder filled back in, and the stripped fur came back through the skin like grass in a time lapse. He got up on all 4 legs and shook himself, and the red dot in my head went out and a green one came on in its place. Contract successful, Jungle Grey Wolf King. I named him Frostfang because it was accurate and because I wasn't feeling clever. "You're not going to be the thing that gets swatted anymore," I told him. "That part's over." Mochi climbed down my leg, walked straight up to a wolf the size of a bear, and went to sleep on the back of his neck. He let her. They have been like that ever since, and neither of them has ever explained it. Here's the thing about the hunting event that nobody else worked out in time. Blue fruit attracts animals. I'd noticed the small stuff turning up around me and assumed I was getting unlucky. Then I checked the pockets of my leather armor and I had 4 blue oranges in there, and I ran the experiment, and it's true. Carry blue fruit and the jungle comes to you. So so I stopped hunting and became bait, a walking humanoid lure on the back of a wolf with a crossbow. Rabbit, 1 point. Fox, 3. Spotted deer, 10. Boar, 40. Wolf pack leader, 50. Frostfang covered ground in 5 minutes that used to take me an hour, and I learned to shoot backwards off a moving animal, which is a skill I would like to put on a resume somewhere. And in the middle of all that, skinning my 6th deer of the afternoon, I found out something about this world that I still turn over at night. I switched knives. Same deer, same cuts. Green boning knife gave me green hide. Blue boning knife gave me blue hide. Off the same animal. Do you understand what that means? The grade isn't in the deer. The deer doesn't know what grade it is. The grade is decided at the moment of harvest by the tool in my hand, which means white and green and blue and purple are not a property of this world at all. They're a layer somebody painted on top of it. There is a hand in this. Somebody is running the numbers on a jungle, and the jungle has no idea. The 4 pillars were about a day's ride northwest, and I went to look at them, and I should not have. It was an altar. A few hundred square meters of dark green tile, 4 stone pillars 10 meters high at the corners, and on top of each pillar a statue of an animal, a boar with tusks longer than the rest of it, a wolf, a wild cat, a hare. In the middle, an offering table, and running through the stone of that table there were blood-red veins, and if you stared at them long enough, you got the extremely strong impression that they were moving. Altar pillars, blue. The gods carved the necessary offerings onto the pillars for the worshippers to choose from. Altar offering table, blue. Offering enough sacrifices will attract the attention of the gods. The word gods was in quotation marks. Both times. Whoever writes these descriptions wanted me to know they thought it was funny. Frostfang would not step onto the tile. He stood at the edge shaking, and I looked up at the 4 statues and understood why, because one of the 4 things carved up there was a wolf. Mochi walked out onto it like it was a patio. I put 15 kilos of rabbit meat on the table. The veins came alive. They came up out of the stone like worms, crawled over the meat, wrapped it, and about 8 seconds later there was nothing there, not bones, nothing, and the hair pillar filled up from the bottom, 3 or 4 centimeters of red climbing the stone like mercury. In a thermometer, I put my hand on the pillar, hot. I put my hand on the table, ice, and I worked out the rule standing right there, because it's not subtle once you see it. Every statue has one part that's wrong. The boar's tusks are longer than the boar. That's not art, that's an order form. There was a hidden drawer at the base, and in the drawer was a knife with a black handle and a blood-red blade. Altar dagger, blue, for cutting sacrificial material. Don't forget to return it to the altar, or the gods will be angry. That knife only cuts the part the altar wants. Rabbit ears, cat paws, boar tusks, and the cut doesn't bleed. The wound closes while you watch. 3 boars filled the boar pillar half a meter. 36 rabbit ears filled the hare pillar to the top, and while I was feeding it, I noticed something on the map that I filed and did not act on, which was a mistake. The red dots weren't going down. I had personally killed dozens of animals in that area, and there were more dots than when I'd started. Somebody was restocking. The hare statue turned red. The pattern crawled over the stone the way the veins had crawled over the meat, and Mochi started yanking at my clothes hard enough to tear them. My watch buzzed. Gao Haoran, Lin Yi, don't make offerings at the altar. Those statues come to life. I typed back with one hand while backing up. You're too late. It's already alive. The statue burst. What came out was a hare the size of a piglet with red eyes and a sound coming out of it like grinding teeth, and its ears were not ears. Its ears were 2 swords. It turned its head, and one of them opened a groove in the stone tile like a chisel. Then it jumped, and it did not jump like an animal. It went like something fired. It went past me into the forest, and I heard it hit a tiger about 400 meters out, and then I heard the tiger, and then the hare came back. I set up behind a tree with the spear, and I got one clean thrust in, and it cut my spear in half. In the air, my blue stone spear, 1000 durability, chopped in 2 like a carrot. Then it came through my shoulder, straight through blue iron armor, through the meat, out the back, and I was pinned to my own tree by a rabbit. I could not reach it with my right arm because my right arm was the arm it was through, so I got the altar dagger out with my left hand, and I cut off the other ear. Slay the corrupted mutated hare. 500 points. 500. I had earned 364 in an entire day of professional wolf-mounted archery. One rabbit was worth more than my whole career. I pulled the ear out of my own shoulder, which is a sentence I'd like to never say again, and I ground up a blue hemostasis grass and packed it into a hole that went all the way through me, and I watched it close. Mutant rabbit ears, blue. Weapon material, can substitute for metal. Weapons made from it are incredibly sharp. Contaminated mutated rabbit meat, gray. Powerful toxin, an almost guaranteed kill when eaten. Small chance of inducing mutation. Both Mochi and Frostfang went for that meat the second I put it down, and I have never shouted at them like that before. And as I was leaving, I looked back at the groove the hare had cut in the altar tile. It was gone. The stone had closed. I stood there for a while with that thought. Then I got on my wolf and went home, and notice please that I forgot to put the knife back. The heavy crossbow on my house had, in my absence, nailed a bald eagle to a tree, 2-meter wingspan, and now 10 green flight feathers, which is exactly what a bolt wants. I made a spear out of the rabbit ears and a crossbow to match. The test bolt went through one poplar and into the next one, and stayed there. Chen Xinyu turned on her camera that night and held up her hands, and her fingers were split open and swollen from 2 days of shooting a bow. She'd earned 4th place in the entire region with a bow and her own knuckles. I sent her a crossbow. She did not ask what it cost. Gao Haoran had killed his own mutant, a cat, and we compared notes, and we both landed on the same conclusion at the same time. These things lose their minds. A blood mutant that gets hurt will chase you until one of you is dead, and it will not stop to think about it once. That's the weakness. That's the whole weakness. They can't quit. Also, I bought a fish. Hu Wei Sheng, who turns out to have been a professional diving instructor before all this, listed one item, and it was this. Koi, blue. Permanently increases luck. Can only be eaten once. Luck. As a stat. That you can eat. I paid 2 crossbows for it without blinking, and I cannot prove it did a single thing, and I have not once regretted it. Then a woman started selling blue hemostasis grass in bulk, and I did the math on how much you'd need to grow to sell in bulk, and I worked out that Liu Meilin was not a survivor with a good garden. Liu Meilin was the entire supply chain behind an outfit that had started calling itself Suspended Pot to Save the World. I messaged her and told her I knew. I mean no harm, I added, which is the thing you say when you absolutely do mean some. The next morning, Mochi refused to go anywhere near the altar. Not nervous. Refused. Planted her feet, made the danger sign, and when I asked how it compared to the hair, she made the sign for the hair and then made it bigger. So I went up the hill instead and looked down at it from a distance. There was something standing at my altar. Green-skinned, humanoid, and the tallest poplar in that clearing came up to its waist. It had a club that used to be a tree. And it had crimson markings all over it, and here's the part that made my stomach turn over. They were neat. Every mutated animal I'd seen had patterns like spilled paint. This thing's markings were laid out. Symmetrical. Deliberate. There was a design on its chest that had been put there on purpose. That's not a mutation. That's a tattoo. The dot on my map came on all at once, and it was as bright as the python. It turned its head and looked directly at me across 400 meters, and it roared, and birds came out of the trees, and some of them didn't come out flying, and then it lifted the club and pointed it at the altar and walked away through the forest, taking trees with it. It didn't attack, it made a gesture and left. I had the knife in my bag. I had walked away from a place with the word gods carved on it in quotation marks, carrying their knife, and something the size of an office building had come to make a point about it. Gao Haoran, who had done the same altar, had no troll, because Gao Haoran put his knife back. I returned the dagger. The drawer took it and gave me a new one, unused, with no marks on the blade at all. And where the troll had gone into the trees, there was a rock face, and on the rock face, cut into the stone, was the same design that had been on its chest. That thought has never entirely left me. All those hills out there, sitting in the jungle, in their strange even rows. What if they're not hills? I finished the hunt by cheating. The cat mutant came for me and I did not fight it. I ran on a wolf, shooting backwards, and it caught one of my bolts out of the air with its paw. Its front paws were 3 blades each, and it went through tree trunks sideways without slowing down. My rabbit ear spear held against them and threw sparks, which is the only reason I'm here. And when it started getting tired, I turned, deliberately, into a section of forest I'd scouted that morning, where the tiger was. 450 kilos of tiger took a mutated cat by the neck and broke it, and I got the 500 points anyway, because the system pays for the death and not the effort. Then the tiger ate the contaminated meat I'd left out an hour earlier, and about 60 seconds later it stopped and lay down, and did not get up. Slay the jungle tiger. 200 points. 2 apex predators, 1 afternoon, and I never landed a blow on either of them. Final scores. First, me, 2,054. Second, Gao Haoran, 1,863. Third, Zhou Lihua, 1,586. And that number is the most frightening one on the board because Zhou Lihua did not have a mount, and Zhou Lihua did not kill a single mutant. She got 1,500 points by hand. Her stream came through the group afterward, and she was standing in armor with blood on it up to the shoulder, hitting her own screen with the flat of her hand and shouting, "Hunting is supposed to be my home turf. Why are these two still taller than me?" She had something. She wasn't saying what. First place got a permanent 30% discount at a shop that opened that same day, where you spend points, and the shop was where I finally understood who I was dealing with. Large flower pot. Blue. Holds fertile soil inside your treehouse and accelerates growth. Fertilizer. Blue. Turns ordinary soil into fertile soil. Beast statue, blue. Strengthens your mounts and pets. Humanoid statue, blue. Strengthens the survivor. Serious, useful, expensive, fine. And then on the shelf next to them, a comb that regrows hair, a whitening face mask, shoes with a lift in them to make you taller, weight loss pills. Weight loss pills. There are 6,000 people out here fighting for their lives, and somebody has stocked diet pills. These things are not here to help. These things are here because whoever built this store knows exactly what a human being will buy at 3 in the morning when they're scared. I bought the humanoid statue, and when it appeared, it was a statue of me. Not a generic man. Me, in the t-shirt I woke up in. Then I did the thing that made me famous. I put salt on the trading platform. 5 grams for 1 green resource listed under my own name, and because of a hidden first-place perk, my listing sat at the top of the platform where every one of 6,000 people saw it first. 6,000 people who had not tasted salt in 9 days. The channel came apart. Long live Big Shot Lin. Somebody wrote that they'd eaten boiled deer for a week and cried about it. And underneath, right on schedule, we strongly demand that this be distributed free of charge. Blacklisted. All of them. I have limited storage in my head, and I'm not spending it on people who think the correct response to a man finding salt is a demand. I also made myself a leather armor set, blue, 4 pieces, which does one thing. It makes you quiet. That turned out to matter within about 6 hours. Dungeon treasure hunt. Find the entrance to the hidden underground city. Everyone who fails to find an entrance will be permanently expelled from this beautiful world. Read that again. Not the last 50. Everyone. An entire region could die in an afternoon on a scavenger hunt. The channel started screaming, and then somebody posted that they'd found a crack in a cave with a strange draft coming out of it, and I put my hand over my face. The Black Bear Cave. I had heard that wind on my second night in this world. I had gone in and looked for it twice and given up twice. On the way there, I stopped at the stream and dumped 200 kilos of pork into the water because I keep my appointments. He came up, took the entire pile in one motion, and made a low rolling sound that I have decided to interpret as friendly. Mochi waved a paw at him. The water turned over in a slow circle, and he was gone. Behind the crack was a passage you had to walk sideways down, with your face and your back both touching stone. Then it forked into 3. Mochi checked all 3 and gave me the danger sign for all 3. My map went dark. Underground, it does not work at all, which means the single biggest advantage I have in this world switches off the moment I go below the surface. Frostfang's shoulders wouldn't fit, so he stayed at the entrance, and I told him if I wasn't back by dark to go home, and he did not go home, and we both knew he wouldn't. Rats the size of house cats, 20 points each. Fine. And then a slab of floor gave way under my boot, and I got my weight back off it, and the piece that fell went down into a crack under the passage, and I never heard it land. The whole labyrinth is a crust over a hole. Chen Xinyu was in there somewhere too, and about an hour in she messaged me to say, with commendable calm, that she was completely lost. Then something took a pebble out of the air in front of me. A tongue came around the corner, hit a stone I'd thrown, and took it. Attached to that tongue, filling the entire passage from wall to wall, was a toad with blood patterns on it. I shot at it. It caught the bolt. With its tongue, my best crossbow, the one that goes through poplars, and it fielded the bolt like an outfielder. So I stopped trying to kill it. I put the spear in its side, not deep, just enough to make the point, and then I hurted it. For 40 minutes, I walked a wounded toad through a labyrinth in front of me, and I read the route off its back, because a thing that lives down there knows which floors hold and which ones don't. Mochi worked the rear, nipping at it whenever it slowed down. It took every turn I couldn't see and stepped over every slab I would have stood on, and it walked us straight out of the maze onto the bank of an underground river in front of a pair of bronze gates 5 meters high. I'll let you live, I told it. You earned it. Then I posted the whole method in the area channel, for free, to everybody. I want to be clear about why. It wasn't a change of heart. Gao Haran was right that 50 people were going to die in the last event no matter what anybody did. This one wasn't 50. This one was everybody who didn't find a door, and I had just found the door. Behind the bronze gates there was a staircase, and the staircase lit itself. Candles and brackets going down into the dark ahead of me, coming on in pairs as I walked. Wet stone under my boots. And the gate closing behind me on its own, which I heard and did not turn around for because there was nothing I could have done about it. The stairwell opened out into a shaft with a ceiling 100 meters up, and every square meter of that ceiling was bats. Hundreds of them, each one bigger than I was comfortable with, hanging in rows, and every single one had the blood pattern on it. I was wearing blue leather armor, which is the quiet set, and I went down those stairs like a man walking through a hospital at night, breathing through my mouth for what felt like an hour. I got to within 20 meters of the bottom, and then a slab shifted under my foot with a click. The entire ceiling came off at once. It is not the wings. It is not the sound of wings that gets you. It's what they do with their voices, all together, in an enclosed stone shaft, and what it does inside your skull. My vision went white at the edges. I ran down wet stairs, half blind, with both hands over my ears and my shoulder off the wall, and I threw the contaminated meat behind me as I went, and enough of them stopped for it to buy me the last 10 meters. I hit the door at the bottom with my shoulder, and it opened, and I turned and put my whole weight into slamming it, and it closed on 3 of them, and I stood there in the dark with my ears ringing, being extremely glad about the leather armor and extremely aware that it had not been enough. The corridor on the other side had doors along it, wooden, rotted, some hanging, and on a stone table at the mouth of that corridor, somebody had carved words, not written. Carved, badly, with something wrong for the job, the letters going crooked and getting deeper as they went, in Chinese. Demons. They're all demons. They killed me. I want to die. You will. Not die a good death. There were old brown stains around the carving. Behind the first door, there was a man. A statue of a man, stone, sitting at a desk with a pen in his hand and his head bent, in the exact posture of somebody in the middle of a sentence. Under his hand were 3 cards. Mutated beast contract. Green. Contracts. The thing I'd been paying a fortune for, sitting under a statue's hand in a locked room, locked from the inside. The door had a bar across it on the inside, and there was nobody in the room but the statue. Second room, a woman. Stone, lying on a stone bed, on her side, asleep. By the pillow, mutated beast ring, blue. Holds 5 tamed mutants. I took it. I backed out. And as I was pulling the door closed, in the last inch of the gap, I saw that her eyes were open. I shoved the door back, and she was asleep. Third room. A boy, 7, maybe 8, and in his stone hand there was a pinwheel, a real one, made of paper, and the paper had not rotted in whatever number of years this place had been down here. The little windmill, blue, lures lower mutants, and on all 3, the same line underneath, human-shaped stone statue, green. A mysterious stone statue that seems to contain an eerie life force, There were dozens more rooms down that corridor, and every single one of them had a chest in it, and every chest had the same thing inside. A survivor's gear, torn, bloodied, and folded, neatly, squared off at the corners and stacked, and the backpack set on top, and the chest closed. Somebody down here collects the dead and puts their things away tidily. One of those chests had a full blue set in it. Blue dagger, blue spear, blue crossbow, dozens of blue fruits, piles of good timber, better equipment than most of my region will ever see. Even someone kitted out like that died down here. There was a 4th statue too, a woman in a servant's clothes, and what she was holding made me laugh out loud in a room full of dead people's luggage. Special broom, blue, repels lower mutants. Mutants are afraid of brooms. That's canon now. I don't make the rules. Then the corridor opened into a hall about 1,000 square meters across, and the hall was full of cages. Iron, rusted through, hundreds of them in rows, and in every cage an animal with the blood pattern on it, lying still. I put a finger on one of the bars, and the bar came apart like a biscuit, and in the room across from it, there were people, more than a dozen, lying where they'd fallen, covered in short red and white fur that had grown through their skin, with the same pattern running under it. One of them still had gloves on, another had most of a leather chest piece. They weren't breeding animals down here. Somewhere along the line, they moved on to us. I asked Mochi if they were dead. She shook her head. In a sealed metal room past the cages, I found a crafting bench I recognized, because it was one of ours. Treehouse issue, mutant potion synthesis bench, blue, and the recipe on it, mutagen, blue, turns a beast into a lower mutant with 100% probability, requires 5 kilos of contaminated meat and 1 glass bottle, 100%, not a chance, a guarantee. There was a cabinet against the wall, and I opened it standing off to one side, out of habit, and 3 bolts came out of it and hit the far wall. Mochi hadn't warned me. That's the limit on her, and it's worth knowing. She reads living things. Machinery doesn't register to her at all. 6 finished mutagens inside. And when I lifted the synthesis bench off the floor, there was a pressure plate under it. The whole corridor started to shake. The first door opened, and the stone man walked out. Not lurched. Walked. Shoulders. Hips. The small correction in the neck. The whole thing, and there is nothing in the world more wrong than watching a statue move with perfect human timing. His grade had changed. Green to blue. The second door opened, and the woman came out behind him. "Don't move," he said. "We mean no harm." Then he looked at my hands. "You took the contract cards I made, and you're wearing the ring I gave her." The third door banged open, and a stone child ran out shouting for his mother and father, and then the mutants came. Both rooms, all of them, animals, and the people who used to be people, pouring into that corridor at us. The stone man stamped his foot once. Silence. Both rooms. Instantly. The woman said something to me then, and I want to describe what happened carefully because it's the only time in this whole story I lost control of myself. She said a few soft words about how they hadn't hurt anyone, and my hand started lowering my weapon. Not my decision. My hand. I got it back up and I said something sharp to her, and the floor opened and 2 slabs of stone 10 centimeters thick came up on either side of me and closed until they were touching my ribs. I'd advise you not to speak to her that way, the man said perfectly calmly. Otherwise, even if I have to wait another 12 years, I will kill you. Then the walls went back down. If I wanted you dead, he said, you would be. His name was Chen Guozhong. The woman was Lin Rong. The boy was Chen Wei. The one with the broom was Grandma Hua. And at a stone table, in a corridor full of cages, he told me what happened to this world. 49 years ago, this place was Earth. Not similar to Earth. The same as cities, cars, television, an army. All of it. Then a red light came down over half the planet and stayed for 5 minutes. Everything alive under that light became enormous and deformed and insane. The sea came first. Turtles the size of buildings coming up the rivers. Things with too many arms taking ships apart. They put a navy in the water and lost it, and after that, nobody owned the ocean. Then the sky. Birds and insects over the cities in numbers that turned noon into evening, and everybody who could get underground got underground, and when they came back up, the cities were flat, and the giant humans had arrived. That's the part he had trouble saying. Not animals. People, mutated, tens of meters tall, that shrugged off everything the army had left. And they were not stupid. They went for the shelters. They went for the weapons depots. Somebody down there was still thinking, and what it was thinking about was how to finish us. Humanity did not put up a fight worth the name. Chen Guozhong took his family under the ground, and they never came back up. Every 12 years, he said, a new batch of survivors arrives in this world. I am the 5th. The first batch broke in here and became the things lying in the room across the corridor. The second batch died on the traps, all of them, everyone. He worked with the 3rd and the 4th and buried both. The skeleton in the iron room, the one with the Greek lighter, the one whose backpack was on my shoulders right then, died 12 years ago. And the words on the stone table at the entrance, they're all demons, you will not die a good death, those were carved by Chen Guozhong. How do you think we ended up like this, he said. Then he made me an offer, and it was a simple one. Only a survivor can open the metal doors of this place. They cannot. 50 years and 4 batches of us, and they have never once been able to open a door. Get us out, and everything you can carry is yours. The broom worked. I walked back up that shaft past hundreds of bats, and every one of them folded itself up small and shook while I went by, and I made an excellent effort not to enjoy it, and failed. The top door was sealed, no way back the way I came in, which the family already knew and had not mentioned. Right at that door, my watch got about 2 bars of signal, and I checked the group, and that's when I found out my dungeon was not everybody's dungeon. Everyone else had a corridor, some chests, some traps, and a staircase out. Simple, boring, survivable. Nobody else had statues. Nobody else had cages. Nobody else had a family. I do not know why. I have theories, and I don't like any of them. I contracted the biggest bat on the way down, mostly because it was there, and I named him Echo, and he immediately became the most anxious animal I have ever owned. In the cage hall, Chen Guozhong stamped his foot and shouted at the mutants to get back, and they got back. Every one of them, obediently, into broken cages that no longer had doors. Except one. There was a cage made of a metal I couldn't identify, and inside it was a cheetah, close to 200 kilos, with front claws like 3 knives welded to each paw. My most successful experiment, Chen Guozhong said. The contract bounced off it, which taught me the actual rule, and it's a rule I've used ever since. A contract does not capture anything. A contract confirms a surrender. If the animal hasn't given up, you're holding a piece of paper. So I sat down on the floor next to a cage containing a mutated cheetah, and I talked to it. I told it I didn't think it wanted to be in there anymore. I told it this was the last chance because when we walked out the door, this whole place was getting sealed and nobody was ever coming back. Mochi sat down next to me and thumped her chest with a paw, vouching for me, to a cheetah. I rolled a blueberry through the bars. The contract took. She has never once let me pet her. She walks 2 meters away from me at all times, permanently, on principle. I named her Shadow, and she has never forgiven me for that either. I asked Chen Guozhong about the mutagens, because I'd been thinking about it for an hour, and what I'd been thinking was, what if I drink one? He cut me off before I got the whole sentence out. Most beasts that drink it lose their will, he said. Of the humans, there were no exceptions. Every one of them became a madman. Do you want to be a madman who lives forever? Because that's the other half of it. Those things in the room don't age. 49 years down here, no sunlight, no food that I could see, and they are stronger now than the day they turned. I asked what he wanted done with them, the people. And that stone face did something I couldn't read, and he said, "Let them stay down here in the dark. Forever." Then he raised a wall across that doorway and sealed it, and we left. The road out was a museum of ways to die. First the boulders, stone the width of the tunnel, rolling down at us, one at a time, and then three at a time, and then five, and Chen Guozhong simply pressed a niche into the wall with his hand, and we stood in it and let them go past. "Isn't this a bit shameless?" I said, and nobody laughed, because they'd been down here for half a century and had lost the reflex. Then the tiles, a hall floored in black and white squares, and any one of them could be anything. We drove the mutants across it ahead of us. I'm not going to pretend that was noble. We opened a cage, pointed, and let them run, and we watched where they died. The first one went down on spikes that came out of 4 directions at once. The second took a crossbow volley from the walls and the ceiling together. The third hit a 5x5 square of floor that turned into a column of fire. The fourth found the pit, and I never heard it land, which by then I was used to. The fifth stepped on something that went off like a grenade. 8 animals, and then we walked the safe line. And Chen Guozhong told me how the second batch had crossed that hall. 30 survivors. And they did exactly what we had just done, except they didn't have animals. Nobody volunteered. Of course nobody volunteered. So they picked, and the picking went the way picking always goes, weakest first. And the last man they picked understood what was happening to him, and he went out onto the tiles, and he found the one that explodes, and he waited until they were all close enough. "No one is willing to die for others," Chen Guozhong said. "That's not cruelty, that's just what people are." Behind the second door, the floor stopped being stone and started being earth, fertile soil, underground, blue-gray dirt in a tunnel 100 meters below the jungle. And this, Chen Guozhong told me, is where every previous attempt ended, because the last stretch of that tunnel is where the mid and high-level things live, and they come out of the walls. They came out of the walls, and they died. Every vine that broke through that soil shriveled before it finished extending, went gray, and hung there like something pressed in a book. Because my treehouse has a 6-kilometer radius and everybody else has 3, and we were standing inside mine, I sent Shadow 200 meters down that tunnel and back at full speed just to pull everything out of the walls at once, and everything that came out turned into dry sticks behind her. The statue family stood in the middle of that and could not speak. Chen Guozhong got as far as this twice and stopped both times. 50 years, 4 batches of survivors, a wall of monsters that had killed every single person who ever tried it. We walked through it in about a minute because a man planted a seed in the right square meter of dirt. The third door had stairs going up behind it, and the moment it shut, the walls started to sweat. Not a leak. The stone went dark and wet all at once, and then it came apart, and what came through with the water were fish. Loaches, mutated, and they chewed through rock. Chen Guozhong raised a wall across the tunnel, and it held for maybe 4 seconds before it was full of holes. We ran up a wet spiral staircase with water at our heels the whole way, and I threw every backpack I had to the statues because stone doesn't get tired, and I do. The exit came out in the middle of a dried-up lake bed 4 or 5 meters below the rim, and I stood at the bottom of a bowl I couldn't climb with water coming up behind me, and Mochi was on the bank, waving, both paws up on her back legs at a spot 40 meters along where the bank sloped. We got out with seconds to spare, and the water came up behind us and stopped at the lip and sat there full of things with teeth, and then a man made of stone put his arms around me. I want to be honest, I didn't know what to do with my hands. He held on to me and said thank you twice, and the second time his voice came apart in the middle of the word. Behind him, his wife and his son, and the woman with the broom were standing in an ordinary jungle at sunset, holding on to each other, all 4 of them looking at a sky. 49 years. They had somewhere to be, he said, something they had to do, and it had to be done after dark, and he wouldn't say what it was. A few days, he said, we'll come back. Before he went, he gave me a wristband that holds 10 mutants and a paper pinwheel the size of a dinner plate, and he took the ring back off my hand, carefully, and apologized for it. This ring was the first thing I gave to Lin Rong, he said, after I became a stone statue. And he told me one last thing, and it explains everything about why my contracts are the most valuable objects I own. The ink in his pen is the blood of a high-level mutant. There's enough left for 5 more. I got home late, opened my own door with my own roots, walked up 3 flights of my own house, and sat down on my own sofa with a wolf, a cheetah, a red panda, and a bat, and I realized none of them had ever seen it before. Everybody has one of these, I told them. Mine's just bigger. The reward for coming back out of that place was a line I did not expect. Treehouse level +1. My house grew a 4th floor overnight, with a peaked ceiling 6 meters at the ridge, and I spent the next 2 days doing the single most satisfying thing I have done in this world, which was interior decorating. 1st floor, storage. 2nd floor, workshop, every bench in a row facing the same way like a garage. 3rd floor became somewhere to live. 3 rooms, a kitchen with a real stove and a cauldron, a bathroom, and a sofa. An actual sofa, stuffed with cotton, with a low table in front of it. I sat down on it, and I want to tell you that after 2 weeks of a wooden bed with opinions, sitting down on a sofa in a house I grew from a nut was the best moment of my life to that point. And the 4th floor became a farm. I melted sand in the furnace and made glass, and I put the glass in the roof, and I filled that floor with 50 pots of fertile soil and blue apple trees and blue oranges and blue strawberries growing under 100 square meters of skylight. At night, you lie up there, and the Milky Way is right on top of you through the glass. That's the real starry ceiling, not the sticker kind. Then the voice announced the next event, and the next event was called Rainy Season, and I had about a day and a half to enjoy the sofa. Chen Xinyu found a new ore, because of course she did. Black gold block, blue. Incredible hardness. Also conductive. Conductive. That one word opened a crafting bench I hadn't seen before, called the Basic Appliance Manufacturing Table, and on it there was exactly one recipe, and the recipe was a lightning rod. Diverts lightning strikes. Absorbed lightning powers the treehouse. Powers it. Nobody in 9,000 people had electricity yet, and the world had just quietly put a socket on the wall. And then I made the hardest call I'd made so far, and it wasn't about a monster. I sat down in front of Frostfang with 6 bottles of mutagen and told him the truth. I told him it would make him bigger and faster than anything in this jungle. And I told him that most animals who drink it lose themselves, and every human who ever drank it went mad. And that if it went wrong, I would have to put him down myself. He sat there for a long time. Long enough that I started saying it's fine, forget it. Then he put his head back and howled once, hard, straight up. 1 bottle did nothing. 2 did nothing. 3 did nothing. It took all 6, and then a 7th that I brewed on the floor next to him at 4 in the morning while he lay there breathing like a bellows. The fangs came in first. They came down past his jaw the way a saber cats do, and I sat there watching an animal I liked turn into something out of a museum diorama. The pattern came up out of his chest and spread in pulses, in time with his heart, and his eyes went from amber to a red I did not like at all. And then he lifted his head and looked at me, and he knew me. He put his enormous, ridiculous new head in my lap like a dog, and I sat on my own floor at dawn with my hands in his fur, and I did not move for about 10 minutes. By that evening, he'd gone from 200 kilos to over 3. He topped out around 80 kilometers an hour through dense forest, which is roughly double what he'd been. And that night, I watched him take the head off a deer in one motion without slowing down. The next morning, I paid the crocodile a call, and I asked him for a favor. I stood on the bank with 200 kilos of pork and explained out loud to a 20-meter animal that I had a piranha problem. He came into the lake and started filtering it, mouth open, moving in slow arcs, straining that water like a whale shark and swallowing piranhas by the 100. And then he stopped and stayed and did not leave. He hadn't come for the fish. The lake tilted and the python came up. I have watched 2 of those things fight each other, and once was more than enough. The water didn't splash, it detonated. Spray hit my 3rd floor window from 400 meters out. 2 animals with a combined length of 40 meters going over and under each other in a body of water that was not big enough for the argument. And the crocodile won around. He got a grip and tore a piece out of the python's flank, skin and all, and then he did something I still think about because I don't believe animals do this. He held it up. He turned, with the piece in his jaws, and he swallowed it in front of the python, slowly, and then he spat out the scale. The wound closed while I was watching it. That's the other thing. 40 centimeters of missing flank knitted itself shut in under a minute. The python went down and stayed down, and the crocodile went back up the stream with his own hide full of holes and left 4 things on the bank for me. Giant python scales, purple. Anaconda scale armor set, 4 pieces, purple. Greatly increases strength. Grants free movement underwater. Instills fear in aquatic creatures. Each piece cost 3 blue ingots, and Chen Xinyu sent me 12 for 3 sacks of blue fertilizer, which is the trade of the century in both directions, and neither of us has ever admitted who won it. Each piece also had an 80% success rate. Fail, and the material is gone. The blue chair got it to 90. Whatever that carp did to my luck did the rest. 4 for 4. I went into the lake wearing it, and I swam like something that belongs in a lake. And the piranhas, which had been eating carp in under 2 seconds a week earlier, stopped. All of them, at once, hanging in the water, pointed away from me. I shot one, and the rest of them turned around and took her apart in about 10 seconds, down to bone. That's how I cleared the last 5 out of my lake. I didn't kill them. I introduced them to each other. Under the lake there was a shaft, a hole in the lake bed going straight down into black, wide enough to fit my house in. 60 meters down there were fish moving, flat, 3 meters across, and the walls of the shaft had green and blue ore in them that I could see and could not reach. I got 11 blue water grasses at 20 meters, each one worth half an hour of breathing underwater, and then I went home and did not go back down because there are limits, and I had found one. At home, I tried a piece of mutated rat meat because I'd been carrying it around for 2 days. Everything I had eaten in the first half of my life was garbage. And it wasn't just the flavor. My strength went up. Permanently, in a small amount, from eating it. Which meant every survivor in this region had been throwing away or selling the single most valuable food in the world because their appraisal stand said gray, and gray means contaminated, and contaminated means bad. Nobody else could see what I could see. I bought 2 tons of mutant meat off the trading platform that afternoon for almost nothing. Then Chen Xinyu found saltpeter. Saltpeter, blue, absorbs an enormous amount of heat when dissolved. I dropped a piece in a basin of water to test it, and the water froze immediately, and the temperature of the entire room dropped so fast I could see my own breath. So I built a cold room on my first floor and ran it at 20 below, and I filled it with labeled crates of meat, and by the end of that week, I owned a freezer full of protein in a world where 9,000 people were about to run out of food. I put a basin of the stuff in my living room as an air conditioner, because I could. Chen Xinyu got a mutagen and a contract out of the deal, and she used them on a cow. I want that in the record. Every one of us went for predators. She looked at a mutagen capable of creating a monster and thought, transport, and load capacity, and possibly milk. She has never once been wrong about anything practical, and it's genuinely infuriating. At 6 the next morning, I was thrown out of bed by thunder. I went to the window and the clouds were 300 meters over my head, not high overcast. 300 meters, moving like something boiling, and lightning coming down every 10 seconds. 2 of them hit my lightning rod in the first minute, and the rod filled up with white light and held it, and my screen told me the treehouse was charging. Then Gao Haoran put one line in the area channel that saved more people than anything either of us had ever posted. The lightning is not what kills you, the forest fire is. Cut a fire break around your treehouse. Now, I went out in that storm with an iron axe and cleared 20 meters in every direction, and I dug up my blue apple tree and moved it inside, and I was still working when the wind changed, and the jungle caught, everywhere. All at once, in a ring, in about 4 seconds. Rainy season, said the voice, over the top of a burning forest. 24 hours of extreme rainfall, thunderstorms, and hurricane winds. The storm will bring things this jungle does not have. Your task is simple, survive until dawn, and then, this is the final event of Phase 1. The rain came down like somebody had inverted the lake. It killed that fire in under 10 seconds. From a burning ring to a black wasteland and standing water, faster than I could get back inside. And then the ground opened up and the forest came back. I mean that literally. Sprouts came up out of the ash while I was watching, not seedlings. Trees, 3 and 4 meters in about a minute, all across the burn. Whatever this place is, it does not intend to let the scenery stay ruined. The water came up 5-6 meters, and the low tree houses went under. That's the part the channel was full of. Thousands of people whose entire home is one room 3 meters off the ground, and the water is at the windowsill, and their only option is to climb up on top of their own canopy and sit in a hurricane for 24 hours. Liu Meilin put out a pill that night. Cures any illness contracted in the last 3 days. 2 hours of weakness afterward. She was the only reason a lot of people who spent a day in that rain didn't die of what they caught in it. And then the tornadoes came up. 20, 30 of them, all around the horizon, going from the flooded ground to the underside of the clouds, with lightning turning over inside them, and every single one was standing still. They didn't move, they didn't travel. They stood in one spot and threw things out. Stones, whole trunks, animals. Mochi was up at the window making a sound I had heard exactly twice before, and it was not her danger noise, it was her treasure noise. And while I was looking out at that, I noticed something else, and I have not stopped noticing it since. The hills to the northwest were gone. Not flooded, gone. 60, 70 meters of hill, 4 of them, that I had walked over personally, missing from the skyline. I decided not to think about that until later, and later has never come. I swam out into a flooded jungle in purple armor and looted the bottom of the world. Green rainbow fish, beautiful decorative fish, increases the decoration score of your treehouse. That's the first time I'd seen a living creature with a grade on it, and the first time I'd seen those 2 words, and I had no idea yet what they meant. Blue crystal, green grade, redwood, green grade, both of them, same line, increases decoration score. Somewhere in that flood, out by the base of one of the tornadoes, there was a whirlpool going down into the dark, and out of it came a sailfish, 4 meters, blood pattern, and its bill was the enhanced part, the way the hare's ears had been, which meant mid-level, which meant it could kill me. A saltwater fish in a freshwater flood that had come up out of a hole in the ground. My scales scared it for about 4 seconds, right up until I got a spear into it. After that, the fear stopped mattering, which is the thing about mid-level mutants, and it came after me and did not stop coming. So I gave it a kilometer. I swam from my house through submerged saplings, weaving, and it went through those saplings without turning, snapping trunks with its face, and the whole time it gained on me. At the treehouse, I got a root around my waist and hauled myself up out of the water, and it came up under me and punched a hole through my boot. Through purple scale, it left a groove in the armor that's still there. So I used the bat. I sent Echo skimming low over the water, and a 4-meter fish came out of a flood after him like a missile, 3 stories up, and at the top of that arc, at the exact moment it stopped going up and hadn't started coming down, the heavy crossbow put a bolt through it lengthwise, jaw and dorsal fin, both blue, and 430 kilos of contaminated meat, which is 86 bottles of mutagen. Echo, incidentally, had been sleeping next to my radiation stone for a week by then, and somewhere in there, he'd woken up. I don't mean he'd been asleep. I mean he'd stopped being a thing that did what it was told. He refused to go into the wristband, and when I asked him why, he answered me. Not in words, but he answered. Then the whirlpool took me. It pulled me down and sideways, and I came up hard on solid ground. And I sat there for a second in complete confusion, because I was on land, and I was dry. And there was a wall of water going past me at 200 kilometers an hour. I was inside the tornado. There's no water in the middle. There's a floor. The walls are moving water, and the air is so cold and thin it hurts. And it is completely silent in there, in the way a cathedral is silent, with a roar going around the outside of it. And in the middle of the floor there was a wooden crate half broken open, colored crystals, and a card, artist contract, purple, unlocks the artist function, grants mastery of sculpture and painting. It went into me like the metalworking one had, except this one came with memories. 40 years of somebody's hands. I have never held a carving knife in my life, and I woke up the next day knowing how to hold one, the way you know how to hold a fork. Force-fed. That's the only word for it. Like a duck, and then I looked up. There was something hanging in the air above the crate, a small vortex, purple going to black, about the size of a football, and the space around it was bent, not blurred, bent the way a spoon looks in a glass. I threw a stone at it. The entire tornado shuddered, and out of the sky, all around the outside, resources came down. Ore, timber, crystal, and a certain number of extremely flat animals. So I threw another one, and another, and each time the sky rained cargo, and each time the black thing got bigger. Football, basketball, a meter, 2 meters, and around the time it hit 2 meters, it started making noise, wind coming out of it, and under the wind, something else, something moving, and it was getting louder. I put a stick into it and pulled the stick back out, and the end of it was gone, and what was left was coated in a dark red slime that ate through the rock when I scraped it off. So I shot it. One bolt, straight into the middle. The sound stopped. The whole vortex boiled, folded in on itself, and collapsed to a point, and then it wasn't there, and neither was the tornado. I was standing in the rain in a flooded jungle with a crate of crystals. Congratulations, you are the first survivor of this batch to eliminate a tornado. The first, again, always the first. Never anybody else, and never any explanation. Back home, I finally worked out what decoration score is. Everything pretty adds to it. The rainbow fish, crystals, redwood, furniture. There's a pair of fish, one white, one black, and the description says if you keep both together, the effect doubles and it strengthens your health and lengthens your life, which is a hell of a thing to attach to an aquarium. Duplicates don't count. 2 of the same crystal is worth 1 crystal. And then I sat down with the carving knife I now inexplicably knew how to use, and I carved a figurine of Mochi out of a piece of green crystal the size of an egg. Every green crystal I owned, all of them together, was worth 6 points. One carving of a red panda was worth 10 times the value out of the same rock, because a pair of hands went over it. It took 2 hours and left me so mentally wrung out that I had to lie down. But I sat there on my floor holding a tiny crystal panda while the real one sniffed at it suspiciously, and I did the arithmetic, and I understood that I had just been handed a machine that turns time into a stat. Gao Haran called me the next day and told me what he'd found in his own dungeon, and it reframed everything. There was a hidden room down there, and every wall of it was covered in writing. Not one language, languages, plural, alphabets he didn't recognize, and among them, in places, Chinese, which he could read. They were all the same message written by different people over what must have been decades. I failed. I wasn't one of the ones who made it to the end. We lost to them. I can't accept it, which means this was never a survival scenario. It's a selection. There is an end to it, and at that end there is a small number of people, and the underground city is not a dungeon. It's where the losers get put. Every one of those mutated people in the room Chen Guozhong sealed up used to be somebody's batch, somebody's 10,000, and Gao Haoran, being who he is, followed that thought all the way down out loud on a voice call. If it comes down to one person at the end, he said, you're my biggest threat. Understand that I'm being generous by telling you instead of putting a bolt in you at some point in the next month. I said I understood. And then we made an actual alliance, which is a different thing from a business arrangement, and I've never regretted it. We also worked out where we all lived, roughly, by triangulating off the lightning rods we'd seen glowing during the storm. Chen Xinyu was about 30 kilometers east of me. Gao Haoren was somewhere inside 50. At the time, that was a comforting distance. It stopped being comforting later. The rainy season rankings came out, and for the first time, they weren't just our region. 54 names drawn from every jungle district there is. First and second on that combined list were me and Gao Haoran. Our area channel said 3,154. It had said 3,800 when the rain started. 700 people, not eaten, not fought. They sat on the roof of their own house in a hurricane for 24 hours and did not come down, and about a fifth of them didn't survive it. And that's when Liu Meilin did the thing that made me decide I liked her. She had the only medicine in the region. Her organization, Suspended Pot to Save the World, the one she personally built, held a vote on pricing. They voted to hold supply and charge what the market would bear, so she left. She walked out of her own organization, sold her pills for 3 green resources each, which is basically nothing, and in the process she broke with her own brother, because her own brother was in the room and voted with the others. Her ability, when she finally told us what it was, is called Medical King. She can see any medicinal plant, accelerate its growth, develop drugs from it, and she cannot get sick. At all. Ever. And within a day of her dropping her price, people started sending her herbs, not selling, sending. Dozens of people who had nothing, mailing her what they'd found on the ground for free because she'd sold them a pill at cost. I've thought about that a lot. When their own survival isn't directly on the table, people mostly go the right way. It's when it is on the table that you get 30 survivors picking who walks onto the tiles. Then the food ran out. Not for me. I had a freezer full of mutant meat and a floor of fruit trees under glass for everybody else. The rain had scoured this jungle. There were no animals. There were almost no fruit trees left standing. 3,000 people in 20 square meter boxes with no beasts to hunt and nothing growing. Down at the lake, a carp came up to the shallows to see me. It was about 2 meters long now, and when I talked to it, it listened. I don't know how much of that is real, but a giant python and a 20-meter crocodile had bled into that water for a week, and after that, the fish in it got bigger and started acting like they were following the conversation. Then I went back to the altar, and I found the ring. Lin Rong's ring. Sitting on the offering table, white now, with a line under it saying it had been completely destroyed by being sacrificed. They'd come here. The family. On their errand they wouldn't tell me about after dark, a few days after I let them out. There's only one thing they could possibly have been trying to buy. Their tracks went across the dry lake bed to the hole we'd climbed out of and down, and on the way back I stopped at the salt mine cave because something was wrong with it. There were blood vines living in it now. Inside my 6-kilometer radius, where nothing from underground survives 10 minutes, growing happily out of the cave floor. And when I broke a piece of the cave wall to test it, the cave repaired itself, within the hour, cleanly, like skin. So I walked away, 400 meters, then 800, and then I turned around and looked at the whole hill at once. The cave is a mouth. The ridge above it is the bridge of a nose. The 2 hollows above that are eye sockets, and the crooked trees along the top of them are eyebrows. It's a head. A 60-meter head, lying in the ground with its jaw open, and I had been going in and out of it for weeks mining salt off its teeth. If it has a body attached, that body is 400 or 500 meters long. That night the mouth breathed out. Red mist came out of that cave and rolled across the hills until it made a wall around all of them, and up in the 2 hollows, 2 white lights came on. I went in anyway, because I am who I am, and because inside that mist, my protection radius stops working. I know that because the vines in there weren't dying. They were thriving, and their patterns were lit up, and every mutant inside that fog was stronger than it had any right to be. Frostfang went through the wall of it at full speed with me flat on his back. Shadow ran interference and came out the other side with red stripes down her flank that I did not have time to look at, and the altar was gone, not destroyed, rearranged. The 4 pillars with their statues had been removed. The offering table had been pushed aside, and underneath where it had been sitting, there was a way down. I followed it as far as it went, which was about 200 meters, and it ended in a wall that was hot enough that I couldn't put my palm flat on it. 70, 80 degrees. There was a carving on that wall, and the carving was a brown bear. Gao Haoran went down his own version of that passage that same night and hit the same wall. His has a tiger on it, and on the floor at the base of mine, snapped in half, there was a paper pinwheel. I picked up both pieces, and I stood there with my hand on a wall too hot to touch, and I did not find any part of that funny. I made a lot of money out of that mist in the end. I sat at the edge of the fog for 3 hours shooting vines that couldn't reach past the boundary, 25 points a time, and I came out of it with the best part of 1,000 points and something better. Mutated vine juice, green, flammable. Used for incendiary bolts and as a component in explosives. Explosives. Burning crossbow bolt, small explosive. And then the two of them together. Explosive crossbow bolt. And under the name, in the description, in the middle of a survival game, somebody had typed, "Explosion is art." The test shot broke a poplar in half and set what was left of it on fire. I was still admiring that when the voice announced Phase 2. Your treehouse will grow. For 24 hours. During this period, its protection is weakened. Event. Treehouse defense battle. Defend your treehouse for 24 hours. And the ground everywhere opened up at once, not from below. That's the part I only understood later. The vines that came up that morning did not climb out of the deep. They grew out of seeds in the soil in about a second, and then they started hitting the trunks of our houses. Within 40 minutes, 40 people were dead, and the channel was one long scream, and I put the only thing that mattered into it in capital letters. Do not go outside. Do not lean out of the window. Above 5 meters, they cannot reach you. Stay in the box. And then the 9 of us went to work because there was one item that solved this event and only 9 people in the region could make it. Treehouse wooden armor, plates you bolt onto your own trunk. We made it in bulk and we sold it at double the cost of materials, which is not charity and I'm not going to pretend it was, and 3,000 people bought 10 each and every single one of them lived through that day because of it. Somebody in the channel that afternoon typed, "Another day of being carried by the professionals. How boring. I'll take it." That morning, I also got my rainy season ranking reward, and it's the strangest thing I own. Random amplification. Sleep 3 hours in your treehouse and you get a random physical enhancement for the day. The higher your decoration score, the more you get, and the longer it lasts. You wake up every morning and open a box. Mine that day was vision. I could see a speck of dust on the far wall. I could see, out of my window, an individual tree 10 kilometers away. My eyes had turned into a telescope and a microscope on the same dial. Gao Haoran got hearing, and with those eyes, I finally caught what was happening in the dirt below me. I watched the ground crack, and in the fraction of a second between the crack and the attack, I saw the thing that came out of it, and it was a seedling, a tiny, delicate sprout with fine red markings on it. It grew into a full combat vine in about a quarter of a second. They're not coming from anywhere. They were already here. Something planted them in the soil around every house in this region and waited. So I hung myself off my own roots at 5.5 meters, and I killed them from there all day, one bolt into the base of each one, and I collected every carcass with the roots and sent it up to the first floor where a wolf held them and a leopard slit them, and the juice went into barrels, which is when the 2 of them started to glow, both of them at the same time, lying on my floor. The patterns came up bright and stayed bright, and they lay down and they went to sleep. Mid-level, both of them, right then. Appreciate the timing here. My house is under siege. My protection is switched off. There are several hundred hostile plants in a ring around my trunk, and my 2 generals have picked this exact moment to take a nap. I sat there on the sofa with a red panda in my lap and looked at the 2 enormous sleeping animals on my floor and said, "Well, Mochi, it's you and me." She looked up at me, then she looked at the window, then she held out one paw, palm up. Blue fruit, terms of employment, 2 a day, agreed on day 4, non-negotiable. I paid her. Here's the part of that day that I didn't say out loud in the channel because there was nothing anybody could have done about it. The 5-meter rule saves you if you can get above 5 meters. The bottom of my canopy is 10 meters off the ground. Gao Haran's is 10. Every one of the 9 of us started with at least a 2-story house, which puts the canopy at 7. A low small treehouse sits at 3. So 3,000 people spent that entire day sitting inside a wooden box, listening to something hit the trunk under them every 4 seconds, unable to open a window, unable to help, unable to do anything except wait and hope the armor held. And the smallest houses had it easiest, which is the joke this world keeps telling. 1 room, 1 window, 1 door. Sit down, point the crossbow at the doorway, shoot anything that comes in. Meanwhile, I had 4 floors and a farm, and by the end of it, I'd have given a lot for a studio apartment. Chen Xinyu called me in the middle of all that and asked for iron, not for herself. She'd looked at the equipment the rest of the group was using and worked out that 6 of the 9 were still fighting with green-grade crossbows, and she had a mine. "I'll give you the ingots, you make them the weapons," she said. "Same organization, right? Just don't tell them the iron came from me. I don't want 3,000 people in my inbox asking for ore." "You take charge of being the boss," she said, "and I'll do the logistics." She has never once wanted the credit. She has also never once let me get away with anything. Hu Weisheng sent me something that day too, and it did more for me than the crossbows did for anybody. Deepwater pearl, blue, produced by a mollusk that grows at a depth of 100 meters. Place it in your treehouse to increase decoration score. 100 meters. I had a purple armor set that lets me move freely underwater, and I could get to about 25. "You can dive 100 meters?" I asked him. I was a diving instructor, he said. 100's nothing. My brother can do it too. Two men who dive to 100 meters in the same region, sitting in the same 9-person organization on a planet with 2 million people on it. We'll come back to that. The pearl added 20 decoration score on its own, which is more than 3 times what an unworked blue crystal gives, and that would have been enough. But my eyes read the rest of the line, the part he couldn't see. It also temporarily raises the level of skills connected to decoration score. Effect ends when you leave the treehouse. Skills connected to decoration score. There's only one of those. I opened the artist panel with the pearl in my hand, and a line appeared at the top that had not been there before. Artist level, beginner, with the pearl, which means without the pearl, I was below beginner. I'd been carving crystal for 2 days at a level so low, the system didn't have a word for it, wondering why it was taking 2 hours a figurine and why blue crystal wouldn't take a knife at all. I put the pearl on the shelf and sat back down. Half an hour. Not 2 hours, half an hour. And the little echo I made in it, wings out, mid-launch, had detail on it the Mochi figurine didn't. 4 times the speed, from 1 pearl, and blue crystal still wouldn't take the knife, which told me exactly how far below the ceiling I still was. The second wave came up around midday, and it came up wrong. I heard Echo shriek outside, and the floor started shaking, and when I got to the window, the vines under my house were not the vines from that morning. These were several times thicker, covered in dark thorns, and there were hundreds of them, and they weren't attacking. They were standing in a field around my trunk, swaying gently, the way the ones in the red mist had swayed, not resting, held, like something with a leash on it that hasn't been given the word yet. And on the map, every red dot in the region was clustered in a tight ring around my house, and nowhere else. The channel worked out what happened before I did. The first thing those thorn vines had done, everywhere, was kill the patterned ones. They came up, wiped out the previous batch, and then stood there. 2 kinds of monster from the same hole in the ground, and they hate each other more than they hate us. Somebody posted, "This is a gift for people with a fear of holes." Somebody else posted that they were relieved, because at least the hammering on the trunk had stopped. I got my crossbow and my explosive bolts and went to the door, and Mochi put both paws on my shins and pushed. She wasn't climbing onto my shoulder. She was blocking me. She pointed outside, and then she stood up on her back legs and made herself as big as she could and did a grabbing motion with both arms. Something big. Outside. Not the vines. Mochi has never once been wrong about danger. I put the crossbow down and sat back on the sofa, and about 10 seconds after I did that, I remembered she'd been unusually clingy all morning. She'd sat in my lap the entire time I was carving, which she never does. She'd been telling me since dawn, and I hadn't been listening. Around noon, she did the other thing. I went up to the 4th floor to pick vegetables, and the sun was coming down through the glass ceiling hard enough that I had to squint. She followed me up, and she stopped in the middle of the floor and looked straight up into it, not squinting, not blinking. She stayed like that for a while. The last time she did that was the night before the rainy season, staring up at a clear sky full of stars. I asked her what was up there. She turned her head one way, then the other, and buried her face in my arm, which is what she does when she doesn't have a sign for it. I looked up too. There was nothing. Cloudless blue, not even a bird. I never did find out. I want to be honest with you about that because I'd love to tell you it paid off later and it didn't. There is something above this jungle that a red panda can see, and I can't. And that's where that ends. Zhou Lihua went outside. I found out because she came back and typed 1 paragraph into the group like she was reviewing a restaurant. "The thorn vines are interesting," she said. "Very aggressive. And unlike the last batch, when you cut them, they multiply." She had gone out in iron armor, hung off her own roots, and fought a field of them by hand in melee. She'd taken serious injuries. She'd also killed a lot of them. And the thing she'd found out was that every piece you cut off crawls away like a worm, finds a crack, plants itself, and comes back as a full-grown vine in seconds. "Destroy the root?" I asked. "Tried it," she said. "Doesn't work. The ground just gives them more." And then my watch buzzed, and it was Gao Haoran, and he was whispering. I answered, and the picture was black, and there was a heartbeat coming through the speaker, loud and slow and wrong. "Keep your voice down," he said. "Are you inside?" I said yes. I asked where he was and if there was danger. "Not at the moment," he said, "but if this thing in front of me wakes up properly, that changes." He walked forward a few steps and turned the camera around. A cave, tens of meters high, and every surface of it, walls, floor, ceiling, covered in mutated vines growing over each other into a rough sphere, and inside the sphere, held in the middle of it, there was a mass of red flesh, 5 or 6 meters tall, beating. The heartbeat I'd been hearing wasn't his, it was that. I sat down on my own floor. There's a certain kind of thing you look at, and some old part of your brain that runs on much older rules starts filing paperwork about leaving. Every time it beat, the pattern on every vine in that cave flashed red. He'd found it with the hearing amplification. He'd woken up able to hear a heartbeat from hundreds of meters away through solid ground, and he'd gone to see what it was, because he is exactly as stupid as I am about exactly the same things. The entrance was a hole 2 meters across with a faint sweet smell coming out of it, same as the ones in the salt mine and the hills, except this one wasn't bottomless. It sloped down, and it sloped toward his treehouse. Have you tried hitting it? I typed. He didn't answer. I typed again. Nothing. I sat there watching a name that was still not grayed out and not getting a reply, and I stood up and went to the window. 30 meters, that's how far the thorn vines went out from my trunk, and 30 meters of radius is 2,800 square meters, which is enough ground to park 28 treehouses on. And then I saw the thing I'd been missing. At the base of every one of those vines, the thorns were lighting up, faintly, and the light was climbing, in pulses, in the exact rhythm of that heartbeat. I timed it. 30 centimeters in 10 minutes. The vines are about 10 meters long. 6 or 7 hours until every one of them is fully lit. It was just past noon. Whatever those things do when they finish charging, they were going to do it around nightfall, and the only way to stop it was to find that heart and kill it before then. And that's when my living room turned red. Frostfang and Shadow were still asleep on my floor, and they had started to glow, properly this time, and so had the radiation stone I'd been keeping in a cabinet since the dungeon. Then the stone cracked. The light that came out of it went through me, and my head rang, and every hair on my arm stood up, and something under my skin tried to get out. I got behind the sofa fast, and Mochi was already there. 50 years ago, a red light came down on half a planet for 5 minutes and turned everything under it into a monster. That stone is called a contaminated radiation stone. It has been sitting in a cabinet in my living room holding a piece of that light this entire time, and it had just sprung a leak. Frostfang came up off the floor howling in a way I never want to hear again, and his fangs came in longer, and Shadow woke up like a cat waking up, entirely unbothered, and stretched, and put 4 claws through my floorboards. Echo, who had been lying next to the stone this whole time because he likes it there, had a 2-meter wingspan by evening. And outside, when Frostfang howled, every thorn vine in that field flinched down toward the ground and dimmed. A single noise out of one animal, and several hundred monsters made themselves smaller. That was the moment I stopped worrying about the breakout. Leo Maylene sent everybody 2 green pills that afternoon. Numbs the pain nerves. You feel nothing. Effective immediately. Lasts 5 minutes. It doesn't heal anything. That's the point of it. Grinding hemostasis grass takes both hands and a flat rock, and you cannot do it while something is chasing you. So she made the other thing. 5 minutes of not caring, so you can get somewhere you can be fixed. Zhou Lihua said it was perfect for her, which told everybody a lot about how Zhou Lihua fights. Chen Xinyu said quietly that it might actually get her into a fight for once, because she's always been afraid of pain. I read the description with my own eyes and told them the exact duration, and the group went quiet for a second and then carried on, and nobody asked me how I knew. That's the thing about that organization. Everybody had a secret. Nobody dug. I made 500 explosive bolts out of Chen Xinyu's saltpeter and my vine juice, and I put on purple armor, and I ate every blue fruit in the house. There's a principle I've operated on ever since. When you're weak, infiltrate. When you're strong, use fire support. I was not weak anymore. I had 2 mid-level mutants, a bat that can scream a hole in a plant, 500 bombs, and a house that could see in every direction. Mochi, you're staying home. This one's actually dangerous. She climbed up my leg and onto my shoulder before I finished the sentence. I opened with artillery from 20 meters up, and the vines caught the first bolt out of the air. I hated that more than I can tell you. I fired an explosive bolt down into a field of plants, and 3 of them whipped up and intercepted it, and it detonated on them instead of in them, and the pieces went everywhere. And then I watched the pieces get up. The larger fragments wriggled across the ground, found cracks, pushed themselves in, and came back as full vines in about 4 seconds. And when the dust settled, there were more of them than before I'd fired. That's disgusting. I said so out loud at the time, and I stand by it, so I stopped being clever and switched to volume. Load, fire, until there was a patch of scorched dirt under me big enough to land on, and then I went down that route faster than I have ever gone down anything. And then it was 4 animals and a man in a field of monsters, and I have never been prouder of anything. Frostfang howled, and the vines in front of us flinched down and froze. Shadow went through them like a machine, claws out, every swing opening 2 meters of path. Echo screamed from above, and when he screamed, the vines closest to him stopped dead, and fine cracks opened along their length, and I could see it happening with those eyes, and it did not touch me at all. He is a bat. He knows exactly where to put it, and I walked backwards through the middle of all that, putting explosive bolts into the ground behind us, because the path closed as fast as we opened it, and the ones that came back brighter every time. We got out. 30 meters, and it took a lot of things exploding, and when I turned around, the field was calm again and swaying gently, and the path we'd cut had already grown shut. Then I nearly lost both of them. Frostfang was standing with his head down and his eyes red. and Shadow had her back arched, and both of them were looking at that field the way you look at a fight you want to be in. That's the flaw. That's the whole flaw with mid-level mutants, and I'd seen it kill 3 of them already. The hare that chased me until it ran into a tiger, the cat that chased me into the tiger on purpose, the sailfish that followed me a kilometer through a flooded forest with a spear in it. They can't quit, and they'd both been scratched in the breakout. I put my hands on their backs and talked to them until it went out of their eyes, and Frostfang looked around with his head tilted like he'd woken up somewhere strange, and Shadow shook herself the way a cat shakes off water, hard, like she was throwing an idea out of her body. They came back, both of them, on their own. That's the only reason either of them is still alive. Mochi, I said, can you find the big one? Which way? She pointed at my house. Then she pointed at the ground under my house. I stood there for a second and got very cold. Gao Haoran's tunnel sloped toward his treehouse. I'd heard him say it, and I hadn't done anything with it. The heart isn't near the houses. The heart is under them, directly under, where the roots are thickest, where the entire mass of the thing that keeps us alive is anchored. That's why she'd been in my lap all morning. There were 3 holes. I sent the beasts out in 3 directions and took the 4th myself, and inside 20 minutes we had them all. Mochi found mine by smell, a thin, sweet thread of the same stuff as the red mist. Frostfang howled from the east. Echo screamed from the northwest, 2 meters across, 30-degree slope, light red contaminated earth on the walls, faint sweet smell. All 3, identical, down to the color of the dirt. Can you tell them apart? She could not. All 3 dangerous. All 3 the same. Gao Haoran had walked straight to his on the first try because he wasn't looking. He was listening, and only one of them has a heartbeat in it. I had eyes. So it was going to be door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, and about a 6-hour clock. While I was standing there working that out, the group chat did something I still think about. Liu Meilin put a price on courage. She had 1 pill left of the good kind, the one that heals every injury from the last 2 hours, and she offered it to whoever was willing to go outside. Put on iron armor, she wrote. Take the painkiller, charge out. As long as you don't die out there, take this afterward, and you'll be fine. 5 men started arguing over who got to go, and Chen Xinyu took off her own blue iron armor set, the best thing she owned, and gave it away so whoever went would live through the exit. Gao Ming went. My first hole did not have the heart in it. The tunnel looked bored rather than dug, round top and bottom, like something enormous had eaten its way down, and the walls came off in your hand. Shadow took point with Echo on her back, Mochi on my shoulder, Frostfang behind me, which is where he always is, and I've never had to ask. At the bottom, it opened into a hall, and in the middle of that hall, on the only patch of blue fertile soil down there, there were 3 flowers, scarlet, petals the width of dinner plates, yellow stamens in the middle, and every so often, one of them would tremble and spit out a puff of red mist, and then sit quiet, and then another one would do it, like the sunflower in a certain game. Charge, fire, wait. And the moment that mist reached them, all 3 of my animals lit up, patterns bright, tails up, and the expression on Shadow's face was one I have only otherwise seen on her in a sunbeam. I was already designing the room in my head. Small building, 1 door, plant these inside, let the animals sit in it. Then Mochi screamed. Not the danger sign, the scream. She pointed at the middle of the nearest flower. The flowers were fine, the stamens were the problem. I put the 3-meter spear out and touched one, from 3 meters, like a man defusing something, and from inside it came a buzz. Insects. Something the size of a cockroach with a mouth made for punching holes, and when the stamen shifted I could see them, more than a dozen of them, red-eyed, half out and about to go. Cover your ears! 3 explosive bolts into a cluster of flowers in an enclosed stone room is a decision you make once. Not one of them got airborne. The blast brought down the tunnel mouth and my animals dug it out and I came up into daylight deaf in one ear, holding 3 seeds. Crimson mist flower seed, when planted in fertile soil or better, grows into a flower that releases crimson mist. This is a flower with magical powers. The exclamation mark is theirs. That is the only time this world has ever sounded excited. Gao Ming was 1 minute too late. Brother Yi, you're too late, he typed while running. I'm being chased by the bugs. The iron armor doesn't cover the face. It hurts so much. He was composing sentences while sprinting from a swarm. I have complete respect for that man. I told him to get in the water. I know, he wrote. I'm so far from the stream right now. Zhou Lihua, meanwhile, went into hole number 2 and came out reporting a mutated pangolin the size of a boar, which took one look at her and vanished into solid ground. My second hole had the heartbeat in it. I heard it about 200 meters down. Thump, long pause, thump, and it got into my head. That's the part I wasn't ready for. It isn't loud, it's slow, and it's in the wrong rhythm to be yours, and after about a minute of walking toward it, my vision started swimming. I ate a blue strawberry, which removes all negative effects and steadies your mood for half an hour, and which I try not to use because it works a bit too well, and I don't like how much I enjoy it. The hall at the bottom was a sphere of vines 10 meters high with a mass of red flesh inside it, 6 or 7 meters tall, beating. It wasn't glowing. That's important. Down there in the dark, with no mist and no light, the whole thing was dormant and the vines around it were completely still, and if it hadn't been for the pattern on them, I'd have thought they were ordinary plants. And the ground under my feet was clean white barren dirt, not contaminated. The tunnel was contaminated all the way down, and the room directly under my house was not. It hadn't got that far yet. Then it noticed me. The whole mass lit up from inside and the tempo doubled, and the light went out along the vines in waves, and in front of my eyes, the plain vines in that room, the ones with no markings at all, grew patterns and thorns and started to move. It was making more, right there, while I watched. I put a firebolt into the gap in the outer layer, and 3 of them knocked it aside in midair, and the rest came at me, and I got round the corner as they punched past me into the wall of the tunnel and buried themselves several meters into packed clay. Shadow took them apart before they could pull back out. But the deflected bolt had landed at the base of one vine at the edge, and that vine caught, and the entire thicket turned around and attacked it. They abandoned me. Dozens of them fell on their own burning member and beat it and tore it and put the fire out and then went back to position. They can firefight. Fine. If they're obliged to protect the heart, then I don't have to aim at the heart. I have to aim at the thing they're obliged to stand in front of. I put explosive bolts into the same spot until there was a gap, and they didn't dodge, because dodging meant moving, and moving meant exposing the middle. They took every blast on their own bodies. Half of them ended up half the length they started. Then, in the gap, 3 firebolts. Their own sap is the fuel. That's the joke. The stuff I make my bombs out of is the stuff they're full of, and once one section of that ball caught, the rest was arithmetic. Go. I went out flat on a wolf's back with a burning cave behind me because a fire underground eats the air, and I did not intend to find out how fast. We waited on the surface for the smoke to stop. It took a while. Mochi spent that time investigating the hole and came out looking like a chimney sweep, and I picked her up by the scruff and dusted her off, and she has a natural talent for staying clean that I will resent until the day I die. When we went back down, everything was black. The vines were ash. The heart was sitting in the middle of it, exposed, charred on the outside, and it smelled like roast meat, and I am not proud of noticing that. It was still beating. Slower. It saw me and tried to speed up, and it was so much weaker without the ball around it that it was almost sad. I put 6 explosive bolts into it. Then I went in with the spear, and Frostfang took hundreds of kilos off it with one turn of his head, and Shadow did what Shadow does. Defeat the mutated plant's heart, 300 points, and then the line that mattered, on a piece of it I picked up off the floor. Heart fragment of the mutated plant, green. When burned, produces smoke that repels mutated plants. 1 kilogram lasts 1 hour. That's the event. That's the whole event, right there in my hand. You don't have to kill anything. You have to burn a piece of this, and the vines under your house go back into the ground. And in the very center of the wreck, there was a green light. Mochi dived into a butchered heart before I could stop her, which is a sentence I never expected to have to say, and came back up with something in her mouth the size of a walnut, emerald, and clean, because it turns out that thing was never flesh at all. It's a plant. It doesn't bleed. It just looks like it should. Plant heart seed. When planted, grows a plant heart underground. Best planted in the same soil as your treehouse. It grows in symbiosis with the treehouse roots, converting part of them into aggressive vines and strengthens the protection of the ground area around the treehouse. Plant it in barren soil and you get a small one. Ordinary soil, a medium one. Fertile soil, a large one, converting part of the treehouse roots into aggressive vines. I stood in a burned cave under my own house holding that seed, and I felt sick, because that means the vines that had been hitting the trunks of 3,000 houses since dawn were made out of those houses. Every single person in this region had spent an entire day fighting for their lives against their own root system, and if you'd been good at it, if you'd been efficient, if you'd killed enough of them that they finally stopped coming back, that would not have been a victory. That would have meant you'd finished destroying your own foundations. I did not put that in the area channel. I've been asked since why not. And the answer is that 3,000 people were about 12 hours from the worst night of their lives, and there is a limit to how much truth is useful. Butchering that thing took half an hour, and I sent every piece of it to Chen Xinyu through the watch as I cut. 9,524 kilograms. Then I did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic is why I stopped thinking of this world as a game. 3,015 people in the region. A kilo of that stuff is an hour of protection. Vines fully charged and attacking from about 6 in the evening. Event ends at 6 in the morning. 12 hours each. I had 9 tons, divided evenly. That's 3 hours a person. There are 4 hearts in this region because there were 4 of us willing to go into a hole in the ground. 4 hearts is exactly enough if all 4 of us bring it back, and if all 4 of us are willing to hand it out. That's not a coincidence. That's a design. This event doesn't test whether you can survive. It tests whether your region has produced anybody who can do this and is willing to share it. And if the answer is no, your region dies in the dark. It's not a survival game. It's an audition for a leader, and it's marking every district in the world at once. There was a hole in the corner of that cave, waist high, that I'd missed because the heart had been in front of it. A pangolin put its head out of it, looked at 5 of us, and went straight back in. Mochi and Echo went in after it and came back reporting a maze. Branches everywhere. Easy to get lost. I filed that too. Up top, without the heart, the thorn vines couldn't come back. So I let the animals off the leash. You wanted to go in there this morning, I told them. Go on. Echo went first from above, and everything he screamed at stopped moving. Then a wolf and a leopard went through several hundred plants in rings, outside in, and I stood under my own house and listened to the points tick over for 10 minutes until there was nothing left standing in 30 meters. Then I dug a hole at the base of my trunk and planted the seed. Plant heart seed successfully planted. 2 hours remaining. The others checked in while I was covering it over. Chen Xinyu had already lit a fragment in a brazier at her window and reported that every vine within sight had pulled itself flat into the ground. Gao Ming had walked into his cave and thrown fire at the heart before it woke up, which is what I should have done and is going in the manual. Zhou Lihua had killed hers in melee and was now complaining at length about having to carry 9 tons home a ton at a time. Gao Haoran still wasn't answering. Hole number 3 was empty, which was wrong because Mochi had said all 3 were dangerous, and Mochi doesn't file false reports. So I stood in an empty room and looked at it properly, and with those eyes I could see that one patch of the wall was very slightly the wrong color, turned over and put back, bricked up. I put the spear through it and the wall came down, and out of the passage behind it walked a pangolin 3 meters long from nose to tail. Its scales were gray with dust. The pattern on it was barely visible under the dirt. Its claws were enormous and oddly, completely clean, and a lot of its scales were broken. Not recently. Old breaks, healed over. Shadow hit it. Just once, testing, with the claws in. It went over, got up, and came straight back toward me. Then it hooked one claw into my armor, gently, and turned and walked away, and looked back. Follow. Halfway along that tunnel we passed a fork, and Shadow stopped dead at it, and I put my head round the corner. There was a room back there the size of an office floor, 2 or 3 meters high and enormous, and it was full of pangolins, hundreds, every one of them patterned in crimson. And at the far end, lying down, there was one that was 10 meters long and 3 meters at the shoulder, no pattern on it at all, like the python, like the crocodile. The one leading me came back and pulled at my arm, urgently, and would not make a sound while doing it, and I went with it. At the end of the passage, there was a nest made of dry grass, and in the nest there were 2 baby pangolins the size of kittens, no patterns. I crouched down. The mother, and it was a mother, pushed the nest toward me with her nose. "Is this what you brought me here for?" She dipped her head. "The colony only keeps the mutated ones. A pangolin in that room gives birth to something clean and unmarked, and the colony deals with it, and the reason all her scales were broken was that she'd been arguing about it for a while and losing. I'll take them," I said. "But you're coming too." And then something happened that I did not arrange. Frostfang walked past me. He went up to a strange animal 3 meters long that had just been swatted across a tunnel, and he put one paw on her shoulder and left it there. He was the king of a pack once, 20 wolves, and when he went down with his throat open, they looked at him and walked away. He didn't need me to explain the situation to him. "Come with me and I'll make you stronger," I said. "Look at those 2. They started out weaker than you." She lay down. Contract mutated pangolin, 90 points. Which is the exact number Shadow was worth on the day I contracted her, and Shadow went mid-level a week later. Her name is Terra, which is a joke about emperors and consorts that she has never once appreciated, and the 2 babies came up my armor like it was a ladder and rubbed their faces against mine. They wouldn't do that for anybody else. They still won't. I've stopped pretending I don't notice. On the way out, I worked out whose children they were. A mutated mother produced 2 cubs with no markings on them at all, in a room containing exactly 1 animal with no markings on it. So the 10-meter one at the far end of that hall is the father. Which means I had just walked out of there with the offspring of something in the same class as the python and the crocodile, and I want to state for the record that the thought I had was not a noble one. The thought I had was, did I just steal a giant's wife? But look at what those 2 are. Their mother is a mutant. Their father is a behemoth. They were the size of kittens, and their scales had already hardened, which does not happen. There are 2 evolutionary tracks in this world. I now had both of them living in my yard, plus a red panda that the world refuses to acknowledge exists. At some point, you have to admit what you've become, and what I had become was a man who collects animals. The seed came up while I was walking home. The plant heart has grown. It will coexist with the treehouse, protecting the land within a radius of 100 meters. 100 meters. That's over 30,000 square meters of ground that is now mine in a way that nothing has ever been mine before. Tara started digging a burrow at the base of my trunk within about a minute of arriving because the soil there had been turned over by a day of vines and was soft, and she braced that armored tail against the ground like a jack and went in, and my watch buzzed, and it was Chen Xinyu, and it said, Gao Haoran is back, he killed his heart too. 4 of us went into a hole in the ground that day. 4 hearts. Which was exactly enough for the region, which is what I'd already worked out and did not enjoy having confirmed. When I asked Gao Haoran where he'd been for 6 hours, he got vague, and I covered for him in the group, because vague from that man means he found another door into the basement of the world, and the voice told him not to talk about it. Chen Xinyu cut 9 tons of heart into 12-kilo portions while the rest of us were still in the field, and when somebody said she was good at organizing, she said, with real feeling, that she'd done a year in the student union and had never recovered. Tara's burrow went down 6 or 7 meters and stopped, and when I slid down it to look, I found out why. She'd hit my roots. 6 or 7 meters of soil sitting on top of the thing that keeps me alive, which means there is a whole floor of usable space down there that nobody in this world has thought about yet. Her 2 children, who are not weaned, were already helping her dig. They brace their little tails and use their front claws, and they move actual volumes of dirt. I named her Tara, which she ignored. The bigger cub is the crown prince, and the smaller one is the little prince, and they've never objected, mostly because they were busy nursing. And standing at the bottom of that hole, I laid out the whole thing in my head. A fence at 90 meters, 10 meters inside the boundary, so anything that comes through it is in the kill zone with vines on one side and heavy crossbows on the other. 38 mu inside the wire. That is enough land to grow grain on. That is enough land to keep animals on. I planted red berry bushes over the burrow entrance and ripened them overnight with fertilizer so the whole thing would stop looking like a hole in a bare field. Give me a month, I thought, and this isn't a treehouse anymore. It's a fort. The fragments went on the trading platform at 10 green resources each, 1 per person, and there was an argument in the group about whether that was too much. Hu Weisheng said it out loud, and he was right too. 12 kilos in exchange for their lives, and we're charging 10 green resources. Isn't that a bit much? And Zhou Lihua said we are not giving away 9 tons that I carried home 1 ton at a time. I priced it, and I'd price it the same way again. 10 green resources is a morning's work with an axe. It's a number designed so that everybody can pay it and nobody feels like they were given charity. They sold out in seconds. And when one person in the channel started complaining about the price, other survivors buried him without any help from us. Somebody wrote that if he couldn't afford 2 trees worth of wood for 12 hours of protection, he was welcome to sit in the dark. I gave the entire proceeds to Chen Xinyu, and she complained about the filing. By nightfall, my house was as ready as a house gets, and the trouble came from a direction nobody had looked at. I was at the window when I noticed the bushes moving 3 or 4 kilometers out, not swaying. Moving, in a slow wave, with more of it starting further back. I checked the map, and the map lit up like a rash, not dots appearing one by one from underground, streams of them pouring outward from 6 or 7 fixed points, the way ants come out of a nest. And I knew 2 of those points personally. One was the salt mine cave. One was the middle of the lake in the hills. Gao Haoran, listening in the dark 20 kilometers away, I can hear footsteps, a lot of them, and something underneath it that sounds like insects. And this was happening at the exact moment that everybody else's vines finished charging and started breaking through wooden armor. So the whole region had to burn their fragments to deal with the vines and then meet whatever this was with nothing. Shadow went and got me a sample. She was gone about 10 seconds and came back with something black in her mouth that was still moving, and she dropped it at my feet. An ant, the size of a house cat. And the instant it hit the ground, a vine as thick as my arm came out of the earth and went straight through it. While it was in Shadow's mouth, nothing happened. The moment it was on the ground on its own, it was dead. They can tell the difference. My vines can distinguish between an enemy and a thing my friend is carrying. Then the ant deflated. That's the only word. Its body went from full to a flat black skin hanging on the thorn, and the vine shook it off and went back into the ground, and the ground closed over it, flat, like nothing had ever happened. Defeat the mutated ant. 0.2 points. 0.2. There were tens of thousands of them. They came in 7 columns and hit the 100-meter line, and my yard ate them. Echo went up and screamed, and the heads of everything in the front rank cracked. Frostfang howled, and the whole advance hesitated for about a second and a half. And in that second and a half, the vines came up everywhere and put ants on thorns, 8 and 9 at a time, like something you'd cook over a fire. One howl was worth 200 points, which is 1,000 dead ants, from one noise. They pulled back 100 meters and reorganized, and while they were doing it, the channel told me what the ants were actually for. They've climbed into my treehouse, somebody wrote. They're ignoring me completely. They're eating the walls. That's the design. The vines hit the trunk from below. The ants come over the top and eat the house. They have no interest in people at all. You could stand in the middle of them and they'd walk around you to get to your floorboards. So without the heart fragments, every survivor in this region would have spent that night watching their only refuge get chewed apart from two directions at once while they stood inside it. I put it in the channel in one line. They're weak, about as tough as a rabbit. They go for the house, not for you. Aim at the head. One hit kills. And Gao Haoran added, the treehouse repairs itself. Don't hold back for fear of damaging it. Then I went outside to watch my pangolin eat. Tara walked into the middle of the second wave and put her tongue out. I had genuinely forgotten what pangolins are for. That entire army, tens of thousands of ants the size of cats, was a buffet. They swarmed her and broke their own mouth parts on her scales, one after another, and she stood there in the middle of it working through them like a woman at a conveyor belt. She ate over 100 without stopping. And while I was watching, the old broken scales on her back started closing up. Whatever she'd been fighting down there for those cubs, she'd been fighting it hungry. Sun Jin, meanwhile, solved the problem for everyone with a shovel. He dug a ring ditch around his own trunk, a meter deep and 2 wide, filled it with unprocessed thorn vines, and put one firebolt into it. A wall of flame a meter high in a complete circle that the ants walked straight into because ants do not have a concept of stopping. The ones that fell in burned. The ones that made it across kept burning because vine sap sticks, and they got about 2 meters before they went down. The reverse of a moat, he called it, extremely pleased with himself. A moat, but fire. Every one of us copied it within the hour. The second assault came without any fear in it at all, like something had given an order, and it went through 50 meters before the vines could handle it. And that's when I noticed my own defenses were being polite. Every vine in my yard was thrusting. Point attacks, one ant at a time, and they were carefully working around every tree trunk in the way. They were protecting the forest. So I walked to the base of my treehouse, and I crouched down over the patch of dirt where I'd planted that seed, and I talked to it. Plant heart, I know you can hear me. I know you're alive. I pointed at one tree. Don't touch the blue pine. Everything else, I was going to cut down anyway. Stop holding back. And it heard me. Every vine in a 100-meter radius came up at once and went through every trunk in reach, and the leaves on all of it went yellow and came off in a wave, and inside a few seconds a living forest was standing dead wood, except one blue pine, untouched, in the middle of it. Then they switched to sweeping. Half a minute of full-length vines going flat through a field of dry standing timber, and everything came down, and everything under it went with it. And when the dust cleared, I had a 100-meter clearing of bare open ground with one pine tree in it and a carpet of wood chips and ants. And then they organized, without being told. One group sweeping the mass, another group behind it thrusting to finish anything the sweep missed and draining the ones on the ground. Shadow cut one of them in half out of pure panic, and I had to run out shouting that they were ours, that I did that it's fine. The vines do not get tired. That's the thing nobody had told me. They eat what they kill, and they were killing thousands, so as the night went on, they got faster. By midnight, the entire ant army was pinned at the far edge of my 100 meters and could not advance a single step, and I stood at my window watching my own garden hold a line against tens of thousands of things and thought, unless something the size of that python walks in here, nobody is ever taking this house. Upstairs, Mochi was rolling around on the floor with the 2 baby pangolins. They'd been in my house for about 6 hours, they'd had nothing but milk, and they were visibly bigger than they'd been at the burrow. Enjoy it while you can, I told Mochi. In about a week they'll be bigger than you. She tilted her head at me, and I have never regretted a sentence more, because she was extremely bigger than them for about 4 days. The rest of the region had it harder, and in a way that would have made me laugh if it hadn't been so grim. The ants ignore people. So the only thing that matters is how much house you have to defend. A man with one room, 3 meters up, sat in a chair with a crossbow pointed at his own doorway and shot ants as they came through it. He described it as boring. I have 4 floors and a farm under glass, and I would have traded him. Zhou Lihua, at some point around 2 in the morning, posted a single line to the group. Finished. All of them. 2,300 points. Tired now. Going to sleep. The chat sat in silence for about a minute, and then Sunjan wrote, Sister, please, teach me. By dawn, I'd taken 2,400 points off those ants. That's 12,000 of them dead, around one house. Shadow came in at the end and simply stopped working, mid-step, and lay down on my floor, and did not move for 2 hours. Frostfang was fine and looked magnificent, apart from the ant slime all over his muzzle. Tara went home to her children with her scales completely repaired, shining under the moon like something out of a museum. I tried butchering one of the ants and got nothing. No hide, no material, nothing. They weren't part of the economy. They were points with legs. Mochi was asleep in the middle of my pillow when I finally went to bed, on her back, and I moved her, and she made a noise about it. I got woken up by the voice. Treehouse upgrade successful. Congratulations to all surviving survivors. From today, your survival rate is greatly increased. Protection range expanded by 3 kilometers. New blueprints and functions have been added for all survivors. Then, today's random amplification is enhanced hearing, and my entire house arrived in my ears at once. Mochi snoring. 2 large predators breathing on the floor below. The wind in 10,000 leaves. And underneath all of it, slow and steady and about 4 meters below my feet, the plant heart, beating. That one takes some getting used to. And then, before I'd even sat up, unlocking the Survival World Creator Authority. Unlock failed, attempting again, 7 times. It is always 7 times. Nobody has ever given me a reason. Unlock failed, partial access granted. Alchemy is now available. Alchemy. The first thing it gave me was a new color. On top of the white and green and blue and purple I'd been seeing for weeks, there was now a yellow, and unlike the others, the yellow does not care about walls. I looked out my window and there was a patch of it glowing about 200 meters away, underground, several meters down. I could see through the earth to the exact spot where something useful was buried, and when I got up and went to the screen, the treehouse upgrade had put a new item under decoration score, and this is the one that finally explained the last 3 weeks. Function area. Current decoration score, 176.4. Total available improvement, 176%, and a list of wooden signs: bedroom, kitchen, dining room, planting house, smelting room, workshop, art room. Hang the sign in a sealed room, and that room becomes that thing, officially, and then you pour percentages into it out of a pool. That's what decoration score is. It's not decoration, it's attribute points for your house. A pretty fish on a shelf turns into faster smelting, a carved panda turns into a better harvest. Everything I'd been collecting because it glowed was a currency for turning a wooden box into a specialist facility, and every survivor in this world had just been handed the same system, which means from this morning on, a treehouse isn't a shelter anymore. It's a choice about what you're going to be. The rules were harsh, and I found them out the way I find everything out, which is by breaking something. The percentages cannot be recovered. Once you assign them, they're welded to that sign in that room forever, and once you name a room, you can't rename it for 7 days. I tested it, obviously. I took the door off a bedroom, which stops it being a sealed room, and the buff switched off, and the percentage did not come back. Then I chopped the sign in half with an axe, and the percentage still did not come back, and the room still refused to be anything except a bedroom. The points don't live in the room, and they don't live in the sign. They live in the pair, and if you break the pair, you just burn them. Then the special ranking for the defense battle came out, and it wasn't ranked. 500 and something names from every region in the world, unordered, all getting the same thing, and out of jungle area 188, there were 4 of us on it. Me, Gao Haoran, Zhou Lihua, Gao Ming, the 4 people who went into a hole in the ground. Reward: a permanent 20% bonus to your decoration score, which took mine from 176 to 211, and which means every single thing I ever carve from now on is worth a fifth more than it should be. That's the compounding starting. That's the moment the gap stops being a gap and starts being a slope. Chen Xinyu called me that morning to compare numbers, the way you do. 53, she said proudly. I had a whole redwood furniture set made, plus some fish and a few crystals. I said. About the same. Bit more. I had 211. I lied to her face on a video call because she was pleased with 53 and I did not have the heart, and about 6 hours later she found out anyway, and she has brought it up approximately every week since. Then she sent me every blue metal block she owned, which is what she does when she finds out anything about me at all. The alchemy bench was worth every hour I spent building it. You take an iron block and a black gold block and you grind them down and you mix them with mutated vine sap, and what you get is a bottle of black sludge with a metallic shimmer in it called universal alchemy material. It looks exactly like the sort of thing an emperor gets fed by a court alchemist about a year before the dynasty ends. I stood there holding a conical flask of liquid heavy metal, wondering whether I was about to become a cautionary tale, because the list under it was strength potion, mental potion, stamina potion, 10 blue apples and 1 bottle of sludge makes a potion that permanently increases your strength. Permanently. Out of fruit that I grow, in pots, on my own 4th floor, under glass. Blue food that permanently raises an attribute is the rarest thing in this world. I've eaten it maybe 6 times total, and every single one of those was a story, and I had just been handed a machine that turns an orchard into them. 56% success rate, half your materials, half the time, gone. I clicked it anyway, and it worked, and what came out was not black at all. Clear, faintly red, like fruit juice, and the description said, and I quote, "It tastes very good." It did. sweet and sour and slightly thick. And about 10 seconds after I finished the bottle, a warm current went out of my stomach and spread through me with my own heartbeat, and my strength went up and stayed up, and the whole list is tradable. I could put permanent physical improvement on a shelf and sell it. That was the moment I stopped being a man with a big house and became something the rest of this region was going to have to negotiate with. And then I scrolled down and I found the blueprint that made me shout out loud in an empty room hard enough that 3 animals came running up 2 flights of stairs to see what had happened. Coordinate blue can be placed on any flat surface. Any friendly or neutral unit may teleport between coordinates with the creator's permission. A portal, not a fast horse, not a road. A door, from anywhere I've put one to anywhere else I've put one, usable by anybody I allow. I read the material cost and stopped shouting. 10 blue timber, 10 blue steel blocks. 10 blue universal alchemy material, which is itself 10 blue iron and 10 blue black gold, 40 blue resources per unit, and a single portal does nothing. The description says between coordinates, you need 80 blue resources to connect 2 points on a map. At that stage of this world, 80 blue anything is an absurd number. That's a mine and a month. But on the way to being disappointed, I found something else, which is the recipe that unlocks steel. Steel fire. Put it in a furnace with a refined iron block, and you get a steel block of the same grade. Needs 1 kilogram of vine sap and 25 grams of coal. Coal. Nobody sells coal. I searched the entire trading platform for it, and there wasn't a single listing in a region of 3,000 people. It appears in beginner torch recipes, and everybody makes torches out of charcoal, and as far as I can tell, not one human being in this world had ever seen the real thing. And I had a patch of yellow light glowing at me through 6 meters of dirt 200 meters from my front door. The whole region spent that morning renovating, which was genuinely lovely to watch. The upgrade gave everybody interior modification, which we'd had for weeks and they hadn't, and the channel filled up with people describing the joy of putting a wall between their bed and their workbench. Somebody wrote, I finally don't have to wake up looking at my crafting table. Gao Haoran worked out the constraint inside an hour and published it for free, which is his entire personality. A functional area must be a sealed room between 10 and 80 square meters. Under 10, it won't register. Over 80, it won't register, which was extremely useful for people with a 25 square meter house and one shot at getting it right, and about 40 seconds too late for the man who posted, in complete despair, that he had just designated his entire treehouse as a bedroom and could not change it for 7 days. Somebody called him the Awakened Emperor. It's stuck. He's never lived it down. I cut my 4th floor into 80 square meters of orchard and 20 square meters of cold room because my basement freezer runs at 20 below and turns vegetables into gravel, and what I actually needed was a fridge. 3rd floor became bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and art room. 2nd floor became a 50-meter workshop, a 10-meter smelting room, and a 10-meter alchemy room, which is a genre of its own and deserved its own door. And then I sat down with 211% and worked out where it went. 100 into the art room because sharpening the axe comes before chopping the tree, and because the art room is the only place in this world that makes decoration score out of nothing. 60 into alchemy because alchemy can fail and alchemy is expensive. 50 into the greenhouse because the greenhouse feeds alchemy. The rest into the workshop. Nothing into the bedroom because I have oranges. Nothing into smelting. Why would I ever level a smelting room? I have a rich woman. The first thing I made with 100% in the art room was a figurine of Chen Xinyu. 15 minutes down from 2 hours. The knife went where I was thinking before I finished thinking it. I carved her the way she always is on a video call, half lying on that sofa in the same faded starter outfit she has never once replaced. Then I called her to hand it over, and she picked up red-faced and damp because she'd been standing in her new smelting room watching a furnace for 2 hours. 50% into smelting, she reported delighted. Not just 50% faster, 5% chance of triple output, 1 in 20, and if it triggers on blue material, we are extremely rich. Then she saw what was in my hand. What? Wait, is that me? I traded it over, and she held a crystal version of herself up to the camera, and then the notification went off in her ear, and she read it, and her whole face changed, because it said +10 decoration score, and hers was 53. You can make decoration score, she said slowly. How much do you have? About 200. 200? Then she put the statue down, stood up, walked backwards until her whole self was in frame, put her hands on her hips and said, my legs are longer than hers. I made her a second one, correctly proportioned. She keeps them on a shelf, and I've seen it. The point shop had restocked with decoration items, and I bought one abstract stone sculpture for 500 points, and I want it on the record that I was robbed. Blue grade. Life-sized. The description said, word for word, that abstract art is understood by those who understand it and cannot be explained to those who don't. It looks like a torch. It also looks like water going down a toilet. It gave me 30 points, which is 3 times a green crystal carving for roughly 50 times the price. I also bought 10 portions of blue soil and 10 large flower pots, and those were worth every point because a blue apple tree that takes 10 days to fruit now takes 4, and blue strawberries went from 5 days to 2. I had built an engine. Fruit into potions, potions into strength, strength into more fruit. Then Gauharan called and told me the rules of the actual game. He started with advice, which was that I should pour everything into the art room because in the whole of Jungle Area 188 there are exactly 2 people who can manufacture decoration score, and we're both on the call. Then he told me where he'd been for those 6 hours. He'd been walking out of the heart cave with enhanced hearing switched on, and underneath the heartbeat he'd caught something else, a rustle. He'd followed it and found a passage going deeper. And he could not tell me what was down there because the voice had warned him personally, and Gauharan does not test that particular fence, but he could tell me what he'd concluded. The second stage isn't about you surviving, he said. It's about your region surviving. Think of it as a tournament. Every district is a team. At the end, one team lifts the trophy. 80% sure. And you don't get to pick your teammates. Whoever happens to have planted a seed in your district is on your side, forever, whether they're any good or not. Then he explained why we had to keep our mouths shut, and this is the part I found genuinely chilling because he was right. Nobody else knows. Right now, survivors from neighboring regions who meet each other in the jungle are being polite, trading information, helping. Every day that stays true is a day we develop, and they don't. And here's what actually changed for me on that call. Up to that point, those 8 people in that group chat were a temporary arrangement, 9 strangers with a shared price list. I'd assumed the whole thing would come apart the first time anybody's interests diverged because there are no permanent friends and there are permanent interests, and everybody in that chat knew it. But if the region is the team, then our interests can't diverge, ever, not structurally. For the first time since I woke up on that rock, I had people whose survival was mathematically identical to mine. I nearly destroyed my own armor that afternoon. Alchemy will let you enhance equipment. So I loaded up a bottle and clicked on my scale helmet, and the confirmation box said 56% success, and then it said, failure will destroy the armor. Purple, irreplaceable. Made from scales, a 20-meter crocodile bit off a giant snake to give me as a present. 56%. I clicked no faster than I have ever clicked anything. 10% of decoration score converts to 1% of success. To guarantee an enhancement, I would need 500 decoration score, so that became the number. Tara found my coal in about 30 seconds. I walked her out to the yellow patch, pointed, and stepped back, and by the time I'd got my shovel out, she was already gone from the shoulders down, and dirt was coming out of the hole in a continuous stream. I put the shovel away. It would only have been in the way. Coal, green, high-efficiency furnace fuel, improves smelting efficiency, indispensable raw material for steelmaking. Mochi came out of the shaft first with a lump of it in her mouth, black from the ears down, and when I climbed out after her, black from head to foot, she covered her mouth with both paws and laughed at me. Then she shook herself once and was immediately spotless. She has never had to wash in her life. I resent it deeply. 367 pieces on the first pass, 1,000 by the time I told her to stop. And the shaft kept getting bigger, and the seam kept getting wider, and I had to tell her to strip the whole top layer off and turn it into an open pit before she brought the ceiling down. One pangolin is a construction company. When those 2 kittens grow up, I'll have 3. While I was washing coal dust off in the shallows of the lake, Mochi called out from the bank, "Sharp, the danger one." I got out of that water fast and checked the map, and there was nothing. No dot. Nothing in the lake at all. Which is exactly what it looked like the day the crocodile turned up, and exactly what it looked like the day the python went down and faded instead of vanishing. The lake is off. Permanently. I have a purple armor set that lets me swim like a fish, an ore seam 60 meters down that I can see and cannot reach, and a body of water I am not allowed in. My first blue steel block took me 50 minutes in my own furnace. Chen Xinyu does 1 in 15. Her green ones come out in tens of seconds. She has 5 furnaces and a room that keeps them all running without cooking her alive. So I stopped smelting and started shipping. I make the steel fire, she makes the steel, we split it down the middle. That was the offer. I don't want half, she said. If you're short of materials, I'll make them for you. But I'll take whatever you're offering anyway. Which is not generosity exactly. She can't use steel. Only 2 people in this region can turn metal into anything, and she's not one of them. So a mountain of blue steel in her house is a mountain of paperweights unless I'm holding the other end of it. She's never once said that out loud. She just keeps sending me metal. And in the middle of all this, I hit the ceiling on art, which I had not seen coming. 4 figurines an hour, 10 points each, 40 points an hour, and I was genuinely enjoying myself. And then a line came up that said, the number of green crystal carvings in this treehouse has reached its limit. 10. That's the cap. 10 green crystal carvings, and the 11th is worth nothing. Art has a limit. No rule in this world has annoyed me more. But on the 12th carving, something better happened. Sculpting proficiency achieved. Artist level raised, advanced, and I took out a piece of blue crystal, the one that had beaten me for a week, and this time the knife went in. An hour later, I had it about a tenth of the way done. One blue carving is a full day's work. That's the trade. 10 times the value, 30 times the time, and there are only so many hours in a night when you also have to run a war. Then the steel arrived. I sent Chen Xinyu 20 portions of steel fire. She sent back 28 blocks, and 18 of them were blue. Steel block, blue. The most suitable material for weapons and armor of its grade, and when the blueprints unlocked, I understood exactly what she'd handed me. Steel pike, green, the most durable and sharpest weapon of its class. That phrase, most durable and sharpest of its class, is the same phrase on my rabbit ear spear, which I got by having a corrupted hair punch a hole through my shoulder. A blue steel block is worth the same as material harvested off a mid-level mutant. She can make those in 15 minutes, in a room, indoors, at scale. And in the treehouse renovation list there was one more line. Steel frame structure, green. The foundational framework for all buildings. Required when constructing anything outside the treehouse. Outside the treehouse. I tried to build a wall on the ground weeks earlier, and the game simply wouldn't let me place it. Now I knew why. You can't build on this world's surface until you can make steel. We stopped being campers that afternoon. Chen Xinyu had given her only blue iron set away to Gao Ming during the defense battle, so I built her a full blue steel one and sent it over with a steel pike and a steel crossbow. Steel is half the weight of iron with better defense. The set bonus is twice as strong, and crucially, it does not clank. She put it on and came back to the camera looking like somebody who'd been drawn for the cover of something, spun the spear once, and struck a pose. Then she opened her mouth and said, "It doesn't make that stupid noise like the iron one," and the moment was over. Terra dug me 3,000 coal in the time it took to have that conversation. Shadow refused to help squeeze vine sap until I mentioned we'd be going somewhere far away soon, at which point she got up and started working immediately. Everybody in that group picked a specialty that week. Chen Xinyu took smelting and told the region to bring her their ore. Sun Jian took planting. Gao Ming, who is built like a door and talks like a bouncer, took the kitchen. He was extremely defensive about it. He's lived alone since he started working, he said, so either he cooks or he starves. Somebody suggested delivery. Life, said Gao Ming, should be a little more refined. Zhou Lihua refused to say what she'd taken. Whatever it is, it's attached to that ability she still won't name. And Liu Meilin, who misses nothing, wrote, "I have a feeling you two are hiding something from us." "We are," Gao Haoran told her. "We'll tell you when we're sure." The next morning I rode east, into country I had never once bothered to visit. I'd never gone that way because my eyes had told me weeks ago that there was nothing there, and my eyes were right. White poplars, the occasional lonely green spark, no yellow at all. Not one alchemy material in 10 kilometers. I climbed a hill to see further, and I want to note that I no longer climb hills casually. I climbed them the way you'd climb something that might be asleep, and 6 or 7 kilometers to the southeast, standing up above the poplars, there was a patch of green, a banyan, 2 stories, somebody else's house. "Can you see it?" I asked Shadow. Her pupils narrowed to slits and she made a small sound. She could see it. At 7 kilometers, cats are nearsighted. Every cat that has ever lived is nearsighted. Shadow was a mid-level mutant with the eyes of a hawk, and nothing in this world had told her to be, which is when I stopped thinking of what happened to her and Frostfang as damage. If you keep your mind, this thing doesn't ruin you, it just makes you more. That's not mutation, that's evolution with the safety off. At 9 kilometers out, the voice started warning me. Do not stray more than 9 kilometers from your treehouse, or something you will not want to see will happen. And a bit further, once you leave the protection zone, you are no longer protected. We strongly recommend returning immediately. It is a genuinely intimidating pair of sentences, and it has kept thousands of people inside a circle for weeks. Shadow walked straight over the line, turned round, looked at me, and then went for a stroll. I have never felt more patronized by an animal, and standing there being patronized, I finally noticed the obvious thing. Frostfang, Shadow, and Echo are all mutants. They can feel what's under the soil. Mochi is Mochi and can feel everything. My map only shows what's above ground. Out of the 5 of us, I am the blind one. That's fine. That's what a team is for. The house I was aiming at was still green in the canopy, but it was going yellow at the edges, and the trunk was in pieces, no armor on it at all, cut and gouged from the base to 3 meters up, with holes punched clean through. I stood underneath it with the best hearing I've ever had, and there was nothing in that house at all. Low, small treehouse on the verge of death, green. A dilapidated treehouse that has lost its owner. It will wither in 24 hours, 5 hours and 21 minutes remaining. So the owner died in the defense battle, sometime last night. Except our district didn't lose anybody last night. I checked the number, 3016, exactly what it had been when the fragments went out. So the man who lived here, 12 kilometers from my house, closer to me than anybody I had ever spoken to, was not one of us. Mochi went up the ruined trunk before I could stop her, and I followed. The ants had eaten the house down to a frame. Walls gone, floor holed, the whole thing a skeleton holding up a canopy. But his workbenches were still there, and his bed, and 4 backpacks, because the ants had never had the slightest interest in anything except the building. No body. There is never a body. Mochi walked to the exact center of the floor and started scratching at it. The center of the floor is where the trunk is. I put an axe through it, and the trunk underneath was hollow. A shaft going down through the middle of the tree to the ground, half a meter across, and at the bottom, half buried in the soil, something white was glowing. Core of the low-slung small treehouse. The core that provides the treehouse with the energy to grow. Removing it will immediately kill the treehouse. Exhausting the energy in this core will upgrade 1 blue-grade basic material to purple. Blue to purple. 1 core, 1 purple resource. Mochi went down and got it, because she can go down a hole in a tree trunk faster than I can think about it, and came back up with it in her mouth. And the moment I had it in my hand, I realized I was standing under a house I had just killed, 6 kilometers past my own boundary, with no protection. I put my hand on the trunk anyway. A small dead treehouse, gray. A treehouse whose core has been removed, utterly dead. Even in death, its roots still hold the land together. While powerless to stop the underground creatures advancing, they dare not surface where the roots grow thick, and so it still provides some protection. They dare not cannot, dare not. Every dead treehouse in this world is a scarecrow. The net is gone. What's left is a reputation, and thousands of monsters underneath who have not yet worked up the nerve to test it. I have walked a lot of that ground since, and it has never once felt safe. The house came down while I was standing there. Leaves went yellow and dropped in about 40 seconds. The frame started cracking, and then the whole thing folded and turned into a heap of splinters with 3 meters of holed trunk sticking up out of it. I stood in the wreckage holding a pearl worth 1 purple resource, and I want to talk about what that number actually means. Green equipment does nothing. It's just equipment. Blue equipment gives you 1 physical bonus. Iron and steel give strength. Leather gives stealth. My purple armor lets me move underwater like a fish and frightens things that live there. It is not a better version of blue. It's a different category. It's a superpower with a zip, and a treehouse core turns any blue basic material into purple. Out of nothing. Out of a dead man's floorboards. I stood there and did the arithmetic that everybody else in this world was about to do, and I did not like where it came out. There are 3,000 houses in this district and 800 next door. Every one of them has one of these in it. The fighting between people starts now. It starts the moment 2 survivors work out what's in the middle of each other's floors. Then I tried the shovel on the stump. An ordinary poplar comes up in 3 strokes. That stump took me half an hour, and I nearly quit twice. And then the roots cracked and the whole thing tipped over, and in the pit underneath there was a pale yellow seed the size of a walnut. I recognized it immediately. I carried one exactly like it around a jungle for 2 days on my first day alive, terrified of putting it in the wrong dirt. Parasitic treehouse seed. Obtained by digging up a normal treehouse. Grows a parasitic treehouse. Parasitic treehouses have no core and require a host to supply them with nutrients and treehouse functions. They may only be planted inside a normal treehouse's protection zone, their roots connected to the hosts. And then the line that changed my plans for the entire rest of this story. The shape of the treehouse grown from this seed is unrelated to soil fertility. It depends solely on the shape of the treehouse before it was dug up. You can move a house, not build a copy. Move it. Whatever somebody spent a month growing, you can put in your own back garden exactly as it was. Which means if you can get somebody's seed, you can put their entire life inside your radius, and then you're not a neighbor anymore. You're a landlord. I want to be honest about the shape of my own thoughts standing over that pit, because I've had time to think about it since. Valuable things make people cruel. That's the ordinary way to say it. But out here, if the other man isn't on your team, is it even cruelty? Or is it just the strong taking from the weak in a world that has explicitly announced that only one team gets to keep breathing? I didn't have an answer. I still don't. I planted the seed. My own treehouse took 2 hours to grow. This one took 4 minutes and 43 seconds. The sprout came up so fast it nearly went through Mochi, who was lying on the dirt with her nose about 10 centimeters from it. She went backwards about 1.5 meters and then stood there baring her teeth at a sapling. And what it grew into was that man's house. His exact house. 2 floors, low canopy, the same proportions, transplanted whole to a spot 100 meters from my trunk. Parasitic treehouse, green, has no core. Currently parasitic upon a tall, small treehouse, purple. Because it draws from the host's roots, it has no protection zone of its own. And then this. A parasitic treehouse cannot be transplanted again, but as long as the host survives, it will regenerate over time even if destroyed. If the host dies, the parasitic treehouse dies with it. Read that again, because it took me a while. If I plant 100 of these in my radius and a war comes and every single one of them is burned to the ground, then as long as my tree is standing, they all come back. Automatic reconstruction. A settlement that cannot be permanently destroyed as long as one man is alive. I went inside it and touched the screen, and it said, current owner, Lin Yi. To change the owner, do so from the main treehouse. All functions are locked and must be unlocked from the main treehouse. And a new section appeared on my watch called Parasitic Treehouse with a little map of my holdings, and on that map I could rename things. So I named my house 14 Provinces. That was the name of my team, back home, in the games I used to play in a chair, in a world where the worst thing that happened to you in a day was traffic. And the other one I named Parasitic Treehouse 01, because I am not sentimental about other people's architecture. Here's what being the host actually means, and this is the part we did not put in the area channel. I can unlock any function for them, right up to artist and alchemy, though it does them no good without the talent behind it. I can also lock every single function, including basic crafting, at any moment from my wrist. I can change who owns that house. The person living in it cannot do anything except live in it, at my discretion. It is, in the most literal available sense, holding somebody's life in your hand. When I explained the mechanics to the group, everybody reacted exactly in character. Gao Ming said, delighted. Does this mean I can finally move in with you people? Sun Jian told him he had clearly not been listening and asked whether he wanted to hand somebody his own throat. Chen Xinyu went straight to the practical horror. The protection zones are joined up now so people can find my house. I need more crossbows. And Zhou Lihua, who has never once softened anything, wrote what the rest of us were carefully not writing. So this is designed to make us kill each other, kill a survivor, take their house, get a purple resource and a building. I'm a little tempted. Gao Haoran called me and asked, straight out, whether I had killed the man whose house I was now standing in. I told him no. He said he knew, because he'd already checked the district counter before he called, which is exactly the right way to accuse somebody of murder. And then he gave me the map of the world. They're not sorted, he said. The districts are interleaved. Picture a table with several decks of cards shuffled into a single pile. My district is spread across an area, and so is 187, and so is 189, and they overlap. Black and white tiles. Your own people are diagonal from you. Every single person you can physically reach on foot is from a district that has to bury yours. He'd also worked out from that conversation that the two lights he'd seen in the rainy season were me and Chen Xinyu. So the whole time I was asking who those were, he said, you knew. Yes. Fine, he said, and let it go, which is why the alliance worked. I found a second dying house that afternoon, 2 hours and 43 minutes left on its clock, and a second core, and a second seed. And I noticed the thing that makes all of this hard, which is that the shovel takes half an hour. Half an hour, at the base of a tree, in the open, making noise. Nobody is going to let you do that under an occupied house, which means every seed in this world is behind either a corpse or a signature. The third house I found had somebody in it, and he was talking to himself. I heard him from 400 meters out with those ears, complaining about being hungry, telling somebody he'd finally decided to put all his points into the planting house, that he was never going hungry again. He wasn't talking to himself. He was using voice input into his area channel. I checked our channel and none of those lines were in it. So I left the wolf and the leopard and the 2-meter bat in the trees because turning up with those is a statement. And I walked up to a stranger's house with a red panda on my shoulder and said hello. He nearly fell out of the window. Then he came down cautiously and I got my first proper look at another human being in this world. Ordinary. Completely ordinary. 20 or so, a bit shorter than me, green leather armor, the sort of face you'd lose in a crowd of 4 people. I told him my name was Lin Feng because my real one is at the top of every leaderboard in this world, and I had no idea what he'd do with it, and I gave him a piece of mutant meat. I want to describe what happened to his face, because I've thought about it a lot since. He looked at that meat the way you'd look at a winning ticket. Then he said, very carefully, is that really for me? It was the first time in weeks that anybody had handed him anything. His name was Tan Junji, and he was from District 187, and he told me everything. Over 1,000 people died in his district that night. They're down to about 800. They have no organization, no guides, no shared strategy. Every event, their top players work out the answer and keep it, and their death tolls are always worse than ours. Last night, one man in 187 killed a heart and brought it back and split it honestly. And one heart is exactly enough for a bit over 800 people. Everybody who didn't get a fragment died in the first hour. You should have seen what they were writing in the channel before they went, he said, and then he stopped and started again, quieter. I keep thinking they're going to come back for the rest of us. Then he asked me how many we'd lost. None, I said. Not one. He stared at me for about 4 seconds, and then he said, can I transfer to 188? I asked whether that wasn't a bit disloyal, given his boss had just saved his life. Whether I'm there or not doesn't change what he can do, said Tan Junji, who has the strategic outlook of a house cat and is, I suspect, going to outlive all of us. Mochi refused to let him touch her, which he took extremely personally. By the end of that day, I had 3 foreign houses on 3 sides of me, and my own district was nowhere. Gao Haoran was right, we're diagonal. To reach the nearest person on my own team, I have to cross somebody else's ground. The core would not recharge. It went dull the moment I used it. The depleted core of the low-slung small treehouse, a treehouse core that has exhausted all its energy and become an ordinary stone. Perhaps there is a way to recharge it. Perhaps. Mochi solved it, obviously. I remembered she'd been scratching at the floor in the middle of parasitic treehouse 01, and I'd assumed she was sharpening her claws and picked her up and carried her out. I took her back and she went straight to the same spot. I put an axe through the floor, and where a real treehouse has a hollow shaft, a parasitic one has a solid trunk with a hemispherical socket cut into the top of it, exactly the size and shape of a core. Discovered the parasitic treehouse charging slot. Core charging function unlocked. I dropped the dead core in, and it clicked home like a battery, and the white light came back into it, faint, and the stone that had gone cold in my hand a minute earlier was warm. Remaining charging time, 4 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. 5 days per purple resource, and I would have taken 10. Mochi lay down on top of it with her tongue out and would not get off. So that's what a parasitic treehouse is really for. It doesn't need the energy the host sends it, so it turns around and pours it into a stone. Every one of those little houses is a charger, and every charger is a slow drip of purple, which means the more people who live under me, the faster I get things that nobody else in this world can make at all. I chose a weapon for the first core, not a carving knife because my artist level can't touch purple anyway, not the boning knife, though that was the sensible choice. A weapon, because the world had just told me that people were the next monster. 60% base, 6 from the alchemy room, 10 from the blue chair, 40 more points shoveled into the workshop on the spot, 80%, and a lucky carp somewhere in my bloodstream. And what came out was not what I ordered. I asked for a steel pike. What appeared in my hand was a halberd. 3 meters, spear point, a blade off one side, a hook off the other. Apparently at purple, and above the world stops following the blueprint and gives you what it thinks you should have. Steel long halberd, purple. A combination of halberd and spear, capable of hooking and thrusting. The hardest and sharpest weapon of its class. Injuring an enemy allows you to absorb their life force, restoring your own wounds, spirit, and stamina, growing stronger with every battle. Read that last part again. That is a weapon for a weaker man to kill a stronger one. As long as I can keep touching you, I do not run out, I do not tire, I do not bleed for long. I stood in my own workshop holding 3 meters of purple steel and understood that I had just crossed a line and that from here on the danger in my life was going to have a face. It took about 4 hours. I was standing in Parasitic Treehouse 02 when I heard a voice from the west, nearly a kilometer away, which those ears could just about do, and it was a woman, and she was talking to herself, which meant she wasn't. Talking out loud in the open means a watch, and a watch that talks outside a treehouse means top 10 in her district. And what she was saying was this. I can see the treehouse from here. It's enormous. If I kill this survivor and take his house and plant it back in my own zone, one of these is worth 10 of yours. And then, a little later, easily, like somebody discussing a recipe, the last one was simple. I never fight them straight on. That's for idiots. They had a group. They were competing. There was a scoreboard, and it counted houses. I opened our district channel and the number had dropped by 8. 8 of my people that day while I was carving statues and testing potions. I put a warning out to every one of them. The zones are connected. People will come to your house. They will not be from here and they will not be friendly. And then I sat down in the window of a small wooden house with a purple halberd across my knees and thought, well, let's find out what this thing does. She was good. I want to give her that. I heard her stop about 200 meters out, in cover. I heard her put something down in the leaf litter and cover it. I heard fabric, and then I heard her lie down and roll, twice, on the ground. Then footsteps and a small, frightened voice calling out to ask if anybody was there. She came out of the tree line in a starter outfit that had been carefully ruined, with soot rubbed over her face where the tears would run through it, one strap of a rough hide bag over her shoulder, and she was extremely good at walking like somebody who has been running for a long time. She saw me in the window of the parasitic house, and there was a single flicker on her face, because she'd expected me to come out of the big one. Then she got into character. 2 staggering steps, a stone under her foot, and she went down hard enough to be convincing, and when she pushed herself up there were fresh grazes on her arms and one on her cheek, and her eyes were already full. Please, she said. Please help me. Somebody's chasing me. He cut down my treehouse. He's coming to take everything I have. And then she crawled toward me a little and left marks on the dirt. She was, without any question, the best actor I had ever seen in my life. And I had heard every word she said in the trees, so I came down the roots with my most sympathetic face on, because if she was going to do all that work, the least I could do was applaud. Don't worry, I told her in my warmest voice. I'm a good person. Somebody's after you? I'll deal with him. I'm quite strong. I used her own words. She'd said the word deal about 4 times in the trees, and it went straight into her like a splinter, and I watched her eye twitch and watched her decide to ignore it. Then I reached out toward her, and she flinched, and I did not touch her. I took the bag off her shoulder. You look exhausted, I said. Let me carry that. White grade. A patched hide bag with a green dagger and 3 ordinary apples in it, which is a prop, and it was the only thing she had on her, which meant her real kit was somewhere in the trees behind her. She made a small noise as it left her hand. I have been told since exactly what she was thinking at that moment, and what she was thinking was, I have been robbed of a white grade backpack by a man in 4 floors of purple. Am I really worth less to him than a bag? I have never let her forget it. I want to explain her plan, because it was a good one, and she'd worked it out properly in advance. If the man is kind, he helps her, and a man who has taken you into his house has given you his back. If the man is cruel, he does not kill somebody in that state on sight. He keeps them, and a man who has decided to keep you has stopped watching you. Either way she wins, and either way it ends with somebody's house belonging to her. The one thing the plan did not have a line for was a man who already knew the whole script. I did not take her into my house. I took her into Parasitic Treehouse 02, and I made 2 wooden chairs, and I put them facing each other in an empty room. She sat down and got her knees together and her hands in her lap and looked around a bare wooden box with 2 chairs in it and no other furniture at all, and I saw the exact moment she worked out what it looked like. It looked like an interrogation room. It was one. Her story was excellent. I'd have believed it. Ordinary survivor, terrible luck, survived every event by inches. Went out to look for food, came back, found a man chopping down her tree, tried to stop him, watched it come down, ran until she couldn't run, saw a tall canopy in the distance, walked toward it on failing legs. She cried on cue in the right place and did not overdo it, and it contained precisely 0 pieces of usable information, which is exactly what a good story is for. Then she made her one mistake. She looked past me at the floor, where the treehouse core was sitting in its socket giving off a soft white light, and she said in a small curious voice, "What's that?" She didn't know. This woman had taken down at least 2 houses. She had seeds. She had done the whole route. And she had never seen a treehouse core, because to get one you have to break open the floor of a living house and go down inside the trunk, and nobody thinks of that, and I only thought of it because a red panda sat in the middle of a floor and scratched at it. That's the gap. That's the single biggest advantage my entire district has over everybody else in this world, and she just confirmed it was still ours. She asked for hemostasis grass for her arms. I gave her some, and 2 flat stones because she could grind it herself. Then she asked me to turn around while she saw to it. I said I'd go and find her something clean to wear, and I went out, and behind me, at a volume she thought was too low to carry, I heard her mutter a question about whether I was actually made of stone, or possibly just not interested in women. Enhanced hearing is a curse and a blessing. Her real bag was in the crown of a poplar 200 meters out, beautifully hidden, completely invisible. Unless you can see blue light through leaves, in which case it's a lantern. Full blue leather set, blue stone spear, blue stone bow, blue dagger, a pile of blue fruit, and a blue watch. No metal. Not a single piece. Which told me more about District 187 than anything Tanjunji had said, because it meant nobody over there had opened a gold chest, or if they had, they weren't sharing. Then I swiped her watch, and it opened. For me. In my hand. Somebody else's watch, bound to somebody else's treehouse, and it worked. I opened the area channel for Jungle Area 187 and read it. 824 people. That is an enormous advantage, and it is also the worst news I got that week because it works in both directions. My watch has every function of my house on it. My crafting, my trading, my channel. If that ever leaves my wrist, whoever picks it up owns everything I have built. I was still holding that thought when I heard a soft landing behind the treehouse and small quick feet moving in my direction. She got about halfway to the poplar. I was leaning against the trunk with her bag over my arm and her watch in my hand, and I let her get close enough to see me smiling. She said. I shot the tree behind her. The explosive bolt went past her shoulder close enough to move her hair, and the poplar she'd been about to reach came apart in a shower of wood. She hit the ground and came up on her hands, and there was no acting left on her face at all. You'd actually kill me? You get to play the victim and try to take my house, I said, and I don't get to object? She started to answer, and I quoted her. If I kill this survivor and take his house and plant it in my own zone, one of these is worth 10 of yours. Her mouth stopped working. Then I gave her the other one, in her own cadence, about whether I was made of stone. I have never seen a human being change color that fast. It wasn't fear. Fear had already been and gone. It was pure, undiluted humiliation, the specific kind you only get when you've been performing brilliantly for an audience that was reading the script over your shoulder the whole time. She sat down in the dirt and put her hands over her face. The interview after that was very productive. Her name is Fan Jihui. She's 24, which makes her a year older than me, which she has never once let go of. She's from District 187, top 5, in every event. She got her seeds exactly the way she'd tried to get mine. Walk up looking harmless. Say 2 sentences. Wait for a man to turn his back on you. She had also confirmed the mechanics for me without meaning to. Her axe was stone, and a stone axe cannot cut a treehouse at all. Only a blue iron axe or better can, which means the only reason I own a single one of these houses is one specific tool description I read weeks ago. And digging a seed takes an hour with her equipment, and she had never, not once, seen the inside of a trunk. Then she looked at my watch and worked out what it was. Purple, she said slowly. You're first in the region, in the jungle exploration event. Then she looked at my armor and my animals and the size of the tree behind me, and she did the second calculation, and her face went through something complicated. Are you Lin Yi? And then, instantly, with her whole face lit up, Lin Yi, first on the all-region board? Oh my god, I'm such a huge admirer of yours. I never thought I put the crossbow against her forehead. Sit down and stop acting. It doesn't work on me, and frankly, you've got worse at it in the last 5 minutes. She sat down and pulled a face, and thought several unrepeatable things. But when I asked her why, she stopped acting entirely, and what came out was clean and cold and completely sincere. What are you, the world police? Look around. Nobody out here is going to have a conversation with me about kindness and getting along. Everybody dies eventually, and I'd like it to be later. That's exactly what world police are, I said. People who get to do the things other people can't. And then she told me the piece I actually needed, and she told me because she was cornered and running out of angles. You know it's a selection, don't you? There's an elimination at the bottom. In the end, there's only a few of us left, so I removed some threats early. Where exactly is the problem with that? And then quieter, because she'd already decided to trade it. Hu Jingkai runs our district. He messaged the top 10 of us privately. He said everyone from every other district is an enemy, that we're all going to be fighting each other, and that we should kill anybody we see and leave nobody alive. So it isn't just Gao Haoran. Every district in this world has somebody who knows. And what that district does next depends entirely on whether that one person decides to tell anybody. Ours told me. Theirs told 10 killers. Then I killed her. I want to be straightforward about that. She was from 187. She had personally taken 8 people out of my district that week. She was extremely dangerous, extremely intelligent, and there was nothing I could do with her. She fought first, and she fought without a weapon in a room 20 square meters across against a man with a 3-meter halberd, and she should have died in 4 seconds. She lasted about 2 minutes. I have thought about that a lot since. I was swinging in a space where there was nowhere to go, and she was not there every single time, and her strength was nothing, so it wasn't power. Her reactions were simply not human. But every time I touched her, the halberd took something out of her, and by the end she was slower, and her legs were going, and then it was over. The halberd went through her throat, and she went down and did not move, and I stood there in a wrecked room and felt absolutely nothing at all, and that bothered me more than anything else that day. Then my chest went cold, that specific cold. The one I get before something large happens. I checked the map, and there was a red dot in the room with me, and it was brighter than a mid-level mutant. She sat up. The pattern was coming up through her skin while she did it, crimson all down her arms, and 2 lines about 2 fingers wide running diagonally across her forehead and cheek. Her eyes had gone red all the way through. She hit the wall hard enough to shake the house, came off it in a crouch with her hands out like claws, and the wound in her throat was already a thin line, not fur. That's what I noticed, and it's what mattered. The mutant humans under the ground were covered in it. She wasn't. Apart from the pattern in the eyes, she was exactly herself. Are you still in there? I asked, and she said in pieces, No, I want to kill you. Then she came at me, and I found out that whatever had happened to her had given her speed and taken away her ability to use it. She came in too fast and too wide, missed, and put herself into my wall again. I hit her once in the stomach, and she went down, and what she said, curled up on the floor of that room, was that it hurt. That's when I stopped fighting, because that's not what a mutant does. Every corrupted thing I have ever fought ignored damage and kept coming until it died. She was lying on the floor complaining. She got up shaking, and her eyes were red, and behind the red there was a person in there, frightened, confused, and something else that took me a while to name, which was relief. You, she said, have absolutely no manners. and then she was out the window before I'd finished raising the halberd and gone into the trees at a speed that would have given Frostfang a race. I didn't follow. Her dot was burning on my map and moving west, and I had her watch, which meant she couldn't talk to anybody, couldn't trade, couldn't be resupplied, and could not stay away from her own house, because a survivor without a treehouse in this world is on a timer. So I went home and had dinner. I sat on my own sofa with a red panda and a plate of grilled mutant meat and watched a dot run in irregular circles through the dark, trying to lose a pursuer who was eating. Then I called Gao Haoran and we told the group everything. Districts are teams. The teams eliminate each other. Everybody around us is on somebody else's. Sun Jian took it badly. Gao Ming said with feeling that he was extremely glad he hadn't gone outside. Zhou Lihua said she'd known for 2 days because dying treehouses had been appearing around her and nobody from our district had died, and Liu Meilin asked the question that nobody else was going to ask. So am I not allowed to treat people from other districts? She's a doctor. She got into this to fix people, and she is not a saint, and she knew the answer, and she asked anyway because she wanted somebody to say it out loud. Gao Haoran said it. Not yet. Don't kill anybody from another district for now. We don't know what we can do with the parasitic system yet. Be normal with them until it turns. Until it turns. I also gave the group 2 rules, and they're the 2 rules that have kept us alive since. Nobody outside this chat ever learns how a treehouse core is harvested, and never, under any circumstances, let your watch out of your possession. The Zhang brothers had already tested that second one, of course, because they test everything. You can trade a watch, you can wear somebody else's. You can read their private messages and post in their district channel under their name. It's an unlocked phone. It's an unlocked phone that also happens to contain a house. I read Fan Jihui's messages that evening, which felt exactly as grubby as it was. Hu Jinkai's order was there, word for word, sent to 10 people. And there was a group chat with 4 other people in it, called something like the Tree Cutting Crew, and they were currently discussing where she'd got to. One of them was worried. One of them was making the kind of remarks that make you understand why she'd built a career on men underestimating her. And then, while I was reading it, she posted in it, "You lot carry on, I'm busy here," which meant she was inside a treehouse because you cannot post from outside one without a watch. I looked at the map. The dot had stopped. I got up. She had a plan waiting for me, and it was a good plan, and it very nearly worked. She hadn't gone into her house. She'd gone in, made herself a fresh set of leather armor and a blue dagger, and then gone back out and up a poplar 30 meters from her own front door, and waited for me to come and lay siege to an empty building. The only problem with it was the map. I rode up the stream past the Black Bear Cave, past the place where the crocodile used to be, into ground I'd never been on before, and there it was, a 3-story banyan by the water, and a canopy full of crossbows, and a blue glow in a tree just to the left of it. Blue leather armor is excellent at concealment. It's less excellent when the person hunting you has a permanent grade filter running on his eyeballs. So I didn't do anything. I got off the wolf and I walked around that house looking up at it, examining it thoughtfully from every angle, taking my time, giving her the clearest and most inviting back in the entire world. And she didn't take it because Frostfang was standing behind me, and Shadow, and a 2-meter bat. And because a small red panda was sitting on my shoulder looking directly at the exact clump of leaves she was hiding in, and had not looked anywhere else for 4 minutes. I got a lot of thinking done under that tree. To take a core off somebody who's alive, you have to get inside. To get inside, the owner has to let you in, or the owner has to be dead. There is no third option, and that is going to define every single thing that happens in this world from now on. Meanwhile, up in the poplar, she was running out. Whatever that pill does it for an hour, and then it takes it all back with interest. She told me later what that was like, watching her own arms get heavy, watching the fastest thing she'd ever been drain out of her while sitting 15 meters up a tree above 4 predators, working out that in about a minute she'd be too weak to hold on. She thought about begging. She decided I'd already killed her once, and then she fell out of the tree, just came out of it, limp, and hit the ground in a heap. I had the crossbow on her before she landed because obviously it was an act. Except Mochi jumped off my shoulder and went straight to her. I looked at the map. The dot was still there and it had gone dim. Dimmer than a rabbit, barely lit at all. And then my animals did something that still bothers me. Frostfang walked up to a woman who had tried to kill me twice, and pushed her head straight with one paw, gently, so her neck wasn't twisted, and Shadow, who has never in her life let me touch her, put her head down and licked the blood off the woman's face. I stood there in a clearing being comprehensively outranked in my own household. Whatever she is now, mutated animals read her as one of theirs. Every serious enemy we are going to face for the rest of this is a mutated animal. I have never in my life re-evaluated a person that fast. She went from a body to an asset in about 4 seconds. I had 6 contracts left and she was, at that exact moment, weaker than a rabbit. I knelt down and crushed one over her. The light went into her slowly and she frowned in her sleep and her whole body started to resist it. So I put my mouth by her ear and said, "If you want to live, stop fighting it. This is the only offer you're getting." The shaking stopped. Her face stayed exactly as pitiful as it had been all evening, which is when I concluded that the acting is not a technique, it is load-bearing structure. It took a long time, longer than any contract I've done. The light hung around her and would not go in, and I got the halberd out and stood over her ready to finish it the second the failure notice came. Contract successful, mutated human, points gained, 0, 0 points. The world does not pay for people. The dot on my map went from red to green, and it stayed dim, and green is a much fainter color than red, so for a while it looked like something that might go out. Then I put her in the wristband, because she was going to wake up eventually, and I was not going to be standing over her when she did. And I want to note, since I'm telling this properly, that she is extremely good looking, and that she had spent an entire evening weaponizing that, and that she was unconscious on the ground in front of me. I put her in the wristband and left it there. There is a version of a man who does something else, and he is not somebody I'm interested in being. Do you two want to go in as well? I asked the others. Frostfang and Shadow both took a step backwards. Echo flew away. Actually left. Went 200 meters and sat in a different tree. I never did get a straight answer out of him about that, and I was about to find out why. Her house was alive, ordinary small treehouse, blue, formed from a banyan, far superior to the lowest grade. Survivors who possess this type of treehouse have the potential to become powerful figures, not dying, because she wasn't dead. And when I put my hand on the trunk, it moved for me. The roots came down and wrapped my waist and lifted me, and I hadn't asked, I'd only thought about it. Contract the owner and you get the house. Nobody had told me that. I found out standing under it with a woman in my wristband. Ground floor. An absolute disgrace. Workbenches thrown down anywhere. No walls, no order. Worse than mine had ever been. Second floor. A beautifully arranged 50 square meter apartment. Kitchen, dining area, bedroom, everything squared away. And the kitchen sign had most of her decoration score in it. She's a cook. Top 5 killer in her district, professional liar, absolute menace, and she'd spent her points on being able to cook properly. Mochi went into the bedside cabinet and pulled out a bag, and in the bag there was a small black bottle, and in the bottle there was one red pill, mutant pill, blue. Enhances one aspect of the survivor's ability and grants latent mutant power. After taking it, the survivor may choose whether to activate the mutation. Activating grants an enormous physical boost for 1 hour and restores all injuries. Activation is automatic upon receiving a fatal wound. Afterwards, there is a weakness period of 24 hours. Once activated, the survivor becomes a mutated creature, and the change is irreversible. Choose carefully. And then, at the bottom of the description, because this world cannot help itself, what are you waiting for? Take it and possess the incredible power of the mutated creatures. Reach the pinnacle of life. That's the whole thing explained. The reflexes she had before she died were the pill sitting dormant in her. The resurrection was the pill cashing out when the halberd went through her. There had been 2. She'd taken one. I did not take the other. Not because I'm cautious, though I am, but because I had a live specimen in my wristband and no idea yet how much of her was still in there. There was a lot to learn from her house. The 187 area channel said 822. That afternoon, it had said 824. They're killing each other now. Not us. Each other. Because gathering resources is slow and taking them is fast, and everybody has worked that out at the same time. Her district was hollowing out from the inside while ours was organizing, and there was one more thing, which I noticed and didn't like. When the defense battle ended, the voice did not announce the next event. Every single time before, it told us what was coming and when. This time it said our survival rate had improved, and then it stopped talking. I decided to leave her house standing, not out of kindness, because it's a window. As long as that tree is alive and I have her watch, I can read District 187's channel anytime I want and see their trades and count their dead. I took everything that wasn't nailed down, and then I bolted about 30 green crossbows onto the canopy and set every one of them to automatic until the thing looked like a hedgehog. Then I went home and let her out onto my living room floor. She came out curled up with her arms around her knees, and she was shaking, and her face was streaked, and when she looked up at me, her eyes were completely empty. "I'm not dead," she said. Her voice was destroyed, not hoarse. Gone, the way it goes after hours. I asked her what she'd seen in there, and this is what's inside a mutated beast wristband. Nothing. She woke up, or thought she did, into total blackness. No floor, no walls, nothing to touch in any direction, including under her. She described it as being thrown into space without a suit and without stars. She shouted for hours. She knows it was hours because her voice went. She tried to bite her own tongue to see if she could feel anything, and she couldn't, and that was the point at which she concluded she had died, and this was what was next. And there is no time in there. She has no idea how long she was inside. Then a light appeared and she was sitting on a wooden floor in my house. She put her hand flat on my floorboards and cried silently for a while because The floor was cold and real. I stood there feeling like the villain of somebody else's story, which to be fair, I was. Echo, I thought. That's why Echo flew away. Then she looked over at Frostfang and Shadow in the corner and said, out loud, apparently to nobody, they look so soft, it must be lovely to hug them. And then she stopped and sat up straighter and said, in a much smaller voice, why did I just think that? I've never liked animals in my life. Stand up, I said. She stood up. She could not stand up. She was so weak she'd had to use the arm of the sofa, and she got all the way to her feet before her face changed. Why did I do that? I pointed at the other end of the sofa. Sit down, then we'll talk. And I watched her fight it. She told me afterward what it felt like, and it's the best description I've heard of what these contracts actually are. She said it was like being a fan who finally meets the person they've followed for years, and the person smiles and holds out a hand, and every part of you is screaming yes, and you decide to say no. She lasted about 4 seconds. Sit. She sat, and then she said, out loud, in a small horrified voice, that felt good. Why did that feel good? Here's what I understood later and did not know then. These contracts are made with the blood of a high-level mutant. They do not restrain a body. They go in above that, and they do it by rank, the way a big dog goes quiet when a bigger one walks in, and what surrenders is not the muscles. What did you do to me? Nothing much, I said. I contracted you. You're the same as those two now. I pointed at a wolf and a leopard. She stared at me. She tried to stand up again and her legs went and she slid off the sofa onto my floor. And then she said, with real outrage, from the floor, the thing she was apparently most upset about in the entire evening. You went through a woman's bedroom. I asked her what the pill had done and she answered before she could decide not to. Before the mutation, nothing you could see. Faster reactions, a lighter body, nothing else, right up until the moment I put a halberd through her throat. And after. Like being drunk, she said. Blurred. But it was me. I was there. I just wanted to kill you, extremely badly, and it seemed very reasonable. She remembers all of it, and what brought her back was the punch in the stomach, pain. That's the antidote, something hurt enough to be worth thinking about, and the person came back into the room. Then she looked at me, took a breath, and switched registers so hard I nearly laughed. So should I be calling you master? I belong to you now. You'll have to take good care of me. I told her she was moving out. She did not take it well, and she did not take it well for reasons she was carefully not saying out loud, which were that the closer she stayed to me, the sooner she'd find a way to break the contract. What she said was, Master, don't you want to live together? Stop, it's making me ill. And when it became clear she wasn't going to walk and that she was going to keep bargaining, I offered her a lift. Come on then, I'll carry you. She looked relieved. She held out her arms. I put my left hand on her shoulder and the wristband took her. Mochi made a noise like a kettle. Shadow lifted her head, looked at me for a long moment, and lay back down in a way that was unmistakably a comment about my character. I'd like to say I'm sorry. She spent all evening trying to get into my house, and I was not going to have her under the same roof as a workshop, a farm, and 4 floors of everything I own, and I am, on the whole, not an idiot. I put her in Parasitic Treehouse 01 and made her the owner of it. Owner is a generous word. I hold every function. I can lock it. I can hand the house to somebody else on a whim, and all of that is done from my screen and not hers. And the moment she touched the screen and it came up, something happened that neither of us expected. It showed her the area channel for Jungle Area 188. I'm in 188, she said. Then, after a second, and this is the exact wording, we still have 3,000 people. 3 hours after trying to kill me. Her old watch still worked too. She could still post in 187, under her own name, from a house standing 20 kilometers west. So the rule of this world is not what everybody thinks it is. Your district is not attached to you. It is attached to your house. A person can hold 2 and be in both, which means the borders on that map are not lines between people. They're deeds. And if you can put a foreign survivor into a parasitic treehouse in your own zone, you have not killed an enemy. You have moved a border. The only price is that they stop being anybody's citizen and become your tenant permanently, which is why almost nobody will ever agree to it voluntarily. She agreed to it in about 90 seconds and immediately started plotting, not against me, for me. Your watch still reaches 187, she said, sitting up straight, entirely businesslike. So does my old house. Do you understand what that means? You can trade with them. Buy everything they've got, empty out their entire district into ours, and they'll thank you for it. I looked at her. That's your own district. That was my district, she said. Hu Jinkai saved my life, and I killed somebody from 188 for him. That's settled. Nobody owes anybody. And then, with a shrug, besides, I'm in 188 now. I have to look after my own interests. She had switched sides so smoothly that if you'd walked in at that moment, you'd have assumed she was a founding member. I did make one test before I left. I told her to take the core out of the floor socket. She tried. She got both hands on it, tried 3 angles, put her back into it, and it did not move a millimeter. I put 2 fingers on it and it turned in the socket like a wheel on a bearing. So that's the last lock. The tenant lives in the house, uses the house, and the thing in the floor that makes purple resources belongs to the landlord alone. Before I went, I gave her the standard warning and then listened to how that sounds. Don't run. I can find you anywhere. And if you make me come and get you, you'll live in the wristband. Even as I was saying it, I could hear it. That is a villain's line. There's no version of that sentence that isn't. She flinched at the word wristband, which is the only reason it works, and I have used it on her approximately once a week ever since. Then she grabbed my trouser leg and told me she couldn't defend a 3-meter house in her condition, which was manipulative and also completely true, so I called Echo in and left him on the windowsill. But, she said looking up, I want to stay with Master forever. Then get in the wristband. I keep it on me. You'd be with me all the time. I was joking. I'm sorry. I was joking. Then stop acting. Every single time you do it, that's where you go. What I did not know at the time is that the moment I was out of sight, she stood up without any difficulty at all. She'd been mostly fine for about an hour. The collapse was real. The weakness was real. And about 60% of what I'd watched since had been theater, because she wanted to be underestimated in a house near mine. She also, sitting on that floor, worked out that I had asked her where the pill came from and how many were left, and had never once asked whether she could make more, because she can. And in the state that contract had left her in, if I had asked, she would have answered instantly and truthfully and handed me the recipe, and she knew it, and she sat there being quietly appalled at herself about it. Then she took hold of Echo's paw, looked into his little face, and said, with feeling, "We really did get an awful owner, didn't we?" Meanwhile, my own district was starting to turn on itself. More than a dozen people had died that day, and the channel had worked out that vines and ants weren't doing it. Somebody's killing us. It's one of us. Sort out the traitors first, then worry about outsiders. How do we know it isn't you? And then somebody said the quiet thing. What if it's one of the explorers? The reply came from 4 different people at once, and it was the same reply. You were dying last night. They gave you a fragment. Why would they save you and then murder you? But they were only sure of that because they were guessing. They still had no idea that the man 12 kilometers to their west was from another district and had been given a standing order to kill them. That's what an information gap costs when it's on the wrong side. Ours had turned into paranoia and started eating our own people. We fixed the hunting rules that afternoon. Hu Weisheng reported that he'd opened a dead house's floor exactly the way I described and found the shaft hollow and the bottom empty, except for a fine bright powder mixed into the soil. The core doesn't survive its house. It goes when the house does, which means the sequence is fixed and there is no way around it. Get inside a living treehouse. Take the core, which kills it. Then dig up the seed, which takes half an hour. You cannot skip a step. And step 1 requires either a friend or a corpse. Gao Haoran came back with a full survey, because that is who he is. 2 dying houses to his north and west, both harvested. A dried stump to the south, dead too long to dig, but with 3 kilometers of scarecrow protection still holding. And to his east, a living 3-story treehouse absolutely covered in crossbows, which he had wisely decided not to approach. I asked him if it was by a stream. Yes, it looks like a hedgehog. I'd bolted those crossbows on myself 4 hours earlier, which put Gao Haoran directly on the other side of Fan Jihui's house from me. We'd been talking every day for weeks. He is the 2nd strongest survivor in this region and my only real ally in the world, and he lives about 30 kilometers from my front door. And Chen Xinyu, at that point, chose to reveal that the 2 mystery lights everybody had been discussing since the rainy season were her lightning rod and mine. Gao Haoran went quiet for a second and then said, "So when I asked whether anyone had seen them, and you both said no." "Yes. Let me give you the scale, because it's the thing I keep coming back to. 10,000 people started in my district. The average distance between 2 houses is 10 to 15 kilometers. That means Jungle Area 188 by itself covers over 1 million square kilometers. And the mixed leaderboards go up to Jungle Area 200 districts, 2 million people. And inside all of that, 4 people with unique abilities are living close enough to visit each other in an afternoon, and the 5th strongest killer in the district next door had built her house within walking distance of all of us. That is not chance. I don't care how big your dice are. There is one more thing I noticed around then, and it is still open. There are 2 voices in this world. The one that announces the events has inflection. It jokes. It calls this a beautiful world in a tone that makes it clear it thinks that's funny. The one that says unlock failed 7 times every time has nothing in it at all. It's a machine reading a log. Those are not the same thing, and they do not want the same things, and I have been standing between them for a month without being told either of their names, so we stopped waiting. The plan was simple, and it was mine, and Gao Haoran polished it. Stop pretending we're at peace with the neighbors. There's no information gap to protect because every district has its own Hu Jinkai. Instead, consolidate. Right now, our 3,000 people are scattered across 1,000,000 square kilometers, one to a box, unable to help each other, so group them by what their houses do. Everybody who leveled a smelting room goes into Chen Xinyu's zone and mines and smelts together. Everybody with a medical room goes to Liu Meilin, planters to Sun Jian, cooks to Gao Ming, who was extremely pleased about this. Our own people get asked, and if they say no, that's fine. They keep their own house and their own protection zone. People from other districts get a different offer, which is move in or die out there. There isn't a third one. And Zhou Lihua, who had been quiet, contributed 2 things. The first was that she'd already killed a man that morning. He'd invited her into his house, been very friendly, and then decided that a woman on her own in his living room was an opportunity. He had chosen, out of every survivor in this world, the single worst possible target. The second thing was more useful. When you dig up a house and replant it as a parasite, the function area points reset, all of them, back into the pool. Which means we don't have to care what a captured survivor specialized in. We take their house, plant it, hand it back, and they respend their points on whatever we need. Chen Xinyu said quietly. What if they don't want to? What if they like farming and we make them mine? Then for our own people, we let them be, said Zhou Lihua. For everyone else, we let them think about it in the wristband. And Sun Jian, who is the reason that group is bearable, said, also, if you make a man cook who can't cook, I'm the one who has to eat it. The whole plan lived or died on one thing, which was distance. 30 kilometers between me and Chen Xinyu, 50 to Gao Haoran. And most survivors have no mount at all, which means for them, a neighbor is a 2-hour walk through ground that will kill them. Unless somebody builds a door, coordinate blue, any friendly or neutral unit may teleport between coordinates with the creator's permission. I posted the description in the group and stopped hiding what I could do. Gao Ming said something unrepeatable. Gao Haoran immediately asked the 4 correct questions, which were daily limit, range limit, cooldown, and can it be traded? Liu Meilin said, with what I choose to interpret as respect, that I was apparently an actual sorcerer, and Chen Xinyu said, what do you need? I'll send it. 40 blue resources per coordinate, 80 for a pair. Then just do it, she said. I'll cover the materials. I have never in my life had a business partner like that, and I never will again. She called me privately that night, and it's the only time I've seen her worried. Are we really going to go and kill people from other districts? I don't think I'm any good at that. I'm not strong. I don't think I can beat anybody. She's 4th in the region and she has never once believed it. I told her I'd come. There was a pause and then a slightly different voice said, wait, you'd come here? Tomorrow? And I heard her hand go through her hair. What's the difference? I said. We talk on video every day. That's completely different, said Chen Xinyu. Then, because she cannot sit still with a feeling for more than 10 seconds, she changed the subject by showing me a gold nugget. Gold. An actual gold nugget. Blue grade, extremely stable, highly conductive, soft and workable, essential for certain electrical appliances. I checked the appliance bench immediately and got nothing new, which means the electrical age is still waiting on copper and silver, but gold substitutes for black gold in alchemy, which solved my supply problem in one move, and she had her own idea about it, which she presented with her hands on her hips. We're building an organization with thousands of people in it. Are we going to barter forever like cavemen? This is currency. We should mint coins. She's right eventually. She's right about almost everything eventually. I told her that in times like these, gold is dirt and that we'd revisit it when nobody was likely to die that week, and she accepted that with the specific look of somebody filing it for later. Then I tried to make a coordinate and the box said 56%, 40 blue resources, a coin flip. So I didn't sleep that night. I painted instead. 5 pictures. My own treehouse from the outside, at the moment I first saw it. The underground world from the doorway, everything moving. The hills, with the face in them. The tornadoes standing still in the flood. And the heart in the middle of its ball of vines. Those are the 5 things I've seen in this world that I will still be seeing when I'm old, and it turns out that if you put them on paper, the world pays you for it. 10 points each, then the cap, 10 paintings, and the 11th is worth nothing. So I switched to redwood, which is a completely different job. Crystal is small work. Redwood is a log and a mallet, and my hands knew how to do that too. 7 statues, near life-size, in one evening. By about 2 in the morning, my art room contained 10 crystal figurines, 10 paintings, and 7 wooden people standing around in the dark, and I want to state that it had stopped feeling like a studio and started feeling like the worst room in a haunted house. And then the oranges ran out, all at once. Here's what nobody tells you about that fruit. An orange puts your mind at its peak for an hour, and that hour is worth about 2 hours of rest. It does not delete the tiredness. It postpones it, at a discount. I had run about 9 hours on citrus, and when the last one wore off, 9 hours of debt arrived at the same time, and I sat down on the floor of a room full of wooden statues with my head in my hands and understood that I had done something stupid, but the number was good. 491 decoration score. 200% into the alchemy room, which is 20% of success rate, which took a coordinate from 56 to 70, plus a carp. Call it 80. 80 is a number a man can gamble on. I woke up cold. It was 7 in the morning and it was dark outside, and I could see my own breath in a bedroom I'd been air conditioning with saltpeter 2 days earlier. Yesterday it had been near 30 degrees. That morning it was about 10, and the voice had said nothing, not a word. Every disaster in this world so far had come with a title card and a start time, and this one had simply arrived. I got to the window in time to watch it happen. The poplars were going yellow, not over days. While I stood there, the color came up through the canopy like something spreading in water, and then the wind moved and the leaves came off in sheets, and inside about 10 minutes an entire jungle went from green to gold to bare. The forest I had been living in for a month became a field of sticks, and when it was over and I looked out across kilometers of leafless gray, there were exactly 2 things left that were green: pine trees, which only a survivor would ever have planted, and tree houses. Every single house in this world was suddenly a green flag on a bare map, visible from 10 kilometers away. This world had spent a month keeping us apart, and it had just deliberately pulled the curtain down. Fan Jihui stuck her head out of her window and shouted that she was cold and hungry, and that withholding breakfast from prisoners was a violation of something. She'd spent the night reading 188's area channel, and she'd read the entire history of what our 9 had done, and she was having a difficult morning about it. She told me later exactly what went through her head. First, 187 is a joke of a district. Second, they saved everybody, and we lost 1,000 people in a night. Third, possibly getting captured was the best thing that ever happened to me. Fourth, what is wrong with me? Why am I thinking like this? I brought her grilled mutant meat, and she ate all of it and criticized my cooking throughout. Your heat control is terrible. This is beautiful meat, and you've done nothing for it. Let me do it next time. Then she stopped with a piece halfway to her mouth and said, "Hang on, am I eating my own kind now?" Then I redecorated her house without asking. I brought in everything I'd stripped out of her old place, all her furniture, and everything she'd bought from the points shop, and her decoration score went up to 102. And then I walled off 10 square meters of her ground floor, hung a charging room sign in it, and dumped 50% of her points into it. The core in the floor flared up brighter, and the timer went from 5 days to 3 days and 8 hours. "That's mine," she said, in a voice that had gone very flat. "You've got half left," I said, "and a second floor." And then I made her a promise, and she called it exactly what it was. "When 187 is dealt with, we'll transplant your own house here, and you can have it back." She looked at me for a second and said, "You sound just like my old boss. He handed out promises like that all day too." Outside, the pangolin cubs had come up to see the snow that wasn't there yet, and they were nearly the size of mochi. Fan Jihui went straight for them, which surprised her more than it surprised me, because she has never liked animals, and now apparently she does. Tara let her pick one up. The contract makes her one of the family as far as mutants are concerned. The cubs, however, have no pattern and no contract, and they thrashed until she dropped one, and then both of them went into the burrow without a backward glance. They lie perfectly still for me. They always have. "Fine," she said to the hole in the ground. "Don't then." Then I built a house, an actual house, on the ground, in about 6 minutes, which nobody in this world had ever done. 20 steel frames, 4 log walls, glass in 2 of them, a roof. It went up under the edge of my canopy, in the shade, and when I stood back and looked at it, I felt something I hadn't felt since I first climbed my own roots. We're not campers anymore. This is a settlement. Then I went inside my first ground floor building, and I planted 3 crimson mist flower seeds in a square meter of blue soil, 2 hours to grow. And that stopped me, because there are exactly 2 other things in this world that grow that fast: a treehouse seed and a plant heart seed. Both of those are load-bearing. Both of them are things this world requires you to have in order to survive at all. So what is a flower that strengthens monsters doing in that category? I was still turning that over when I found out the season had switched off agriculture. I planted a poplar seed out in the bare forest, and the sprout came up, and then it wrinkled. Poplar seedling, green. Grows into a poplar in 10 days. Growth temporarily suspended due to environmental conditions. 5 or 6 degrees. Nothing takes. I tried apple, apricot, everything I had. All suspended. Then I planted one at the base of my own trunk. Poplar seedling. Growth time remaining, 10 days. Protected by the treehouse. That's the rule now. A tall purple treehouse shelters 50 meters. A blue one shelters 30. A parasitic green one shelters 10, which means that from this morning on, in this entire world, food only grows in the shade of a house. Everything outside that circle is a graveyard until whatever this is passes. At 9 o'clock exactly the voice came back. Congratulations to all surviving survivors. You have witnessed the turning of the seasons. The second stage has officially begun. There are no scheduled events in this stage, and no survivor will be eliminated by one. But remember, the absence of events does not mean the absence of danger. You are warriors who survived the first phase. You are responsible for your own lives. And remember this, never abandon your treehouse. Your treehouse is your only refuge. Without it, a survivor cannot live in this world. Then a pause. And then the last line in that tone that thinks it's funny. Now enjoy the second stage. In this free second stage, let your desires off the leash. No more events, no more schedule, no more warnings, no more announced disasters. Just 3,000 people in my district and 800 next door, with the fences down and permission granted. The world had stopped organizing the killing. It had outsourced it to us. My amplification that morning was strength, which turned out to be excellent timing. I put both hands on a bare poplar to test it and pulled, and the whole tree came up a few centimeters with a sound like ripping cloth. Then I kicked it and it went over. A tree, with my hands and 1 foot. Imagine what that is with 3 meters of purple halberd on the end of it. I left Shadow at home with orders about the prisoner. Living room, kitchen, and bathroom only. No stairs, no other rooms. Shadow understood all of that perfectly and lay down between Fan Jihui and the staircase. I gave Fan Jihui her old watch back with a job attached. Contact her district. Find out where 187's top 10 actually live, and don't ask anyone for help. I'll read your message history when I get back. Her face went from delighted to disgusted in one motion. You'd read a woman's private messages? You have no shame at all. Or you could ride in the wristband. Task accepted, said Fan Jihui. With the trees bare, I could see a green canopy from 10 kilometers, and I rode west along the stream to the first one, and there was a man standing under it with a white horse, Gao Haoran. I'd been talking to him almost every day for a month, and I had never seen his face except on a screen. He'd been in the saddle for 2 hours, and his hair was perfect, not a crease in his leather armor, clean shaven, and the horse's tail had been combed out. You're better looking in person, he said, offering his hand. You haven't tidied yourself up in 10 days, I said, and I've been living in a forest. The horse, incidentally, was terrifying. He'd contracted it as a foal 10 days earlier, and it was now 700 or 800 kilos and still growing, which is not a thing horses do, and which put it in exactly the same category as 2 baby pangolins currently living in my yard. We rode east together and talked about the weather, which for the first time in my life was a matter of life and death. How long do you think this lasts? He asked. Not short, maybe as long as the summer we've had, maybe longer. He said, and I think winter is coming after it. Neither of us said anything for a while after that. I told him about the contract, and about the pill, and about the woman currently sitting on my sofa under guard. He turned in the saddle so fast his horse broke stride. You have contracts that work on people? Once, under very specific conditions. He was quiet for a long time after that too, and I could see him doing sums. Then Chen Xinyu called, and something happened that neither of them will ever live down. I answered on speaker, and Gao Haoran was riding next to me, and she said hello to him. Then she stopped. Then she said, hello, Brother Haran? He told her not to call him that. I put my hand over the watch and said quietly, have you two never spoken? Not once, he said, at the same volume. I messaged her privately when I invited her into the group. She replied with 3 words. Since then, group chat only. I can hear both of you, said Chen Xinyu. We laughed for about a kilometer, and then Gao Haoran went quiet and shifted in his saddle a few times and finally said, Brother, can I be honest with you? Go on. I would very much like to tidy you up. We're about to meet her. Looking like that, she'll think you don't care. He then produced, from his own backpack, a razor blade. Thin, made specially, never used. He'd been carrying it since the moment he saw me and had spent 30 kilometers working up to the conversation. I shaved on horseback. Mochi reached up with 1 paw and tapped the spot on my jaw I'd missed, twice, because apparently she also had opinions. Then he handed me a strip of cloth to tie my hair back and looked at me and nodded once, satisfied. You weren't some kind of stylist back on Earth, were you? I just don't like being untidy, said Gao Haoran. Chen Xinyu's protection zone is full of holes. Literally. There are mine shafts everywhere, dozens of them, cut into every low hill within 6 kilometers. She can see metal through rock, and rather than wait for a convenient outcrop, she has simply been walking up to hillsides and going in. Nobody else in this world would ever dig into a hill on spec. She'd been doing it every day for a month, and under her treehouse, standing on her toes, waving with both arms, was a tall girl in leather armor with her hair tied back. Over here, 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 here. She got about half a sentence into being professional. She put out her hand and said it was very nice to finally meet me and she hoped we'd work well together. And then she took my hand and said, "It feels like we were talking last night." And then she squeezed it and said, "I've actually touched you. That's so strange." Then she looked at my face for slightly too long. "You shaved. I've literally never seen you without stubble. Do you prefer it with or without?" "Both. Either." "I mean, both are fine," said Chen Xinyu at speed, and Gao Haoran, leaning against his horse with his arms folded, said, "I am still here, you know." He is 27, which nobody believes, including me. He looks like he should be doing an exam. He graduated at 25, worked for 2 years, and got pulled into this. Everybody around me has a degree. Liu Meilin is a medical doctorate. Gao Haoran has a master's. I'd finished my bachelor's and got into graduate school and never started. I have a horrible suspicion about how these special abilities got handed out and no way at all to prove it. And then Mochi climbed down off the wolf and let Chen Xinyu pick her up. "I want to explain what that means," Tan Junji asked, and got a flat refusal. Fanji Hui never even tried. That animal has, in this entire world, permitted exactly one human being to touch her, and that human being is me. Chen Xinyu rubbed her stomach, and Mochi went completely liquid and made a noise nobody had ever got out of her. "She's seen you on video every day for a month," I said, mostly to myself. Chen Xinyu went upstairs to change into the steel set I'd made her because she'd been wearing leather, and when I asked why she wasn't wearing the better armor, she said, with feeling, that she likes leather, and left. Gao Haoran explained it to me afterward. He wears leather because he plays stealth. She wears leather because it looks better. "Why are you telling me, and not her?" he said. While she was gone, we did business, and I showed him the halberd, and then I demonstrated it on a tree. One cut. The tree came down, and then the tree died. Not fell. Died on the ground in about 4 seconds, going gray and dry and brittle, and when I pinched a piece of the trunk, it crumbled and gave me no material at all. That's the cost of that weapon. It drinks. And what it drinks is gone. Gao Haoran crouched down and put his hand on the dead wood and did not say anything for a bit. "So purple isn't a better blue," he said eventually. "No. Green does nothing. Blue gives you one physical bonus. Purple gives you an ability. This armor lets me swim like a fish and frightens things in the water." He stood up and brushed his knees off, and I watched him arrive at the correct conclusion. "Then we need to be collecting cores much faster than we are." Chen Xinyu came down the roots in full blue steel with a pike in one hand and a crossbow on her back, and she looked like the illustration on the front of something. She spun the pike, snapped it up into a rest position, and struck a pose. "Well?" "Not bad. Not bad," she repeated in a tone I'm still paying for. She rode north with me on Frostfang because she wanted to ride Frostfang because he is silver with red markings and looks like the best thing in the world. I offered her the front seat, which is the good seat, and she went pink and refused on the grounds that we'd only just met, and then regretted it for the entire journey and told me so. Her cow, incidentally, is over 1,000 kilos and can charge but cannot turn, which she summarized as, "In a forest, my mount would kill me." We didn't get far. 6 kilometers north, Mochi went rigid, and Frostfang stopped so hard that Chen Xinyu nearly went over his head. Danger zone. We could see Liu Meilin's canopy from there, 20 kilometers out, green, unmistakable, and absolutely no way to reach it. Because between us there was a dead 187 house with only a 3-kilometer scarecrow around it, and Chen Xinyu's real zone is 6, and 6 plus 3 does not span the gap, and Gao Haoran put the thing into words that I have not stopped thinking about since. 9,000 of the 10,000 people in 187 are dead, he said. Every dead house shrinks to 3 kilometers of bluff. If enough of a district dies, the map falls apart into islands, and the survivors on those islands can never reach each other again. A district that dies badly enough doesn't just lose people, it cuts the world into pieces that nobody can cross. I stepped over the line to see what had grown down there overnight and jumped back, and the ground came apart where my foot had been. What came out of it was a bloodthorn vine 10 centimeters thick. 10. The ones that besieged 3,000 houses 2 days earlier were 5 or 6, and those had been the big ones. If this thing hadn't been bent, I'd have taken it for a young tree. And Frostfang lost his mind at the sight of it. Instantly, head down, growl building, ready to go. Mochi jumped onto his head and smacked him. He came back, blinked, and looked around like a man who's woken up standing in a kitchen. So 2 things had changed overnight. The underground has gotten stronger, and it has started doing something to my animals just by existing. I killed it with the halberd, which reached it comfortably from inside the line, and which it could not reach at all. It came apart like nothing, and the wave that came back up the shaft into me was bigger than anything I'd taken off a tree, and every bit of tiredness from 2 hours in the saddle went out of me at once. Mochi went over and scratched the corpse with everything she had and left a white line on the skin. Her claws will open a person up. Defeat Bloodthorn Vine. 50 points. 50. they used to be 15, and it had 4 or 5 times the sap in it, which meant explosives, which meant that whatever was coming, at least I'd be able to make more. Then I did it again, because I needed to know something, and what I found out was bad. 3 patterned vines came out, and these were now the thickness the thorn vines used to be, and they came at us, and they crossed the line, not far, maybe half a meter. Their markings flared bright red the instant they broke the plane, and then they snapped back out and hung there just outside, aimed at us, waiting. Did you see that? I said. It was only a little, said Gao Haoran, but it was inside. That's not good. 2 possible explanations. Either something under this specific piece of ground is making them stronger, or the whole underground got an upgrade the same morning the leaves came off. Neither of those is a comfortable thought to have while standing on a scarecrow. Chen Xinyu solved the immediate problem by shooting the base of all 3 with 1 explosive bolt and getting 60 points, and then getting extremely pleased with herself about it. And I remembered the man eating flour at the gold chest, which had also come up inside a protection zone, and which had not dried out immediately. It had stayed alive long enough to nearly kill me, and only died at the very end. So the roots don't stop things, the roots drain things, and the stronger the thing, the longer it lasts before it goes, which means there is a size of monster that simply walks in. We talked about fire that afternoon and decided not to use it. The whole world is bare trees and dry leaves now. 1 burning bolt in the wrong place doesn't clear a field, it clears a district. Chen Xinyu asked the question none of us had. If fire spreads out here, what stops someone from another district just setting the whole thing alight? We assumed a mechanism. There must be one, because people have been carrying torches around for a month. We assumed. That's all we had. Then we worked out the geography, and I want to lay it out, because everything after this depends on it. Going west to east, Gao Haoran, then Fan Jihui's house, then me, then a dead man's stump, then Chen Xinyu, and north of Chen Xinyu, 20 kilometers past a wall of danger, Liu Meilin, and to the south of Chen Xinyu, a living 3-story treehouse, blue grade, which almost certainly meant another of 187's top 10, living about 10 kilometers from a woman who had told me an hour earlier that she didn't think she could beat anybody. She showed me where it was and then said quietly, I wouldn't have let Gao Haoran take that one anyway. If I have to give one away, I'd rather it was you. I don't want to conquer anybody. Then she asked me for a favor, and she was embarrassed about it, which is how I knew it mattered. She wanted to give Liu Meilin her steel armor, the set I had just made her. The one she'd worn for about 90 minutes. She's out there on her own with no mount, she said. It's not safe. Every single member of 187's top 10 had a standing order to kill any of us on sight, and Liu Meilin was walking around out there in blue leather, alone, because she hadn't wanted to trouble anybody before she'd even met them. So we went back to Chen Xinyu's house, and she handed me a backpack containing dozens of blue steel blocks and hundreds of green ones, and I made a second set on the spot. You're a bit rich, aren't you? I said, looking into that bag. Is it a lot? It seems normal to me, said the woman with 3 minds. The group chat handled it with enormous maturity. Xinyu, I want one too. Xinyu, I refuse to believe there's nothing going on between you two. I've been saying that for a week, wrote Liu Meilin. I was helping smelt the steel, typed Chen Xinyu, at very high speed. He happened to be here. That's all. Zhou Lihua, meanwhile, reported that she had finished clearing every treehouse within reach of her own, and then added a warning to the 5 men in the group about what would happen to any of them who had the wrong kind of thought when they finally met her. I typed, good luck, I can't beat her either. There was a silence in that chat you could stand a spoon up in. Really, wrote Sun Jian. Brother Yi, you're first on the all-region board. In terms of raw combat, said Gao Haoran, Zhou Lihua is the strongest of the 9 of us, possibly the strongest survivor alive. I found out later that she read that, went outside, and kicked a tree down. We rode back toward Chen Xinyu's house, and she sat behind me and held onto my belt, and after a while she asked me the question everybody eventually asks. What do you think all this is for? Do you think we ever get to go home? I think the only people who find out are the ones still standing at the end. She was quiet for a bit. Then, in a completely different voice, you and Gao Haoran know things you're not telling us. Some. Yes. Liu Meilin has a theory about you. And then she told me. She told me all of this while holding on to me at 50 kilometers an hour on the back of a wolf. The theory is, I'm always first. Every leaderboard, every district, every time. I always know things, and I never say how I know them. So Liu Meilin's conclusion is that I am not a survivor at all, that I'm from here, that I've been sent to walk everybody through the early stages, and that at some point I'm going to disappear. And her worst version, the one Chen Xinyu had lost a night's sleep over, is a story about a game where the creator of the world walks among the players as an ordinary man, builds a team, leads them through everything, and turns out at the very end to be the final boss. Doesn't Lin Yi remind you of that? Liu Meilin had said cheerfully while chatting. Chen Xinyu had lain awake until 4 in the morning. I laughed until my ribs hurt. Don't laugh. I thought about it properly. I knew I shouldn't have told you. Here's what I didn't say, riding home with somebody's arms round my waist. She's not wrong to wonder. I don't know what I am. I know there are two voices in this world, and one of them likes the sound of itself, and the other one is a machine that has been trying the same broken lock on my behalf since the first hour. I know a crocodile the size of a building gave me the scales off a rival's back the week before a storm that only my armor got me through, and I still cannot work out how it knew. Somebody down there is helping me. I don't know their name, and nobody has told me the price. We got to her house, and she pulled a root down, and it wrapped around both of us, and pulled us up. And that was strange in a way I did not expect. When I take my own roots, it's like using my own arm. There's no sensation of being lifted, there's just a decision, and then I'm upstairs. Being pulled into somebody else's house feels like being swallowed. I stood on the first floor of Chen Xinyu's treehouse, getting my heart rate back and thinking, right, so that's what it's like for everybody else. Every single time. Gao Ming, off to the east somewhere in the direction of District 189, reported a number that afternoon that made the whole thing click. 189 still has over 1,600 people. 187 has 800, which means at least 2 people in 189 went down a hole, killed a heart, and shared what they found. That's the whole difference. Not strength, not luck. 2 people instead of 1 who decided to hand it out. And it isn't just about who's alive. It's about the shape of the world. Every corpse in this world leaves a house that shrinks to a 3-kilometer bluff, and enough of those in a row and the map comes apart into islands. 187 is dissolving. Ours is knitting together. And in about a week, the difference between those 2 facts is going to be the whole story. Then Chen Xinyu opened a door and showed me why she'd never wanted a treehouse core. Her smelting room is 40 square meters with 5 furnaces in it. 4 of them are ordinary, 1 in each corner, and in the middle there's one that isn't. Bigger, bellows, grinding wheels, a tank of water for cooling, and the whole thing glowing blue. Prospector's furnace, blue. A special furnace only a prospector can build. Greatly increases base smelting speed and has a chance to smelt materials 1 grade higher. That chance increases with the points invested in your smelting room. Then she turned around, held up her right hand, and there was a steel block in it, and it was purple. She can't make purple. Nobody can make purple. Purple comes out of a dead man's floor once every 5 days if you're lucky and you have a charging room. She'd made one, in a furnace, indoors, from ore. How often? I asked. Her face did something complicated. So the thing is, she said, it did it on the first try, and then I did about 40 more and it hasn't done it since. 40 blue steel blocks and 1 purple one, which is the kind of statistic that makes a person build a furnace and then lose their mind. But going the other way, it's excellent. 200 and something green iron blocks gave her 7 blue ones. At the low end, that chance is real, which is why we had a coordinate at all. Blue steel and blue iron in quantity is exactly what a portal eats. And then she asked me something with her hands behind her back. So, if I brought my treehouse over and planted it in your zone, would you take me? No. She actually flinched. Why would you say no that fast? Wouldn't it be better? I'd be your subordinate. I'd be right there. You could. You want to stop having to manage anybody. She stopped and had the decency to look guilty and then admitted it. That was the whole plan. If she moved in under me, she could hand every discipline problem in her mining crew to a man with a purple halberd and go back to digging holes in hillsides all day, which is the only thing she actually enjoys. So I told her the part Gao Haoran left out of the area channel. If she transplants, I hold every function of her house. I can enter it whenever I like, because the roots answer to me. I can read her messages. I can walk into her bedroom while she's in it, and there is nothing in the mechanics that stops me. She went absolutely still. He didn't say any of that in the channel. Of course he didn't. If he had, nobody would have come. And then I gave her the real reason, which is the one that matters and which nobody thinks about until it's too late. A normal treehouse can be dug up. If you lose, if everything goes wrong, if somebody stronger takes your ground, you can pull your own seed out of the dirt and go and surrender to somebody else and start again. A parasitic treehouse cannot be transplanted. If the host dies, every parasite in that zone dies with it at the same instant. The moment she plants that seed under me, she has no exit that doesn't run through my survival. So if you die, she said slowly, I die. And you'd have no way out, whereas right now you have one. She was quiet for a second, and then she let out a breath and said in a very small voice, oh, and then differently, so you were being nice. There's a second reason, and I didn't tell her, because it's the cold one. Only real treehouses keep expanding their protection radius. Parasites never grow. If I collect everybody I know, I get a fortress with a fixed border. If I leave them where they are, 4 separate zones keep spreading until one day they overlap, and then we own a country instead of a compound. Fine, she said. Then hurry up with the portal so you can come and shout at my miners for me. Her second floor is nicer than mine, a proper little apartment with a study and the sofa I have seen on a screen almost every night for a month, which Mochi dived into face first like she'd been coming there for years. Her third floor is a cold room full of meat and one enormous brown cow. Daisy is over a ton. Her markings are dim and sparse, which is what a lower mutant looks like, and the second Frostfang came up the stairs, she backed into a corner and lowed at him because a mid-level animal doesn't have to do anything to make that point. She can't give milk, Chen Xinyu said, when I asked, in a tone that suggested she'd already been through this in her own head several times. She's never calved, and there isn't a bull left alive in this world. Then brightening, unless you make one. Let's wait until the animals come back. Because they will. And when they do, I have mutagen and contracts and 100 meters of yard with a wall going round it. And what I actually want is a bald eagle. I saw one once, before all this. If I could mutate a raptor and keep feeding it, and it kept growing the way Gao Haoran's foal is growing, then eventually it would be big enough to pick a man up. At which point, I'd have an aircraft. Echo can't do that. Echo is a bat with a scream. This world has bigger ideas available, and I intend to have one. Then the three animals started talking to each other. Mochi, Frostfang and a cow, in a circle, making noises back and forth with pauses in the right places. Chen Xinyu stared at them. Are they having a conversation? They do that. Animals don't have language. I said. They understand me perfectly, and I've never understood a word of theirs. Sometimes I think they're the ones being patient. And underneath the joke, there's something I still can't square. Mutants made with the potion are supposed to lose their will. Chen Guozhong said it. Every human who drank it went mad. And most beasts came out as tools that do what they're told and nothing else. Daisy was made with a potion. Daisy was arguing with a red panda about something. Echo was a bat with no more opinions than a coat hook, and then one day, he had opinions. Something is giving them back. Then I asked Chen Xinyu whether anything strange had happened lately, and it turned out somebody had already come for her. Yesterday evening, riding home from the mines, Daisy had started snorting and pulling toward the tree line. She'd assumed the cow was spooked and taken her upstairs. Mochi translated the rest, with pause. There was a man in those trees. He watched her ride in. He was waiting for her to come home, and he didn't do it, and he didn't do it for two reasons. She was wearing a full set of blue steel he had never seen before, and she was sitting on a mutated bull the size of a truck. He did the arithmetic and decided he couldn't take her from ambush and definitely couldn't take her face to face. She went very pale. You have to start listening to your cow, I said. That reaction was the warning. Said Chen Xinyu. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I went south alone to look at the 3-story house. It's a proper fortress. Canopy absolutely bristling with heavy crossbows, ground cleared for 100 meters in every direction, and no parasitic treehouses anywhere near it, which told me the owner hadn't taken anybody yet. I left Frostfang 400 meters back because an automatic crossbow will shoot a mutant on sight, and I have grown attached to him. Then I went in on foot in dry purple scale, which up close and out of water looks like nothing so much as a rock somebody left by the side of a road. At about 150 meters, Mochi shoved my face with both paws and jumped off my shoulder behind a tree. 2 seconds later, a man leaned out of a first-floor window with a bow drawn. Who's there? Come out! I put my hands up and walked out of cover, because at that range with this armor, an arrow is a rude noise. Easy, same side, 187. He didn't lower it. He asked me where I was from and what my name was, and I said my name was Shen Xiaobo, which is the name of a man in Fan Jihui's group chat who had spent the previous evening making remarks about her that I had read personally. He pulled his head back in to check the name and came back a full minute later with the real test. What's the name of the man who saved your life? And how many of us are left? Careful. Genuinely careful. That's a good screening question, and it would have caught anybody. Boss Hu Jingkai gave me a heart fragment, I said. There's a bit over 800 of us left, all because of him. The bow came down. His name is Deng Chang, and he's in 187's top 10, and he was extremely pleased when I recognized it. And then, mid-sentence, his face changed. Wait, how do you know about the districts being enemies? Dao Guang only told the top 10. You're not top 10. What are you hiding? I put on the most affronted expression I own. I work with Fan Jihui, Sister Jihui told me. And he said, right, let me just check that with her. And he lifted his wrist and started typing. I stood in the open, 400 meters from my wolf, in front of a house covered in crossbows, while a man messaged the woman I had killed the previous evening to ask whether she knew me. I did consider shooting him through the window, and then I looked up at about 30 automatic crossbows in that canopy and worked out that I'd get him and he'd get me, and decided to trust the most untrustworthy person I have ever met. Fan Jihui was lying on my sofa at the time. She has since described her afternoon to me in detail. She'd been given a job, she'd decided the job could wait, and she'd spent 4 hours scrolling through my district's Netflix channel and mentally redesigning her parasitic treehouse. Then a message arrived from a top 10 player asking whether a man called Shen Xiaobo worked for her. She knew instantly it was fake. Shen Xiaobo had posted in the group chat an hour earlier, and he has a green watch, which means he can't communicate outside his own house. And more to the point, in the entire history of their acquaintance, that man had never once addressed her respectfully in his life. So somebody was standing in front of a top 10 survivor of her district using her name. Somebody who knew the names in her group, somebody who could read her messages. She asked what he looked like. Deng Cheng wrote back, "Quite good looking, but his clothes are strange. I've never seen anything like them. They look a bit like a rock by the side of the road." And Fan Jihui lay on my sofa and laughed until she had to put the watch down. She thought about it. She has told me she thought about it seriously. One sentence from her, and I'd have been standing in the open in front of a fortress with my hands up. Two things stopped her, and only one of them was the contract. The contract is the one she talks about. She said it was like being a doctor who genuinely hates a patient and finds she physically cannot do the wrong thing with the scalpel. The other one is that I had told her some hours earlier and with complete confidence that if I die, she dies, which is a thing I made up entirely. She believed it. She has since found out it isn't true. She brings that up too. What she actually wrote to Deng Chong was this: "Yes, that's mine." I told him about the districts, and for the record, I've got my eye on that one. If you lay a finger on him, you'll answer to me, and I outrank you by several places. And she then sat back on my sofa extremely pleased with herself because she had decided to do me a favor so enormous that I'd have to acknowledge it. Deng Chong read the reply, put his wrist down, and looked at me with an expression I would describe as bitter. "You," he said, "are unbelievable." "Sorry? Top 5 woman in the district. Top 5. And she's got her eye on you. Some of us are trying to work here. I have never been so thoroughly protected by anything in my life as I was by that man's envy. He would not come down. He wouldn't let me up either. I offered him mutant meat, which he stared at long enough for me to see him swallow, and then refused on the grounds that if Fan Jihui had given it to me and he took it, there'd be trouble. He is the single most cautious person I have ever met, and if he had been slightly less cautious, I would have had his house that afternoon, but he did tell me about the house to his north. There's a woman up there, and listen, be glad you never went that way. Full steel armor. I've never seen steel, and she rides an enormous mutated bull. He'd looked up the 4 names from our district on the defense battle board, and exactly one of them was female, so he had concluded, entirely reasonably, that the woman 10 kilometers north of him was Zhou Lihua, the strongest fighter in this world. "I haven't left the house all day," he said. "I'm not going anywhere near that. Chen Xinyu has been protected for a week by a case of mistaken identity, and she doesn't know, and I'm not going to tell her." Then he started to say something and stopped. "It wouldn't matter whether I was home or not, would it?" I said. "If she's that strong." "Of course it matters," he said. And then he shut his mouth so fast I heard his teeth. He has something. He has a specific something tied to being inside that house that he believes makes it unbreakable. So I made him an offer. I told him Sister Jihui was nearby, that she'd seen the same lights in the storm that he had, and that I'd be meeting her within a day or two, and that between the 3 of us we could take the house to his north. "You take the people and the supplies," I said. "We'll take the tree." He thought about that for about 4 seconds, which is exactly as long as it takes a man to imagine no longer being afraid of his own front door. "Fine. If you can actually bring her, you get the tree." Then I added the last piece in a lowered voice, like a man doing a friend a kindness. "Don't message me privately. Sister Jihui checks my message history." He went white. "Everyone who's messaged me and is still alive," I said, and drew a thumb across my throat. There was a long pause, and then Deng Chong said, with genuine sympathy, "Brother Gu, that's an awful way to live." And then, in rising horror, "Hang on, I've been standing here talking to you face to face for half an hour." "I'll explain it to her," I said. "It's fine. I came to you. I got about 600 meters into the trees before I had to stop and lean on something." "Mochi," I said when I could talk. "How was that?" She sat back on her haunches and gave me a thumbs up with one paw. "Here's what I actually came away with, and it's why Deng Chong is still alive. He believes that as long as he is inside his own house, that house cannot be taken. That is either the confidence of a man with a lot of crossbows, or it is an ability, and I have a very strong feeling about which, and I do not intend to kill it before I've had a look at it. I don't much like him." He spent 10 minutes describing what he'd do with the woman to his north, and I stood there and smiled. But this world runs on what people can do, and there is a version of this where he does it for us. Gao Haoren, meanwhile, had found a 1-story house in the east with nobody home and had decided not to touch it. "He'll come back tonight," he said. "Take the man and the house together. Otherwise you're throwing away half of it." That's him in one sentence. Chen Xinyu wanted to see my house. She dragged me through every floor of hers, and she asked in the way people ask when they've been thinking about how to ask. And I hesitated, because there is a woman living in my parasitic treehouse who is legally my property, whom I acquired by killing her, and who would absolutely play the tragic captive the second another woman walked in. The hesitation lasted about a second and a half. Chen Xinyu's face closed and she said, "It's fine. Sister Maylene's more important anyway," and turned round and got on the wolf. And then she didn't say anything for 4 kilometers. She talks constantly. She has never in her life gone 4 kilometers without saying something. "You can hold on, you know," she said eventually, without turning round, "if you want." So I put an arm round her waist, and there were 2 full suits of armor between us, and it made absolutely no difference to anything at all. Here's what I'd worked out by then. The problem with knowing someone through a screen is that you're not talking to them. You're talking to a version of them that you built, and when you finally meet, the real one arrives and evicts your version, and usually you liked yours better. That didn't happen. She walked out from under her tree waving with both arms, and she was exactly who I'd assembled from 100 video calls, right down to the way she stands. So I told her about Fanji Hui. I told it in the third person, like a story about somebody else. There was a man, and a woman came to his house pretending to be hurt, and he'd heard every word she'd said in the trees beforehand. By about the 3rd sentence, she'd stopped being quiet. By the end, she said, "So the woman who tried to kill him is currently sitting in his living room. Parasitic treehouse. And only because she'd have died out there in that state, and the contract cost me something." Said Chen Xinyu. "And nothing happened between them." "Nothing happened between them." "Fine, I believe you." A pause. "Now I definitely want to see her." She also decided she was staying the night. "Your house has 4 floors. You cannot possibly have 1 bedroom. You're going home tonight. You're not going to tell me you have some kind of old-fashioned principles about," I flicked her on the forehead, "but the actual reason isn't principles," and when I explained it, she stopped arguing immediately. "Never abandon your treehouse. Your treehouse is your only refuge. Without it, you cannot survive in this world. Nobody has ever tested what counts as abandoning it. Nobody knows whether sleeping under somebody else's canopy is the same as sleeping under your own. Nobody knows if there's a clock or a distance or a warning first. I'm going to find that out. I have somebody in a parasitic treehouse who is exactly the right kind of expendable and exactly the right kind of durable to find it out with. And it isn't going to be Chen Xinyu." We rode north to see if the road opened up from her end, and about a kilometer from the next green canopy, Frostfang started to glow, not fully, faintly, and getting brighter, the pattern coming up along his shoulders the way it does in red mist. Except there was no mist. There was a bare gray forest, a cold morning, and nothing else in any direction. I made him stop, and I asked him what he felt, and he turned his head and looked at me with complete incomprehension. He didn't feel anything. He also hadn't tired. He'd run 20 kilometers carrying 2 people in full armor, and he was fresher than when we'd set out. I sat there on a wolf that was lighting up for no reason in the middle of an empty field, 400 meters from a stranger's house, and got that feeling I've learned to pay attention to. Then the glow faded on its own, and he was an ordinary enormous wolf again. The house belonged to a woman. 2 stories, 2 wooden crossbows on the canopy, and both of those crossbows swung round and locked onto us the moment Chen Xinyu called out. "Who's there? Who are you? What do you want?" "It's a woman," said Chen Xinyu, delighted, apparently forgetting about the crossbows entirely. "Let me count for you, because I did the same thing standing under that tree. Tan Junji, Fan Jihui, Gao Haoran, Chen Xinyu, Deng Cheng, this one, and Liu Meilin, who I still hadn't met. 7 people, all within a day's ride of my house, and 5 of them are in the top 10 of their districts. 2 million people in this world, and I live in the middle of the only interesting neighborhood in it." "Don't panic," I said. "My name's Lin Yi. This is Chen Xinyu. You'll have heard of us." The crossbows didn't move for about 2 seconds. Then a head came out of the window and stared at us, and the voice that came with it had gone somewhere else entirely. "Lin Yi, Chen Xinyu, you're explorers?" She was about Chen Xinyu's age, long hair, an ordinary face, wearing green leather, and in her hands, pointed at us, there was a green crossbow, a metal crossbow, which only 2 people in this world can make, and which we had never once put on sale. Her name is Chen Meiling, and she cried for about 5 minutes, not politely. She got as far as saying that she'd posted in the area channel once, and Chen Xinyu pulled up her message to check, and her message was 3 dots. Then Chen Xinyu sent her a private message that just said hi, and Chen Meiling put her hands over her face on the windowsill of her own house and came apart. I brought her house down out of my head and into focus while she got herself together, and it was the smallest place I've been in this world, and the nicest. 20 square meters, a fireplace taking up most of one wall with a real fire in it, a narrow bed under the window, 2 chairs, and she made 2 more for us on the spot. Everything squared away. "I copied my room at home," she said when Chen Xinyu said something about it. I had to. If it didn't look like somewhere, I don't think I'd have lasted. Chen Xinyu looked around a room with a fire in it and said, honestly, that it felt more like a home than her own place did. And sitting on a wooden chair drinking somebody's tea, I finally understood something about this world that I had been too busy to see. The 9 of us have had watches since the first week. We can talk to each other from anywhere. When I went into that dungeon, I had a group chat running the entire time. When the storm came, I had somebody on video every night. Nobody else has that. Ordinary survivors went into the dungeon alone, sat out the flood alone, on the roof, for 24 hours, fought the vines alone, fought the ants alone, floor by floor, in the dark, in silence, with no way to ask anybody anything. For a person capable of surviving the events are not what kills them. I got through that first month because I had a red panda who complains, and because a woman with a mind called me every night to argue about ore prices. Chen Meiling had a fireplace and a copy of her bedroom. Mochi let her stroke her stomach while she was asleep, woke up halfway through, made an extremely offended noise, and went straight up my arm and onto my shoulder to sulk. Chen Meiling laughed at that, with tears still on her face, and I decided we were taking her with us. We told her the truth about it. All of it. Chen Xinyu insisted. She looked at me and said we're telling her the parts that aren't in the channel, and I said yes, obviously, and she told her that the host controls every function, that the host can enter the house whenever he likes, that the host can read her messages, and can, at any moment, take the house away from her and give it to somebody else, which in this world is the same as killing her slowly. Chen Meiling sat with that for a while. So it's not employer and employee, she said eventually. It's more like being a child who can't leave home. With no laws and no family, I said. If the person on the other end is bad, it's ownership. She asked if she could go to Chen Xinyu instead of me. That's a woman her own age with an honest face, and I'd have made the same call. Chen Xinyu immediately told her the downside, which is that her zone is mines and furnaces and hard physical work. That's fine, said Chen Meiling. I don't care what the work is, I want to be around the right people. Then she mentioned, in passing, that she'd been studying animal science. 3 years of it, village upbringing, chickens and ducks, and everything that goes with them, and 1 internship short of the actual qualification. We have a farm coming. We have 100 meters of protected yard, 2 pangolins with a giant's bloodline, a cow that will eventually need a bull, and a man who wants to breed an eagle big enough to ride, and a district full of people who are about to have to feed themselves in a winter. She thought she was asking for shelter. She has no idea what she is yet. Then, standing in her living room, Frostfang lit up again. She spotted it before I did. Your wolf, why is it glowing? The pattern was coming up along his back, brighter than it had on the way in. And he was standing there with his ears up, completely fine, feeling absolutely nothing, same as before, somewhere near her house. Here's what I think it is, and I think it's the most dangerous thing I have found in this world. In the salt mine, red mist made mutants stronger and faster. I could feel it happening under me when I rode through it. This is different. This one doesn't make him faster. This one means he doesn't get tired. He had carried 2 people in armor for 20 kilometers and arrived fresher than he left. And if there is something buried near that house that gives mutated creatures infinite stamina, then it does not care whose mutated creatures they are. Everything that ever comes up out of the ground in this district, in any numbers, will also never get tired. I'll come back for that. I told her to watch the ground and tell me anything she noticed while we were gone, and she said she would. On the road north, Chen Xinyu finally asked to see my house again, and I finally had a good answer. Tonight, I said. The portal's going up tonight. After tonight, we're neighbors. She twisted round so fast, she nearly went off the wolf. Then I told her how I'd handled Deng Chang, all of it, the false name and the borrowed reputation and the last line about the message history. There was a long pause. You're a horrible liar, she said. I mean, you're an extremely good liar. I had no idea. You're terrifying. I've never lied to you. So you're just naturally gifted at it? I never said that. Mochi nodded along enthusiastically the entire time, from the front seat, having personally watched the whole performance. And around then, I noticed I'd changed my mind about the season. When the leaves came down, I thought it was wonderful. Open sightlines, green houses on the horizon, no more blundering about in a wall of green. 20 kilometers of gray sticks later, it isn't wonderful. It's an enormous empty room with the furniture taken out. There's nothing alive out there. No birds, no animals, nothing moving except us. It makes a person want to be near other people, and I suspect that is not an accident either. Gao Howren got there first and reported in from Liu Meilin's zone with a survivor from 187 in tow, taken alive, house and all, because he is efficient in a way I find genuinely restful. Zhou Lihua and the Zhang brothers had found each other at a hill with a crooked tree on it and were, judging by the message volume, extremely pleased about it, and Liu Meilin had not said a word in 3 hours. Chen Xinyu noticed first. She'd messaged privately twice and got nothing. I did the arithmetic out loud. Gao Haoran cleared her east. Her north and south have no living houses within 10 kilometers, so there's nothing there, which leaves west, which is where we were going, and the 2-story house directly in front of us. And then I actually looked at its canopy. Crossbows. Rows of them, all the way round, more than Chen Xinyu has on hers. I had made an assumption, and the assumption was stupid. 2 stories means a low house, and I'd translated that into ordinary survivor, but the number of floors is decided on your first day by whether you happen to find good dirt in 72 hours. It has nothing to do with what you've become since, and nobody gets a canopy full of automatic crossbows without a silver chest. In my district, there are 9 of us. I put Frostfang 400 meters out and we went in on foot, quietly, stepping on bare earth instead of leaves, and Mochi reached up and touched my face and made the smallest sound she has. There were people ahead. The forest for 100 meters around that house had been cut flat. Every tree. Nothing standing at all, which I'd thought was odd on approach and understood about 90 seconds later. And in the middle of that open ground, sitting on the dirt, there was a woman in blue steel armor. The set I'd made that morning. Dented. Scratched all down one side. Filthy. She had one hand on her chest, and she was breathing in a way I did not like and coughing between breaths. And in a rough circle around her, at least 20 heavy crossbow bolts stood in the ground at angles, and several more lay flat with their heads crushed flat from the impact. Here's what blue steel does and doesn't do. It does not let a bolt through. That's what it's for, and it worked, and that's the only reason she was alive. But a heavy crossbow bolt is a meter long and weighs what it weighs, and armor that hard doesn't absorb anything. It transmits. Every one of those hits went through the plate and into the person, and she had been taking them for the best part of an hour. "What's the point of this?" she said, up at the house, in a voice with nothing left in it. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Chen Xinyu had her crossbow half up, and I got my arm across her. "Wait. He's shooting her." "He's not trying to kill her," I said, as quietly as I have ever said anything. "He's had 100 chances. If you shoot at that house, that changes." Because it was obvious once you looked at the geometry. Every bolt in the ground was placed. 3 in front of her when she ran. 1 in the shoulder when she kept going. He was hurting her, and you only heard something you intend to keep. She was also, I noticed, extremely good under pressure. While rolling out of the way of the last one, she put a pill in her mouth and got up moving better, and from where I was standing I could see it, and from up in that house he could not. The voice from the window was cheerful. "That's right, sit down. I've got all day." "That armor's very impressive, by the way. Never seen anything like it. It's coming off you before you leave, along with everything in that bag and everything in that tree of yours." Then, when she started to move, "Off you go then. Let's see how far you get." She ran. 3 bolts went out at once and landed in a line in front of her, close enough to stop her dead, and while she was recovering her balance, a 4th one hit her in the shoulder and put her flat on the ground. 3 at once. I want to be very clear about how impossible that is. My crossbows are mounted on my walls, each with a lever, and I have to physically move between them. I could not fire 3 of mine in the same second if my life depended on it, which one day it might. And that was accurate to about 10 centimeters at 70 meters. That's when the cleared ground made sense. He hadn't felled 100 meters of forest for the timber. He'd done it because that's his range, and inside it he doesn't miss. She told me the rest afterward, and it's a short story with one mistake in it. She'd stepped out of her own zone, found the protection connected, and thought, it's a 2-story house, it'll be an ordinary person, and I'm not going to bother Lin Yi and Gao Haoran before I've even met them, so she walked up to it alone, and she's short-sighted because she spent 8 years doing a medical doctorate, and in this world there are no opticians. She did not see the crossbows in that canopy until she was 10 meters inside the circle. By then it was already over, and she couldn't call for help either because the watch throws up a lit screen, and the moment that screen came on he'd have known and stopped playing. So she'd been out there on her own for the best part of an hour, being knocked down and getting up, working through her own pills one at a time, waiting for him to get bored. "Do you not understand?" he called down, delighted. "Once you're inside 100 meters, you're on my ground. I can put one through you before you clear the trees. Try it again if you like." Then she saw us. 2 people crossing 100 meters of open ground on the side of the house with no window, walking straight in. Her heart nearly stopped, she said. All she could think was that we hadn't been watching, that we hadn't seen what he'd just done to her, that we were about to walk into the same circle, and from above, comfortably, "Right, armor off, throw the bag away, hands up, and wait there while I come down and take what's yours." Chen Xinyu, standing under the trunk directly beneath him, mimed being sick. I put a finger to my lips. and then I started signing to a woman 70 meters away who had never met me. It took her a while. I watched her work through it twice, and then her face changed. He wants me to do it. He wants me to actually surrender. She took a breath and started shouting, "All right, I'll do it. Stop shooting." She threw her pack 10 meters. Then she started taking the armor off, piece by piece, and every piece hit the ground with a clang, and I saw the last of the fight go out of the house above me because a man watching that is not watching anything else. Under the steel, she was wearing blue leather, and the leather was dark at the shoulder and down one leg and across her stomach. She had been taking that for an hour, and she had not made a sound. "There we go," said the voice above me, moving toward the exit. "Hands up, come closer." The canopy opened, and he came down on the treehouse roots with his own house wrapped around his waist, and he had eyes for exactly one thing. Now. I swung the halberd and took the roots. That's the piece that matters, and it's the reason we came in on that side. Under his own treehouse, a survivor and his house are one thing. He can move it by thinking. Cut him off it, and he's a man standing in a field. The life force came up the shaft into my arms, and at the same moment, Chen Xinyu put a bolt through the arm holding his sword from about 4 meters, which at that range with a steel crossbow is not a wound so much as an amputation of intent. Then I kicked him out from under the canopy. I'd had strength amplification since dawn. He went about a dozen meters and rolled, and was extremely sick on the ground, and stopped moving. I looked at that for a second. Possibly a bit hard. Liu Meilin was already fixing her own shoulder. That's the thing about the medical king. Her shoulder had been broken 40 minutes earlier, and by the time Chen Xinyu got to her, she was rolling it and testing the joint. "Sister Meilin, I'm fine. Look, have you forgotten what I do?" Then she looked at her ruined armor and made a face. "You gave me this today. Look at it." "I've got loads of materials," said Chen Xinyu. "I'll fix it." "Oh, of course. I forgot. You're the rich one." Mochi went and scratched the man's face while he was unconscious, on her own initiative, which I have chosen not to have opinions about. And while they were talking, I was looking at the equipment because something did not add up at all. Green leather armor, green everything. I went through his pack and there was not one blue item in it. Not a weapon, not a tool, not a single blue fruit. He was the lowest kind of survivor this world produces, and he had put 3 heavy crossbows into a 10-centimeter group at 70 meters simultaneously. He woke up shortly after and immediately produced the line, "You can't do this to me, my brother will kill you." Ah, there it is, the classic. "Is your brother strong?" I said, crouching down. "Would his name be Hu Jinkai?" His whole face lit up. "How do you know the district boss's name? You're one of us. Then why are you interfering? She's from next door. She's from 188. Grab her." He tried to hit me in the face, which was the correct target, since it's the only part of me that isn't scaled, and I caught his fist and closed my hand on it, and that ended the physical portion of the conversation. His name is Deng Changyi, and his brother is Deng Chang, which is a coincidence right up until you remember Hu Weisheng and Zhang Yunhu, who are brothers, and who started this world close enough to walk between houses. Blood puts you near blood. This world does that on purpose. Then I asked the question I'd come for. How does a man with green equipment fire 3 heavy crossbows at once? And he told me, at volume, because he wanted very badly to still be alive. "It's not me. It's the crossbows. My brother made them. They connect to the treehouse system, all of them at once, and he gave me a panel. And if the panel's inside the house, I can work all of them from it. Let go. Let go. There it is. Everybody's crossbows are separate. Mine are levers on a wall. You can set them to automatic, and automatic is useless because automatic shoots at a rabbit. Deng Chang builds crossbows that talk to the house, and a console that runs all of them from one place, and the console works for other people. His idiot brother is proof. In Phase 1, that ability was worth nothing because Phase 1 was about going outside. That's why he's not on any leaderboard. In Phase 2, when there are no more events and the only thing that matters is holding ground, that ability turns a treehouse into a gun emplacement. And I stood there in a cleared field and finally put words to the thing I'd been circling for 2 days. I don't want people. I have people. I want the ones who can do something nobody else can do. If District 188 is a country that has to be rebuilt from nothing, then ordinary survivors are the population, and the handful of us with abilities are the entire body of engineers, doctors, and scientists it possesses. You can lose people. You cannot lose the only man who knows how to build the thing. Then I turned to Liu Meilin. The house is yours now. Do you want the man as well? She looked at him for a long moment. I'll take the treehouse, she said. Not him. I don't want him anywhere near me. And I killed him where he lay, immediately, on the end of her sentence. One movement. He didn't get up. Chen Xinyu, who had spent the previous minute enthusiastically offering to break his other hand, turned round and walked to the trunk and was sick against it. I want to be fair to her. It's a completely different thing when it's a person. Liu Meilin didn't move at all. She's dissected more human beings than most people have met. A body doesn't frighten her, but she stood there and stared at me and said, "How could you?" I only said, "You said you wanted his house and not him," I said. "Without a house, he's dead in a day anyway. What exactly were we saving him for?" And then I said the other thing, which was deliberate, and which I'd decided on about 4 seconds earlier. "Let's agree that you and I did that together." She looked up sharply, and I watched her get there. "You did that on purpose. You waited for me to answer. You were going to heal him," I said. "You'd been looking at him for a minute with that face. If I'd left him there another 5 minutes, you'd have been on your knees next to him with a bag of hemostasis grass." She opened her mouth. Then she shut it and looked away and said in a completely flat voice, "From now on, I'm not doing any of this. No fighting, no taking territory. I'll make the medicine and I'll fix people, and you can all do the rest." Which is exactly what I wanted, because the single most valuable person in this district is a doctor with a soft heart, and a doctor with a soft heart will one day patch up something that comes back and kills her. The halberd, incidentally, took more out of him than it has ever taken out of anything. Killing a person restored me completely, body and mind, instantly, from tired to peak. I've thought about that a lot, and I don't have anywhere to put it. His house had 23 hours and 51 minutes left on it. I put an explosive bolt into the underside of the floor, and it barely marked it, which surprised me until I remembered that everything I'd broken into before was a parasitic house. A real one is considerably tougher. So I cut a circle out of it with the halberd instead, 30 centimeters thick, and it fell out, and I went up through the hole. The console was on the second floor by the window. 2 wooden posts, a stone slab, a dark screen set into it. Treehouse external weapon control panel, blue. Connects to the control panels of all external treehouse weapons, allowing them all to be operated from this panel. I touched it. Nothing. It only answers to the owner, and the owner was outside on the ground. And it's built into the floor. It cannot be removed, only destroyed. The rest of the house was the poorest place I have been in this world. Not one decoration, not one bought item. A man with a top 10 brother, living in a wooden box with nothing in it, given a weapon system he didn't understand and told to sit there. Mochi went down the hollow trunk and came back up with the core in her mouth, and when we were clear, the whole thing came down into a pile of splinters. And then Chen Xinyu took out a steel shovel and taught me something I have not stopped worrying about. Steel shovel, blue. Increases digging speed when excavating special types of trees. Special types of trees. That phrase was on the blue iron axe as well, and the blue iron axe is the only thing in this world that can fell a treehouse. I'd been digging seeds with a blue shovel, and it takes half an hour. Fan Jihui's stone one took over an hour. I put the steel one into the base of that stump. Under a minute. Not 1 minute of work, and a full-grown treehouse trunk went over. I stood there holding it and doing arithmetic that made me feel sick. If a man with one of these walks up to a house while the owner is out, he doesn't need an axe or a weapon or a plan. He needs 40 seconds. The only reason that isn't happening across this entire world tonight is that I am, at present, the only person alive who can make steel. And then, because this world has a sense of humor, I use the same tool to bury Deng Changyi. 1 stroke lifts a cubic meter, 2 holes, fill them in, tamp it flat. Chen Xinyu watched the ground go smooth and said in a small voice, "That is a really good tool for that, isn't it?" Nobody would ever know. There was nothing there at all. Getting 3 people onto 1 wolf turned into a diplomatic incident. I got on. Chen Xinyu looked at the arrangement, worked out that somebody was going to be sitting directly against me, looked at Liu Meilin, and then organized a seating plan with the efficiency of a woman who has run a student union. Me at the front, her behind me, holding my waist, Liu Meilin behind her, holding hers. "That," said Liu Meilin, with enormous dryness, "is very well thought out. Frostfang carries 3 people in armor at 80 kilometers an hour through standing forest, not on a road, through it, taking the gaps at the last possible moment, and he has never once brushed a rider against a trunk. Chen Xinyu loves it. She has always loved it. Liu Meilin has spent 26 years never once getting on a fairground ride, and she made the entire journey with her eyes shut, and when we stopped, she got down and was quietly and thoroughly sick. I am never, she said to nobody in particular, riding that wolf again. Gao Haran was waiting under her treehouse with the white horse and a prisoner. A woman from 187, ordinary, no armor, no crossbows on her house. He'd put 2 explosive bolts into the ground near her, and she'd surrendered inside a minute and agreed to everything. He handed Liu Meilin a seed and a core and said, "These are yours. So is she." And Liu Meilin walked over to a woman from an enemy district whose home he had just taken and hugged her. Gao Haoran and I both made the same face at the same time. She has 1 seed, 1 core, a house full of the only medicine in this district, and she'd put her arms round a stranger from the district that has orders to kill us, but the stranger's shoulders came down about 4 centimeters, and she nodded and said, "All right, I'll follow you." I stood there and thought, that's why she's the most valuable person we have, and that's why she is going to be a problem. Then Chen Xinyu asked how old Gao Haran was. 27. Liu Meilin's head came round. 27? I thought you were 18. I have this conversation every time I meet somebody, said Gao Haoran wearily. Her treehouse sits by a river, and her zone is cut in half by it, and while the three women went off to plant seeds and argue about where, Gao Haoran and I worked out policy under the tree. My protection zone is a 9-kilometer radius now. Anything planted inside it grows onto me, but zones overlap. What happens if somebody plants a parasite in the ground where 2 protection zones cross? It'd probably go to the stronger one, he said. Nobody's going to plant one 6 kilometers out anyway. Not yet. Everything about that conversation was not yet. We also laid out how a settlement should be arranged, and we did it properly, because we're going to do this 100 more times. Production close in, under the guns, fighting houses out on the rim. Don't cluster them, I said. If they're all in one place, one disaster takes all of them. Agreed, he said. Farmers in the middle, soldiers on the edge. Then we heard something that shut both of us up. The captured woman was telling Liu Meilin what the voice had said to her when her house came down. You have 24 hours to obtain a treehouse, otherwise you will leave this beautiful world. Leave this beautiful world. That's the exact phrasing from the elimination at the end of Phase 1. Word for word, the one the last 50 got. And we know where the eliminated go, because I have stood in a corridor and looked at them lying in a room, and Chen Guozhong sealed the door. So leaving this beautiful world does not necessarily mean dying. And that thought led directly to the worst idea I have ever had, which I said out loud to Gao Haoran, and which he did not object to. Next time, don't kill them. Tie them up, take the house, and wait 24 hours, and find out what actually happens. The parasitic house came up in 5 minutes, and I went inside it, and on the second floor by the window there was a console. It had transferred. Deng Changyi's control panel, ripped out of a house I collapsed into splinters, standing in a new house 100 meters from Liu Meilin's front door. Same description. No damage, no downgrade. Fixtures move with the seed. Whatever is built into the floor of a treehouse travels with it forever, which means Deng Chang's ability is not a thing he owns. It's a thing that can be harvested. I touched it and got nothing, because I'm not the owner. Liu Meilin touched it and the screen came up. It's a map. A live one. Looking straight down at the ground around the house from about 100 meters up, like something is hovering over the roof and looking down, and it updates in real time. She dragged it and the view moved out to about 200 meters and stopped, pinched it, and it zoomed until you could see the fletching on a bolt in the dirt trembling in the wind. Then she selected a crossbow and touched a point on the map. There was a clack outside, and a bolt went into the ground exactly where she touched, and a red dot flashed on the screen and faded. She selected both crossbows and tapped again, and they fired together into the same point. Then she tapped a spot behind the house outside one crossbow's arc, and only the other one fired. Gao Haoran said very quietly, "It's a war game. It requires no training whatsoever." And I stood there and went cold, because I had worked out something about my own afternoon. The panel does not have a front. It looks straight down. There is no blind side of that house. I had walked in from behind because I assumed the man couldn't see the back of his own building. He could. He'd simply had the view zoomed all the way in on the woman he was playing with because he was enjoying himself and he never once panned out. I was reckless. He was stupider. That's the whole margin. Then Chen Xinyu asked who Deng Chang was, and I got to watch her face do something complicated. "He's your neighbor," I said. "The 3-story house to your south." "That's the one you." She stopped. "You stood under that man's house and had a conversation with him." "Yes." "For half an hour." "Yes." "And here's the thing that makes him worth taking alive. When I threatened him, he drew a bow at a window like an ordinary man. He never touched the crossbows. He was standing on top of the single best defensive ability in this world, and he kept it in his pocket rather than show it to a stranger. That's a careful man. Careful men are dangerous exactly once, and only if you don't know what they've got. I know what he's got." Then Gao Haoran mentioned the brothers again, the Qins, and Deng Chang, and Deng Changyi, and how blood lands near blood. And Liu Meilin's head came up so fast it startled everybody. "Say that again." "People related by blood start near each other because she has a brother in this world. Liu Zilin, who runs Suspended Pot to Save the World, the organization she built and then walked out of when they voted to price medicine at what the dying could bear. Who voted with them? He might be nearby," I said. "It's only 2 examples, but it's possible." And she looked at the floor and said, "I contacted him. He won't come. He wants to do it on his own. But the second stage is dangerous and I..." Then, in a completely different voice, "He's my brother. Was I supposed to watch him die? Blocking him was temper, that's all." She'd been secretly sending him medicine the entire time. Her actual fear, when we got it out of her, was very specific and very well thought out. If somebody from another district takes Liu Zilin and plants his house as a parasite in their zone, he becomes theirs. Permanently. And parasites cannot be transplanted twice. Her brother could end up on the other side of a war, structurally, with no way back. That's fixable, said Gao Haoran. Keep one empty parasitic house. This one will do. Because the owner of a main treehouse can appoint anybody as the holder of a parasite, regardless of whose house it used to be. I've done it. I did it to Fan Jihui, and the same power runs the other way. The main owner can also strip a parasite's holder of their house, and then that person has 24 hours before they leave this beautiful world. You hold their life, both ends of it. Liu Meilin let out a breath she'd probably been holding for 2 days. Then we went upstairs and put everything on the table. That's what the meeting was for. Not the rescue, which was an accident. The 4 of us in one room, saying out loud what we actually are. Liu Meilin went first, medical king. She can grow medicinal herbs, develop and produce drugs, sense every medicinal plant within 500 meters through solid obstacles, and she is immune to all disease, permanently, not resistant, immune. And she needs a functional area called a herb cultivation room, which only she can see in the list. Chen Xinyu went second, and she'd been waiting for this. Prospector. Every metal deposit within 500 meters, through hillsides, under riverbeds. She can't tell what the metal is, only that it's there, which is why she digs so many holes. Then she handed me a pickaxe. Prospector's steel pickaxe, blue, extremely high mining efficiency, can mine all ores below purple. 20% chance to yield triple resources, durability 5,000, 20%, one swing and 5, and it's a property of the pickaxe, not of her, which means you can hand it to anybody. You could arm a crew. Then she got smug and told us about the furnace, the one that upgrades a grade at a time. And then she said, that's not even the main one. When I mine personally, I get multipliers. Guess how high? I said 10. Higher. I said, this is a waste of everyone's time. Just say it. 100, said Chen Xinyu. 100 times. It's happened 3 times. Once during the newbie period on stones, and she got 100 stones. Once on iron, and once on black gold, where one swing left the floor of the shaft covered in it. And under the 100 there's a whole ladder. 3 times, 5, 10, 20, 50. Something triggers roughly every 4 or 5 swings, and she can share it. Not fully. Anybody standing near her gets a much weaker version of the same effect. Liu Meilin said, out loud, what everybody was thinking. That isn't an ability, that's an industrial base. She can find it, she can dig it out at several times the rate, she can smelt it into a higher grade, and she can make everybody around her luckier while they do it. While the rest of the world is still working out how to make an iron block, District 188 can put a full metal set on every person in it. Then they looked at me. 3, I said. Discernment, map permissions, and alchemy, which you already know about. Gao Haoran's face didn't move. Liu Meilin sat forward. Chen Xinyu said a word. 3? I went through them. It took a while. When I finished, nobody said anything for long enough that it got uncomfortable. I give up, said Gao Haoran eventually, with a tired little laugh. No wonder you're always standing on my head. It's all cheating, I said. There's nothing to admire in it. And all 3 of them told me off at once, which I did not expect. None of us are here on merit, said Gao Haoran. Every one of us was handed something. That's not a cheat code, that's your ability. Which is a nice thing to say, and I still don't believe it. I have never once thought of the creator authority as mine. Something gave it to me through a door it can't open. Something that can give, can take. Which I told them is exactly why we should be spending it as fast as possible on things that are permanent. Potions that raise attributes forever. Equipment. Land. Turn the gift into muscle and metal while we still have it, so that if it's ever switched off, we're still standing. Gao Haoran agreed with that immediately, and then it was his turn. He put his head back and his eyes went out. That's the only way I can describe it. They went hazy and then flat, like something switched off behind them, and there was a faint light moving in them, and Chen Xinyu grabbed Liu Meilin's arm hard enough to hurt. Then he came back and let out a long breath and looked about 10 years older. That's mine, he said. Profit. He took an orange out of his bag and started peeling it, and his hands were not entirely steady, and he peeled it into a flower with every segment of skin the same size, because of course he did. It's not prophecy exactly, he said. I see the future, a scene at some point in the future, through my own eyes, as I'll be seeing it. 15 seconds at the very most. Any longer, and my mind won't carry it. He can't choose the moment. It's random, and he can only estimate when, and it has always been within a day or 2. And here's the constraint that makes it survivable. He cannot get a new vision until the current one has happened. He can cast it as many times as he likes, and it will show him the same 15 seconds over and over. All he can do is look around inside it and pick out details. That's how he found the gold chest. He saw plant fragments scattered on a floor and a cave mouth, cast it again and again, memorized the landscape, and then went and found the place. That's how he knew about the plant heart. He'd already seen it before he went out. So that one just now, I said, that's a new one. He put down the orange peel. My last vision was the four of us sitting in this room. That's happened, so a new one came. Nobody said anything. The sun has just come up, he said. Everything is white, all of it. Every branch on every tree is covered, and the canopy of my own treehouse is white to the top. And the river is frozen, completely, not ice at the edges, frozen solid, all the way across. I sat there and did arithmetic I did not enjoy. It has been 7 or 8 degrees for 2 days. In 7 or 8 degrees, blue leather is only barely adequate. Gao Haoran told us his was uncomfortable in the wind. To freeze a moving river you need -10, probably -20, and here is the thing that makes that number a death sentence and not an inconvenience. Nobody in this world grows cotton. Nobody keeps sheep. There is not one animal in this jungle you can shear, and there is no crop you can weave. There are no warm clothes in this world, and there is no way to make any. Everything anyone has is a leather set or a metal set, and their entire insulating property is a line in a description that says higher grades keep you warmer. 3,000 people in 20 square meter boxes with a fireplace and no coats. When? I said. A day. Maybe 2. It's always been inside 2 days, and it's never gone to a third. Then he made himself say the rest of it. The vision was at sunrise. If it's tomorrow morning, the gap from the last vision is under a day, which has never happened, so I think it's the day after. That's not certainty. That's a man doing statistics on his own hallucinations. Prepare for tomorrow, he said. Assume we wake up and the world is white. I opened the district channel while he was still talking, and the number had gone down by 3 since morning. 3, net, after Gao Haoran had brought one in from 187. So 4 houses at least had come down since breakfast. That's not vines and that's not ants. There are no more events. That's people. We put it in the channel together, and it was the shortest and most serious thing either of us has ever written. Do not come down from your treehouse. Anybody who approaches you is almost certainly not from this district. If we come for you, we will message you privately first to prove it. Verify everybody. Finish your fireplace today. Stockpile every piece of wood you can carry. We do not know how long this is going to last. The channel went off like a firework. Is it going to snow? How do these people always know? When are you coming to get me? I want to be in your zone. I need 100 green stones for a fireplace, and I don't have 100 green stones. There are stones in the stream, but I'm not getting in the water at this temperature. Chen Xinyu read all of that and immediately offered to send everybody her spare stone, which she has in the kind of quantity that only she has, and Gao Haoran told her not to. Not yet. If we hand it out now, they'll come back for the next thing, and the thing after that. Let them build it themselves. If somebody genuinely can't finish before dark, then we help that person. She didn't like it. She said, okay, he's right. I hate that he's right. Her 3rd floor is a laboratory. Rows of shallow dishes across the whole floor, each one growing something. Hemostasis grass, which I know, small yellow flowers, small red berries, several kinds of fungus, none of which I could name. Chen Xinyu pointed at a little tree covered in red fruit and said confidently, goji berries. White plums, said Lu Meilin. Then why are they red? Most of them were blue grade, which my eyes told me, and hers didn't. She grows a batch a day. And it isn't just the dishes. There's a fertilizer that only she can make, and she'd already tested it. She gave the dishes and the fertilizer to her old organization, and they couldn't grow a single thing with them. Only her. The equipment is not the ability. She is the ability. The medical room is 20 square meters of glassware, and it looks like a chemistry department. I walked in and had a moment of complete cultural whiplash, standing in a laboratory 90 feet up a tree in a world with no electricity. You'd never work out how to use these, she said, tapping her own temple. Even if I lent them to you, some of the knowledge came with the ability. Which is exactly what happened to me with the carving. And that's how the artist conversation started, and it turned into the single most useful thing that came out of that room. I asked Gao Haoran whether he knew the decoration cap was 10. 10, yes, he said. But carving? You can carve? You can't? I paint, and I do trophies. Trophies. He takes the heads of beasts and mounts them on the wall. He'd collected a stack of carcasses during the rainy season and turned them all into wall pieces. I do crystal sculpture. He does oil paint and taxidermy. 2 men with the same ability, in the same organization, talking every day for weeks, and we had both assumed artist meant one thing because it had meant one thing to us. And the cap is 10 per type, 10 crystal carvings, 10 paintings, 10 redwood statues, 10 trophies, separately. Which means if he makes decorations for me and I make decorations for him, we both go straight past a ceiling that neither of us could break alone. We doubled each other's decoration score in the course of one conversation, standing in a doctor's laboratory. He got the same look on his face that I did. He'd been agonizing about whether to sink points into an art room or an alchemy room because he doesn't have enough score for both. That solves it, he said. That completely solves it. I can max my alchemy room now, which means the coordinate stops being a coin flip, which means everything else. Liu Meilin made lunch, and it was the worst thing I have ever eaten. 3 dishes and a soup, all of it made from the herbs upstairs, all of it extremely precious, all of it served with the firm instruction that we would be finishing every plate. We have salt. We do not have soy sauce, or vinegar, or chili, or anything else that hides a flavor, and salt does not cover bitterness. Salt sharpens it. Mochi took one bite, stopped, put the piece down with enormous care, and then patted my leg until I gave her an apple, which she took to the corner and ate with her back to the room. I sat there with a mouth like a pharmacy and thought about the wisdom of our ancestors, which is this: the things that taste good, we made food out of. The things that taste bad, we called medicine. It's not that bad, said Gao Haoran, putting his chopsticks down. It's no worse than bitter melon. I quite like cold bitter melon salad. Cold bitter melon salad. I have accepted a great many strange things in this world, and that one still bothers me. Before we left, I made Mochi a ball. She'd been sitting on the windowsill watching everybody and doing nothing at all, which for her is a symptom, and I remembered that she has spent this entire world without a single object that belongs to her. So I took a piece of leftover round wood and shaped it on a workbench in about 4 minutes. Solid, slightly too big for her, deliberately. She looked at it, then she looked at me. Then she got her front paws onto it and rolled it the length of Liu Meilin's living room and went after it so fast she went into the wall. She kept it. She still has it. Getting out was another negotiation because Liu Meilin went white the moment she looked at Frostfang. I'm not doing that again. There's a horse, said Chen Xinyu. Let Gao Haoran take you. It's much smoother than a wolf, he said, genuinely. So Liu Meilin rode out behind Gao Haoran on a white horse, holding onto his waist, and Chen Xinyu got about 400 meters before she started. They look good together, don't they? Like a fairy tale. He's a year older. They're both ridiculous about tidiness, and honestly, at this point somebody has to. They met an hour ago. That's plenty. I told her to wake up because in about a day and a half the world was going to freeze and none of us had a coat. And she pressed her face into my back and said, I know, but everyone's here now. If we're all together, we'll get through it. Then we rode past the place where we'd buried Deng Changyi, and I saw something red on the bare ground. Everything for kilometers in every direction was gray sticks and dead leaves, and standing in the middle of that, about half a meter tall, there was a flower. Blood-red petals, yellow center, perfectly healthy. A crimson mist flower, the thing that grows in caves and breathes out the red fog that makes mutants stronger. Gao Haoran got down and walked over to it, interested. He'd seen them during the defense battle. He didn't understand why the rest of us had stopped moving. Chen Xinyu got hold of my sleeve. Isn't that where? Yes. Because there were 2 things wrong with that flower, and they compounded. The first is that a crimson mist flower cannot grow in anything below blue-grade soil. It's in the description, fertile soil or better, or it will not take. The ground under that flower is white, barren, the worst dirt this world produces. The second is that 6 hours earlier, there had been nothing there at all, and I know that because I flattened it myself with a shovel. I got the shovel out, the flower came up whole, a plant and a seed, both of them. And then I dug down into the 2 clods of earth I had put back that morning. The shovel hit something about half a meter down that wasn't dirt, and I swept the soil off it, and there was white in the ground. Bone. I cleared the rest, and it was all there, laid out where I'd put a body 6 hours before. A skull, with the neck, hands, feet, and one hand had been broken, a long time before he stopped moving, and I recognized my own work. Nothing else. In 6 hours, in cold ground, there was nothing left of a man except the frame he came in. Chen Xinyu turned around and did not look. Liu Meilin, who has dissected more people than the rest of us have met, stood there and did not say a word. Gao Haoran crouched down at the edge of the hole, so it grew out of him. Nobody answered. I stood there holding a flower by the stem and looked at what was left, and the shape of it finally landed on me, all at once, the whole loop. A survivor dies and goes into the ground. Out of him comes a flower in soil that should not grow one. In hours, the flower breathes out red mist. Red mist makes every mutated thing that walks in it stronger. We are not the tenants of this world. We are not the experiment either. We are the input. This place takes us in at one end and puts monsters out the other, and it has been doing it for at least 49 years and probably a great deal longer. Every batch of 10,000 feeds the next round of things we'll have to fight. Do you want it? I asked, holding the flower up. Chen Xinyu shook her head so hard her hair moved. That's a dead man's flower. Absolutely not. Liu Meilin shook her head too, but for entirely her own reason. It has no medicinal use. It's no good to me. Gao Haoran held his hand out. I'll take it. I haven't grown one. I'd like to look at it properly. He put a flower made out of a man into his backpack, and I gave the seed to Chen Xinyu because red mist strengthens mutated animals and she owns a cow. Then, I filled the hole back in and flattened it again, and stood there for a second longer than I needed to. Why us? Why does this world turn a person into that? I don't know, and I have a feeling that when I find out, it will not be the good kind of answer. We stopped at Chen Meiling's house on the way east. Nothing unusual, she reported, exactly as asked. In this weather, there are almost no insects and no birds at all, and it has been completely silent for 2 days. The only change is that the house to the north is gone. That was us, I said. Oh, said Chen Meiling. And that silence of hers is a data point I did not enjoy because it meant whatever is out here isn't announcing itself. We went east from her house toward the edge of her protection zone, and about a kilometer short of it, 2 things happened at once. Mochi woke up out of a dead sleep in my arms and started shoving me with both paws, and Frostfang stopped. He didn't slow down. He planted and stopped and stood there with his lips off his teeth, growling at nothing, and his pattern was lit. Brighter than yesterday. Brighter than at Chen Meiling's house. He had run all day, carrying 2 people, and he came up off that stop like something that had been resting for a week. So the source is not constant, it pulses, and we were closer to it than we had ever been. There's something in the danger zone, I said, under the ground out there. That's what's doing it. Gao Haoran looked at the wolf for a long moment. Something like a plant heart, he said, but for animals. Then I did the thing I always do. I walked forward, alone, to the edge of the line, with the halberd, because I wanted to see what the new season had put in the soil. I got 1 foot over, and my chest went cold. I pulled the foot back, and I was already going backwards when the ground came apart. It came out of the earth, and it did not stop at head height. It went up 10 meters, straight, and hung there, and it was thicker than my thigh, emerald green and crimson covered in thorns. And those thorns were brighter than anything I have ever seen. Brighter than the ones in the red mist. Brighter than Frostfang. I have seen a lit pattern hold a vine inside a protection zone before. Half a meter, for half a second, and then it snapped back. Down! I got Chen Xinyu by the arm and took her over backwards, and Gao Haoran and Liu Meilin went down with us without asking why, because both of them have been alive too long to need a reason. It came through the air where our chests had been, not half a meter inside, all the way through, across the whole group into the tree line behind us. It hit a poplar a meter thick, and the poplar came apart at the middle like something snapped over a knee. It was in my protection zone, and it was not dying, and it was aiming. It came back for the second pass, and I was already up. I put the purple halberd through it in one motion, and it went through like nothing at all. No resistance. 10 centimeters of armored plant, open like a wet paper bag, and the warmth came up the shaft into my arms and put everything back that the day had taken out of me. The severed half kept coming, because it had nowhere else to go, and it hit me across the back and put me down on one knee. Then Frostfang came over the top of me. And Chen Xinyu and Gao Haoran both fired at the base at the same time, and 2 explosive bolts went off together, and when the smoke cleared, the other half of it came out of the ground and fell over and twitched twice and stopped. The thorns went dark. I got up. Nobody said anything for a bit. Chen Xinyu was looking at the poplar it had broken. Liu Meilin was looking at the halberd. Gao Haoran was looking at the ground where it had come out of, doing sums, and I stood there in a dead gray forest at the edge of my own territory with a piece of a monster at my feet, and I thought about the last 5 weeks. I woke up on a rock with the seed in my hand. I was so frightened of putting it in the wrong dirt that I walked for 2 days looking at the ground. That was 5 weeks ago, and tonight I am going home to a house with 4 floors and an orchard under glass, with a wolf that can outrun a car, a pangolin digging a coal mine in my garden, 100 meters of ground that kills anything that steps on it, and a woman in my spare house whose life belongs to me because I killed her and then decided not to. 3,000 people are waiting to be told what to do, and every one of them is waiting for me and 3 other people to tell them. I don't feel like the same man. I'm not sure I'd want to have a conversation with the one on the rock. Here's what I know as of tonight. There are 200 districts, 2 million people, and only one of them gets to the end. Everybody who lives close enough for me to reach is on a team that has to bury mine. Tomorrow I go and take Deng Chang because his ability turns a house into a fortress, and I would rather have it than fight it, and I am going to do it by sending a woman who has already lied to him once on my behalf. And the day after tomorrow, if the man who has never once been wrong is right again, the sun comes up on a world where every river is solid and every tree is white, and there is not one warm coat on this entire planet. But that's not the thing I'm going to be lying awake about tonight. The thing I'm going to be lying awake about is a wolf standing in an empty field with his markings on fire, over ground I cannot walk on, for a reason nobody can explain to me. Because whatever is buried out there gives mutated things a body that never gets tired, and it doesn't ask which side they're on.